Otuntin Shele, Benny, roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to Mo. Yes, Otuntin Shele, it is happening again. I am happening again. Hope you are happening with me. The session has commenced and your company, pardon me for sweating, it's not from me doing any form of strenuous exercise. No, I'm far too lazy for exercise. It's just from having a shower. The session has commenced and your company is required. That thing that happens twice a day happening for the second time today. Your favorite or your laughing man, that bald-headed noisemaker on the internet, making that bald-headed noise again. One man went to Mo. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 holy. Another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kokwanam no. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 holy. Is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 holy. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kokwanam no. Hey, anamekele
And there it is right there, the Holy Holy song from the Farmyard Singers from the eastern part of Nigeria. Holy Holy, let me just put the hyperlink in the comment section again. If anybody wants to come join us live on screen, especially if you're a voice that we have never heard before and you feel you have the confidence to express yourself to an international audience, then click on the hyperlink, come join me on screen. We don't bite. We may push you a bit, but we don't bite. So holy, holy, as guys holy, as guys I bring you this CVR update. Inec registers another 10.4 million people. So it's quite pertinent to note, and hopefully when we read out this piece, they will give us a round figure of just how many new entrants have now come into the political play. So it's quite pertinent to note these new registrants and the figures that are coming out. Because as we're going now, the figures of the new entrants into the political space, they're almost up to the numbers of people that actually voted at the last election for all parties, I am suggesting, because I don't think more than 16 to 18 million people, certainly not up to 20 million people, are voted in last election. And at the rate that INEC is registering people now, I suspect that they are approaching the 14 to 20 million new entrants into the political space. So this changes the political dynamics. There's absolutely no equivocation of that. CVR update, INEC registers another 10.4 million. So I hope they give us a round figure in that piece. So we find out what is in play there. What we're looking for essentially is a round figure of new entrants up to date. Why we killed former President Jonathan's political advisor Gulak. So this is a story now. The attribution was to IPOB at that time, of course. A lot of you will recall when this guy was slaughtered in the southeastern part and the northern part were up in arms, saying these are these people again, they can never be trusted. It looks as though arrests have been made and confessions being made. Why we killed former President Jonathan's political advisor Gulak, a headline attributed to a suspect. So quite what is in play there, we find out shortly. So you can be obedient all you like, and if you are not obedient, you can be disobedient. But whatever you are, it looks as though your fate is already sealed even before you get out of bed. This is it. APC debunks rumors of raising 6.5 trillion naira to bribe voters and INEC officials. So this is the election now being run and decided even before the campaign starts. With a war chest of 6.5 trillion naira, you can be obedient, as I said, or you like. And if you are not obedient, you can be disobedient. Whatever you like, you can be. But you cannot be anything that will pertain to deciding who becomes the next president of Nigeria. APC debunks rumors of raising 6.5 trillion to bribe voters and INEC officials. So everything changes but remains the same. That is essentially what we have there. Everything changes but remains the same. So just in the earlier session, we brought to the breaking news. And for once, we can actually, without any equivocation, say that with the fullness of intent, that was breaking news. That Tanko Mohammed, the Sharia law expert as Chief Justice of Nigeria, he has resigned under a haze of allegations of corruption and ineptitude. And you cannot have a vacuum in that space, of course. So very swiftly, the Aboki from Daura swears in a new person, but the name is the surprise. President Buhari swears in Justice Olukayode Ariwola as AGCGN. So that AG will be acting, I suspect, following Justice Tanko Mohammed's resignation. So it looks as though a placeholder till they find a Fulani man to replace him. So I thought I was getting a bit too excited. But then, of course, I thought they were going to follow the normal procedure of civil service rules. But then, of course, hell will freeze over because before Malam Buhari allows a Yoruba man to be in charge of law, President Buhari swears in Justice Olukayode Ariwola as acting CJN following Justice Tanko Mohammed's resignation. So quite what happened and why he is acting, I will find out shortly. Why Asiwaju Tinubu traveled to France. So it looks as though now the controversy around that space, somewhat of a clarification, and at least we're hoping that this piece clarifies it. The headline certainly suggests that it will be a clarification why Asiwaju Tinubu traveled to France. So quite why the Jagaban of Djibouti traveled to France, we find out shortly. So we go on to the Oh, I think that actually ends it there because this one must repeat. Why we killed Gulag, so suspects opens up. So that's the menu. And plenty to come through, of course, in the course of it. You know how these things evolve. As the news break will be bringing it to you. Actually, let me add this onto it just to pad out the space. So this is Femi Gbadabiamila, who recently celebrated his 30th birthday, and the not so great and not so good turned up at that event. So this is the headline he is making. I will get docile running mate for Tinubu, declares Gbadabiamila. So it has to be a docile running mate, of course, especially everybody learning from the experience that Obasanjo had with Atiku Abubakar, which till this date he is still ruined and lamenting. Even as early as yesterday, he was still lamenting about his regrets of having Atiku. So what you want is a docile and pliable and malleable sort of a VP. So that's the menu. Lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol. Click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. And as I've invited, if you want to come join me on the screen, especially if you're a new voice that has never been on the screen before, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then I will let you onto the screen as soon as I finish reading out the talking points. So that's the protocol. Before we set about it though, let's take a little bit of a musical intermission. We join the care guys to drink some palm wine, of course.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yeah, she go for me, yeah. Water, 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 water. Only water, where they see my. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Ẹkún ní naido. Ẹjọ́ padà sílé. Kájọjọ. Oró kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Oró kẹ̀kẹ́. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Oró kẹ̀kẹ́. Bọ́bí màsítà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Oró kẹ̀kẹ́. Chifu Fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Oró kẹ̀kẹ́. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mu dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mu dòde. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikoko powerful, potent prayers. I'm not quite sure. I never seem to get the lighting right on this thing. It's either bouncing off each other. You can still see that I'm still some one-man nonsense. So Ikoko Niruwa powerful, potent prayers by the care guys I was saying. So Ikoko Niruwa as guys, I bring you this. Inec registers another 10.4 million. So let's find out. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has released Q4 Week 11 update of the Continuous Voters Registration (CVR). Figures released by the Chief Press Secretary to the Inec chairman, Rotimi Oyekanmi, as at 7 a.m. on Monday, said the number of fresh registrants is 10,487,972, whilst those who completed registration stood at 8,631,696. According to the figures, online registration is 3.2 million approximately, whilst physical registration is 5.4 million approximately. The classification of the fresh registrants showed that number of male registrants were 4.3 million approximately, whilst the females were also 4.3 million. Persons with disability are 667,171, whilst the number of youths stood at 6,081,456. So it doesn't actually give us a round figure, it just gives us the latest but I wonder even if that's a round figure. So let me just check the total number. Let me just check this on Google quickly. Total number of voters at Nigeria's 2019 election. So hopefully this gives you a quick figure. Okay, so does it give me a quick figure? It doesn't give me a quick figure, and I don't want to dig too deep, but I'm just trying to see how much of I hope it does give us. Okay, total numbers of votes cast: 28,614,190. So that's it. No. Yes, that's it. Total numbers of registered voters, 84 million. Total numbers of registered voters as collated. Total numbers of accredited. So the total number of votes cast is 28,614,190. So just from that alone, at least over a third of that is already new entrants into the political play. So we cannot disregard this, is essentially what I'm saying. And if anybody has the quick wit to check the total number of new registrants since 2019 till date, that would be a curious thing to know, to weight against the total numbers of votes cast in 2019. Why we killed former President Goodluck Jonathan's political advisor, Gulak, the suspect speaking. The Imo State Police Command has paraded the suspected killers of Ahmed Gulak, the former special advisor on politics to President Goodluck Jonathan. Gulak was killed on May the 21st, or on May 2021, rather. Gulak was killed in May 2021 by unknown gunmen in Owerri, Imo State. The police subsequently announced the arrest of some suspects allegedly involved in the dastardly act. One of the suspects on Monday, Anosike Chimobi, confessed to committing the crime during a parade at the Imo State Police Headquarters. The state police boss, Mike Abatam, said Chimobi had been on the radar of the command since the killing of Gulak. According to Abatam, the suspect had escaped during a gun duel between police personnel and the criminal gang at Abo Mbesi shortly after they murdered Gulak. However, he said 5 of the suspects were killed. Meanwhile, Chimobi, who claimed to be a commercial bus driver, denied being a part of the criminal gang. According to him, Gulak's killers approached him to convey them in his vehicle to a spot, but he resisted. He, however, said he later succumbed as they threatened to kill him. He admitted driving the criminals to the spot and spotted Gulak's vehicle, which was on its way to the airport. Timoabi said the criminals shot at Gulak after the All Progressives Congress chieftain resisted the demand by the government to alight from the vehicle. According to Chimobi, the hoodlums later ran into a team of security operatives who shot repeatedly at the other vehicle, conveying them until it somersaulted and caught fire. So there it is right there. But this doesn't actually tell us why the guy was killed. So this doesn't add anything. So somewhat of a misleading headline there. Yeah, and I've cancelled out. Okay, let me try this one. If this one adds any more, why we killed Gulak? Suspect opens up. Anosike Chimobi, one of the suspects arrested over the murder of Ahmed Gulak, has confessed to committing the crime. Timobi, who hails from Blah Blah local government area in Imo State, was paraded by police on Monday. Gulak, a chieftain of the All Progressives Congress APC, was murdered on May the 30th, 2021 at Blah Blah along Aba Oweri Road in Imo State whilst he was on his way to the airport, apparently to board a flight to Abuja. The deceased was a political advisor to former President Goodluck Jonathan. Parading the suspects, Public Relations Officer of Imo State Police Command, Mike Abatam, said the fella had been on the radar of the command since the killing of Gulak. So this one's somewhat repetitive. Does it add anything? All right, pardon me. So this doesn't add anything new. So I'm not quite sure why that was put out there like that. So somewhat of a waste of time there. Pardon me. Let me have a. APC debunks rumors of raising 6.5 trillion naira to bribe voters and Inec officials. Hold on 1 second.
Oyedu iPod, Omeri Wonindizu, Oniroya, Abba.
All right, all right. So, pardon me. APC debunks rumors of raising 6.5 trillion naira to bribe voters and INEC officials. The All Progressives Congress has debunked rumors of raising 6.5 trillion naira to rig the 2023 general election. The claim was made in a document titled Leaked APC 2023 Election Document. It was alleged that the money is for vote buying and bribing of security agents at the polling units, judiciary, and officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission. Reacting to this, the APC accused the People's Democratic Party PDP of being the brains behind the rumor. APC National Publicity Secretary Felix Mokar, in a statement issued at the party's secretariat in Abuja on Monday, June the 27th, said it is a senseless attempt to mudsling the APC. Mokar also said the document clearly betrays the author's extreme ignorance of the complexity of the systems and processes for the appropriation and utilization of state funds. He said, the attention of the All Progressives Congress has been drawn to a document in circulation described as leaked APC 2023 election document. Mischievously, the document alleged that our party has voted a whopping 6.5 trillion naira to fund schemes aimed at swaying the Nigerian electorate to support and vote for the party and its presidential candidate in 2023. Ridiculously, too, the document alleged that obscene amounts of money have been voted to outrightly vote buying, compromising INEC staff, security operatives, judicial officers, and other officials. The APC wishes to place firmly on record that the document is not of the party. We neither authored nor own any such document, and it is certainly not it certainly did not emanate from our party. Indubitably, the document is the hallmark of very sick elements of the opposition PDP in a desperate quest for unmerited electoral advantage by attempting to smear our party with wrongdoing. How in the world does a government operating a national budget of 17 trillion dole out 6.5 trillion to rig elections? Our party is focused on delivering the dividends of democracy to Nigerians in hope that they will reciprocate by supporting and voting for our candidates come 2023 elections. We are a law-abiding party and have no need to engage in any fraud and electoral malpractice suggested in that worthless document. Just to pause there for a moment, they are certainly not a law-abiding party. Just even as recently, somebody was voted won the primaries, and several people won primaries. Not even somebody, several people won primaries, and different names submitted. So certainly not factually a law-abiding party. We are a law-abiding party and have no need to engage in any fraud or electoral malpractice suggested in that worthless document. Only a party that is a masterful looter of the national treasury, such as the PDP, can even imagine another capable of engaging in the kinds of atrocious acts the document suggests. We urge Nigerians to disregard the document as sleazy propaganda for which the PDP has gained notoriety. The APC remains committed to building an innovative system of free and credible elections, just like we had in 2019, as witnessed in the recently concluded governorship election in Ekiti State. So there it is right there, 6.5 trillion naira, that is the price of it. Corruption, 5 major reasons Justice Tanko Mohammed resigned as CJN. So let's find out exactly what went down. The Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Tanko Mohammed, has resigned. Correspondents report that Justice Mohammed resigned on Sunday night, June the 26th, citing ill health as the reason for his decision. Correspondents reported that arrangements are ongoing to swear in the next senior justice of the Supreme Court, Justice Olukayode Ariwoola, as the acting Chief Justice of Nigeria, although a formal announcement has yet to be made. So let's find out those are. Until his resignation, reports had it that Justice Mohammed was seriously ill. So the major reasons for his resignation, as highlighted by the aggrieved justices. A few days ago, 14 justices of the Supreme Court had written him a letter to lament the decrepit state of affairs in the apex court. So number one, neglect of duties. In the leaked letter, the justices accused the CJN of refusing to address the issues despite drawing his attention to them. Number two, lack of residential accommodation and vehicles. Number three, deprived judges of travel assistance on foreign trips. Number four, lack of legal research assistance. And number five, epileptic electricity supply. So I didn't really go into details because that sounds to me like a total nonsense. President Buhari swears in Justice Olukayode Ariwoola as acting Chief Justice of Nigeria following Tanko Mohammed's resignation. President Muhammad Buhari has sworn in Justice Olukayode Ariwoola as the acting Chief Justice of Nigeria following the resignation of Justice Tanko Mohammed. Justice Mohammed had resigned Sunday night, citing ill health as the reason for the action. Justice Mohammed's resignation is coming a week after 14 Supreme Court justices wrote a letter to him lamenting the poor state of affairs in the apex court, our correspondence report. According to the report, they complained of lack of accommodation, poor power, lack of vehicles, and inadequate travel and research staff, adding that Justice Mohammed had refused to address those issues. So those don't strike me as resignation level complaints. Those are just basic administrative stuff. Speaking at Justice Ariwola's swearing in, President Buhari said Justice Mohammed, uh, uh, speaking at Justice Ariwola's swearing in, President Buhari said of Justice Mohammed, Chief Justice of Nigeria Tanko dealt firmly with the issues of reckless and indiscriminate grant of ex parte orders that was assuming serious dimensions. History will be kind to him for his modest contributions to Nigeria's judiciary, the strengthening of our democracy. Buhari also bestowed on the outgoing CJN the second highest national honor in Nigeria, in line with the custom of decorating Chief Justices of Nigeria with the second highest national honor of the Grand Commander of the Order of Niger, GCON, and upon the advice of the Council of State in that regard, as His Lordship, Chief Justice of Nigeria, Tanko Mohammed, is taking a bow from the Supreme Court, I hereby bestow on him the national honor of the Grand Commander of the Order of Niger, GCON, Buhari said. This occasion is an opportune time for me, as always. This occasion is an opportune time for me to, as always, assure the Nigerian judiciary that this administration is committed to ensuring the independence of the judiciary and will not do anything nor take any steps to undermine your independence. We shall uphold the constitutional provisions on the rule of law and the principles of separation of powers, President Buhari concluded. So there it is right there. Ariwola is the new Chief Justice of Nigeria, or acting. But why is he acting? Why Asiwaju Tinubu traveled to France? Presidential candidate and national leader of the All Progressive Congress, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, traveled out of the country early Monday morning after meeting with President Mohamed Buhari at the presidential villa. He is off to France. He is off to Paris, France, to hold some important meetings. The APC standard bearer is expected back in the country shortly. Earlier, before his departure, he attended the public presentation of a book titled Mr. Speaker and launch of legislative mentoring initiative in commemoration of the 60th birthday of Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila. On June the 8th, Asiwaju Tinubu emerged the presidential candidate of the APC for the February 25th, 2023 election at the party's presidential primaries and / national convention held at the Eagle Square, Abuja. After the election, he immediately embarked on a series of thank you and reconciliation visits. I think this is somewhat repetitive of what it doesn't add anything, so it's still maintaining that it's just gone to France to have important meetings. So let's go to Gbajabiamila. 2023, I will get docile running mate for Tinubu, declares Gbajabiamila. House of Representatives Speaker Femi Gbajabiamila has promised to help APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu find a running mate ahead of the 2023 election. Mr. Tinubu admitted to Mr. Gbajabiamila during the latter's birthday bash that he was still searching for a suitable running mate after submitting a dummy to Inec. You said in your address that many years ago you consulted with a younger brother on the issue of WAEC, and that consultation bore fruit. Mr. Gbajabiamila told Mr. Tinubu at an event marking his 60th birthday in Abuja on Sunday. I give you my own parting shot. It is that time again to consult with your younger brother. I will give you a running mate that you will enjoy working with. The APC presidential candidate had earlier submitted the name of Ibrahim Kabir Masavi from Katsina as running mate to meet Inec's deadline. The erstwhile Lagos State governor praised the speaker's commitment and doggedness as a okay, so I'm not sure. Okay, let me just give you the fullness of it. As a minority leader, he consults widely and he is always there to see the thinking of the opposition that we must bring a revolution to the House to be able to beat the PDP. When he was challenged for the position of Speaker, I think after our merger, he worked for me tirelessly. Femi is a workaholic. The problem of failure stared him at the face. He lost the election to become the speaker, recalled Mr. Tinubu. He added, I was close to tears, stamping my foot on the ground. I said we will win again. Femi, keep up, pick yourself up. I am very proud of you that you did. You didn't give up. You did the opposition and the support work. You demonstrated what we learned from textbooks and authors. Whilst acknowledging Mr. Gbajabiamila's role in his emergence as APC presidential candidate, Mr. Tinubu stated, what you did during my primary is a story for another day. So there it is right there. I don't know quite what we're taking from that. So there it is right there. And there it is right there. So let me go into the room to see who's there to take it on. Ovie, we see you. Ajale Koko, we see you. Ifeyin, we see you. Solly, we see you. And Emmanuel, we see you. So good to have you, gentlemen. Hold on. So yeah, good to have you, gentlemen. So let's come to you then, Ovie, because I think you've been there waiting for a good while. So Ovie, now this new optics, are you ready to go? By the way, Ovie, or are you? All right, brilliant. So this new optics in voter registrations, nobody seems to be paying attention to this, but this could well prove to be the game changer in this upcoming election. Close to at least half of the people that participated in the last elections are new entrants into the electoral space. What are you making of that? What do you think is propelling it? And what do you think the outcome of it will be? Ovie?
I think I disagree with you to say nobody's paying attention. I mean, Tinubu is in France today for a reason. Atiku is always in and out of the country. The numbers are not adding up. I keep saying it. The numbers are not adding up for them. Yes, this new entrance change, it's a big deal. So everybody is kind of withdrawing back and calculates. They thought it was going to be, just the two of them. Now, even the youth, they are not even measuring them. The fact that the youth are ready to waste their vote regardless of what is so actually putting them on their toes. But again, when they are saying from my match your other question to 6 point something trillion, even though they say it's a rumor, it's not a rumor.
It's not a rumor now. We all know it's not a rumor.
Yes, but what is there is that his money is going to play out. It might not be up to that, but money is it because they are looking at the youth, just like what I've been about. The youth are not together. You understand? They don't have a block vote. Everybody, all this enthusiasm is out of anger. They just want change. Everybody they vex. So they are just ready to go out there and vote. So these men have to sit down. How do we take advantage of this, their uncohesiveness? That's why everybody is kind of, withdrawing. To even appoint your VP, you have to be very, very, very calculative about it. So how do we take advantage of this incohesiveness of these youth? That's what everybody knows. That's
before you ask what to take advantage, you have to understand what is propelling it. So what do you think is propelling the new entrants? And it'd be a bit too lazy to say it's just some big nonsense, but what do you think is propelling it?
No, it's hunger. Those that were born 1999 of age, they understand, they see a little bit of good luck, they felt it, they see what happened during it. A lot of things, all this killing, unrest, So everybody is fed up. It's out of fact. They just want change. They've seen a little bit of PDP. They have seen a we just want change. So it's out of anger. So what these men will do now, that's where the money will come in. Why I say in Korea business is that they will identify how they will tell the group them. You will see say, okay, APC in Lagos, we have 4 to 5 different type of youth organization. Now money be that. Because today, I don't think you can argue with me that if I say there is no street in Nigeria that 1 billion cannot cause fight in Nigeria as we speak. Because hunger day, and this may have that money. So they will begin group these people since they are not together. Because today, I don't think there's anybody, any young person in Nigeria that say I have 1 million followers. Genuine followers should not be internet followers. If you come out on the street, 1 million people will follow me. There's none. So how do you bargain? And this is season of bargaining, where all these men, okay, before I support you, this is what you are going to give. If I join your party, I will produce this, I'll produce this. If to say the youth stay together, this is what they will be asking for too. But imagine say the youth now you can authenticate and say, okay, this group, they're 1 million. Like you can actually say, yes, 1 million vote will come up on this group at any time. So they will not be telling the political parties, because whether we like it or not, one of the political parties is going to produce the next president. So they will now be saying, okay, among your cabinet, can you give us 6 seats from your cabinet?
No, I don't think. I think you are reaching. I think they'll just play for money. They'll
No,
just
as if they are together. Just say they are together.
All right, okay. Yeah.
As a bargaining power, say, okay, since you must give us 6 youth, 1 from each your political zone, 3 guys to be in your cabinet. Any party will give us that, we are sure that we are going to give that party 5 million vote, 1 million vote, whatever it is, and you know that they are solid. But at this point, they are not. Everybody just there. Everybody they hungry.
You know, Atiku is already speaking to that space. He's speaking of actually having that Minister of State, which is the lower minister, is saying he's going to pad it with under 40s.
It's funny that you said that, because I think a couple of months back I was telling Jafar about this thing, that if any party if he bring this idea come out, and he said Atiku can do that. So for it to now point out that Atiku is, because that is the way to sway the youth. It's unfortunate that they don't get one block that they can bargain with. So this PV, it's not just by PVs. This PVT might even work against them because of that. Because by the time these money bags go into them and split them over with money, it don't work against them now. So that thing, so there is no concrete way front. And now, just like them we are going to this election inexperience. My guys is there, you say you strong until they punch you for face. Then you will realize, so they are going to this thing. And this money bag, this political party will punch them in their face. Now, what will be the outcome of that? Are they going to now look at what and start accusing themselves, or you collect money, or you go and I vote for this party? Or are they going to say, so okay, this is a rigged game. You know what? We are going to come together and form a political union going forward. And
that's wishful thinking of it.
You know, I went during the sit at home. If you remember during the sit at home,
yeah,
because if they can just this their cohesiveness, they can turn into a political union.
Let me present a proposition to you, Ovie. You are saying that there's no one person that can say he has 1 million youths at their
followers on the street.
Yes. But the influencers on the social media space, the people they influence are actual real people. So what I suspect is that they'll be packing a lot of monies with influencers to then use their platform to sway in their direction. I think we'll see this come into play.
You know, say Tonto Dike and Vice Deputy Governor.
My God, yes, I know.
Split it, but I should talk about the influencer. She's an influencer. A lot of people who follow her party, so they don't split them already because that cohesiveness no day. So these men that they are end of the game. I keep saying, remember when I first come this platform that time, if you remember one man, during when this hit of Nnamdi Kanu them and Iboho there was hit them. And I came in and said, our politics. I said that come 2023, there is going to be a new sheriff in town. That's why everybody they pull with. Even Black League actually said yesterday that the route Nnamdi Kanu is taking a cheap route. and a cheap to get power with that. But people are saying, why you go talk like this? I say, oh, now politics that all this killing, yes, now human being, now they play politics, so now human being go die. It's a matter of life and death. So, but I said, as time goes on, all this agitation will take backs. And that's what we are seeing on our politics. Now, everybody want that power, regardless of what. So, but the youth are genuinely hungry. Everybody is hungry. They just want change. They're genuinely hungry. They are hungry. So, they're going to a fight with hunger without any strategic planning. You are going there to lose.
You say the youth space in Nigeria has never really been one constituency, because the youth space, even as they are, they still divide along class levels. One, because you have the educated youth and more the mass, the uneducated youth. So you have that, but more importantly, more potently, these youths, they also divide along somewhat ethnic spaces. And what seems to highlight that of here is this P2B phenomenon that we're seeing now. There's no gainsaying that. You can't deny that the people that are pushing it the most are southeastern youths. Yes. So that tells you that right there.
Yes. And I think, that's why I fought Bribe politics. Bribe would have declared for presidency before Obi. Because this opportunity that Obi is enjoying, Bribe would have been the mid and center of it, because he actually come and go and say, man, this is where I stand with the IPOB people. I sympathize with them. I will do everything to prove their innocence. So if to say in declare, if or did they enjoy this airway where they enjoy so now, where Obi they enjoy so, and he can't go in that is so strong about justice, the presidency must come here, president must come here. He can't go the contest for governorship whereby the governor, I think they are from the same zone. So that's what pushed him out. So he had to decamp to have another. So I think to me it's the biggest loser within that region. So yes, the youth has never been together, and these people they know. Now, even those influencers that you are talking about, 80 to 90% of them, their source of income come from one particular place. See the elite, going from the Hollywood, the singers, now the elite, they invest in them. Now the elite, they invest in this party. So it will be very easy to split them. But I'm looking forward to what the video can do for his uncle in Ekiti. Come next month.
He won him the last election, and we all know that, but they diddled him out. But what I was going to say over here is that what we always know is still what will play out in 2023. Money will still triumph. Oh, yes. But what they are going to do is they are going to repoint that money rather than to people like MC Oluomo. They will be more to influencers, people, opinion leaders, people who command the mind of the youth, and repoint them in their direction, and then they will put a youth face to their campaign. It will still be money will still win.
Exactly, because if you listen to Senator Adeyeye on channels, is it channels? I mean, one of those channels in Nigeria. He said just exactly the way you said it, but in a different way. He said it's high time we cater to the young people. We have to go meet them now and listen to them, work with them. So that's what they are going to do. And even Tinubu's speech that you just read, when he particularly singled out how he consulted with Femi when Lagos youth no get to pay for school fees. I mean, of all things, we know this man, why that particular one? So that's a message direct. You have to help me go down to the youth again. You've done it before and it works, so you can do it. So that's what you are going to be seeing. You are very right. The influencers go hammer down. So that money will split them, regardless of saying a trillion or a billion, it will split them. Then Bobrisky them, they go hammer because they get followership. Because that out of anger, then nobody wants to sit down and think, how do we take advantage of this vote? What are we even asking for? Because they forget that if you are not in the system, that change you are yearning for cannot come. So, but if you say you are there together, 6 minutes from any particular distance, at the end of the day, we succeed. That's a move. That's like one leg in, one leg out.
Because what always befuddles me, Ovie, is that, and by the way, let's add some data. Out of the 10-point-something million new entrants, about 6-point-something million of them are youths. So the youths are very much in play. It's a youth election that is coming. So how are they going to be used is the question. But some people who don't know, either want to have the expansiveness of thought or they are too subsumed by pecuniary interest. They think that youth entering into politics means that is a particular support for a particular candidate. But
Yeah.
that's a total nonsense. We saw that in Ekiti when all those young girls were collecting their 10,000 and flexing. So the money will still win. And the youth, they are not off one block as you've just described.
Yes, I remember when I was in making case for the way. I mean, you have one heated argument about this youth pay. You say there's nothing like that. You don't go well. I was still saying that you can still be savage, but you actually prove me wrong now. Yeah, at this point, they don't go my way. Nobody's together. I say you scatter. They will use them. That's a fact. The money will come to play. Whether there's no how, it's too late. This that would have been like 5 years ago. And we say, yeah, okay, but we would have been able to influence all those parties, or we don't get together by now. That will take a test of time. They should pick the youth should pick what Konkosia as a movement doing. It started the test of time. They started from.
All right, you were doing so well.
Wait, no,
you were doing so well.
No. Now we are giving examples. People don't work before. It is working for Milama in South Africa. It's working for them. It's a matter of time. That old red people produce a president. It's just a matter of time. The same thing. The Congo said they started from somewhere. Just because they started the test of time, just their first time venture to take over a political party. Don't change the permutation of 2023. The couple with the youth. Now, the two factors be that Obi in trade the race and Congo so coming from that side. That's what's changing the permutation. And these big men, they don't expect them because that's why anything they throw against the youth, they go say, yes, we are ready to waste it, but not on these two parties. They are not even say, okay, we need anything, but this is my vote, so I will vote them. In as far I will use that and let me waste it. So, I mean, it's getting onto them. Tinubu you need to go sit down and think. If not, the numbers are not adding up.
All right. But it'd be interesting. You know what's going to be the most interesting of here is going to be the campaigning. When the campaigning starts, it's going to catch a lot of people off guard. Because all this talk, and by the way, anybody that is having any expectations that there's going to be debates amongst the candidates, you can go to bed though, because nobody is going to let Tinubu, who cannot even remember if it's Monday or Tuesday, they are not going to let him debate anybody. It's not going to happen.
I think if these two new parties, Labour and they not join force together and decide to keep going, then the two of them are the first to have a debate together. They want to just to win the youth, even though they perform awfully, but they want to do that.
Yeah, but Kwakwanso is not in the youth space now. He's part of the old guard.
Yeah, but he's not physically. He's in between the two of them. He's in between the two of them.
And it's too northern. It's too northern. It's too northern.
No, it's too one Nigeria you want to say, right?
No, it's too northern. You when you think of Kwakwanso, you don't think anything other than Kano. That's the only thing you think. Yeah.
But now you they see like that, one man. You choose to see like that, but it's okay. But you don't see now that it's bigger than that.
No, I'm not saying that. Kwakwanso would have been forgotten along with like the SDP guy or Sowore, etc. The only thing that is maintaining Kwakwanso is the clout that is screaming of Peter Obi. It is Peter Obi that is actually maintaining Kwakwanso's name in the headlines.
You said it no matter, but Tinubu is in France. Now, see, because number no add up, it's not like business as usual. He is a factor. However you want Peter, he is a factor. And if everything go that way into second round, he has upper hand. Being the fact that he's from the large pool where the election, where the vote will come from. So this thing, but there's every possibility that this talk will still go both ways. If they want to, if they actually don't want to just go straight and end the election with one strike, they have to encourage, and I think there's a discussion there. The elite encourage these two people to come back and just run it up because it's expensive. Nigeria don't get money. We want to do.
Let me say something now, Ovie. I don't think either Peter Obi or Kwakwanso, I don't think they will make it to the ballot on the 25th of March, on the 25th of February.
You think so?
I don't think so. I don't think they will make it to the ballot on the 25th of February. I don't think they will make it to the ballot on the 25th of March. On the 25th of February. I don't think they will make it to the ballot on the 25th of March. On the 25th of February.
I know why when you said that yesterday to me. It's interesting.
Yeah, I don't think they'll make it to the ballot. I know for certain that Kwakwanso will not make it to the ballot,
Oh
but
my
I suspect that Peter Obi might not even make it to the ballot because when the big guns, when they come out, Peter Obi is still having the whole field to be kicking ball up and down. But interesting times to come, Ovi, very interesting times to come. For all of the permutations that we had, anyway, all of the permutations still landed because we started off saying Tinubu and Atiku are going to battle it out. And after we went through all of the Al-Shebanjo, and then we landed where we started that Tinubu and Atiku will battle it out. So,
those two men are out of the equation now. They are restless because of the system you just put on the table.
Yes. You'll be seeing a lot of concerts. You'll be seeing a lot of parties. You'll be seeing a lot of.
For the first time, we might see a celebrity that would declare being a billionaire. We need the near.
People will make money in these coming months. People will make money. So let me take you from there, Ovie. Let me take you to the space. Tanko Mohammed, he resigns as the Chief Justice of the Federation, citing health reasons, but that's quickly off the back of the vote of no confidence from 14 of the sitting Chief Justices of the country. Justice Olukayode Ariwola replaces him. So what are you making of that space? What do you think is in play?
Well, I don't know. I don't really, because I don't know what informed why him. I can't say who nominated him because I remember 2017. What's his name? Our Vice President, Professor Yemi, nominated Walter Onoge. If you remember that.
Yes.
They can't rush out, to take him out, and bring this man come the man that just retired and they brought him in. So I don't know. I don't know what. Now again, where does the retired Justice Ofili does it fit into this equation? Would it have been her?
Sorry, repeat that.
Justice Ofili that just retired from Rivers.
No. I think I think it could have been her, but it couldn't really have because she was a few months to the benchmark age anyway. So even if she came in, she would not have lasted about maybe 6 months before she would have had to have retired. So even if she had not retired, they may well have skipped her for reasons of just being so close to the retirement age. You can't have 3 Chief Justices within 1 year now. But it's interesting times.
Yeah, whoever nominated him we have go a long way to say why.
But it just struck me that Justice Olukayode Ariwola is the name because knowing
your brother now.
Yeah, but Buhari now entrusting law and justice in the hands of a non-Fulani. So I think it's a surrender that he has done what he intended to do. So everybody free now.
Yeah, because if you look now, people are paying attention. I've already accused him of not care about what is happening in the party because the party is falling apart. Even as we talk, so it's falling apart. Everybody is concerned, but the man who just said so. The guy don't face in retirement. Those are done the same. Open and forget Buhari. He's not coming back and focus. So I don't know if it's him that actually, or maybe he's an APC guy or I've been at Tinubu bring him. I mean, I don't know. Again, let's see what we will. If we don't find out who nominated him before he face Senate, because you go through Senate before they confirm him. He's still acting now. So maybe during the Senate period, we will see people will go on. Show their grievances, why this man there. From there, we can put 1 or 2 together and see why. But right now, I never really pay attention to that space.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you, V. Stay with us. Let me acknowledge Play Summers super chat. Before I go to Ifeanyi, I'm going to Ifeanyi especially because he has been our man on the ground chasing that PVC. And it looks as though he has recorded somewhat of a success. So we'll go to Ifeanyi to get the latest development in his attempts to get a PVC. But before we do that, let's acknowledge Play Summers super chat, which says candidate with the highest giveaway for the youth wins 2023 elections. So you may well think he's being jocular, but somewhat there's truth in that. As I said, you'll see a lot of youth-centric activities very soon within the next few weeks. So concerts, beach parties, celebrities, influencers, all these sort of spaces that the young people gravitate to. That is where this 6.5 trillion naira is going to go to, because the youth are in play now. It's a youth election, but with the geriatrics leading the ticket. So how they break that, how they put those two together, the geriatrics leading the ticket, but the youth voting. So how they marry the two is going to be a lot of concerts, a lot of skits, a lot of this sort of things. So that's where the space will be. But definitely, it's not going to be a Peter Obi. So forget the Peter Obi something. But you might not know if that is your thing. But it's definitely not going to be about that. They'll start to play the youth card, and we'll see how that plays out. But Ifeanyi, let's come to you now. Ifeanyi, you have something to report about your chase for a PVC. You said you've recorded the success, Ifeanyi. Ifeanyi.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Yeah, lovely to be here. I'm kind of happy. I'm filled with joy because I finally accomplished my biometric capture, but it took me a lot because, man, it was crazy. I actually had to go to Maraba, I think that's in Nasarawa State, today. So I was really fed up from Saturday, so I had to call someone who knows someone that works in Inec, and the person told me that he will be at Maraba. So I had to follow some people, and we went there. And when we got there, it was very quick. We are very few, no more than 30 people. They are mostly northerners that were there. So I just went there, waited for like 5 minutes, just did my biometrics because I did an online registration, just did it, and I was done. And I went back to work. So it was it was it was it was it was a big relief for me because even in town today, I wanted to go to the Garki station, like Garki INEC office, but I heard that there was a riot there. A lot of youths were there telling INEC that they should allow them register, get their PVC and all that. And someone that was there was giving me the report that, man, he can't leave because he was inside and he just did his biometric capture and all that. So people were a lot, they blocked the gate and they were rioting and stuff like that. So it took him maybe like an hour before they calmed them down and he could leave the scene. So I was now wondering, why is it that outside Abuja, just close by Maraba, you know, it was so easy, and there are not a lot of people were not there, and it was just a small tent. You understand? And here in Abuja, they are making it difficult for people to get it. So it was a kind of I was kind of shocked. I didn't know why I experienced that. So it was a good relief too for me concerning that.
All right, well
So I
done. Why,
think
why, why, why were you so determined to get it? What was this determination about to get it?
I've never voted before, and I actually want to, vote this time and make my own vote count, because prior to when there was when before the candidates started coming out, a lot of people didn't go out to get their PVC, even when INEC has already opened that people should come and register. So it's after everybody started seeing that these are the candidates we have. Oh, we have Tinubu, Atiku, and P2B. It now dawned on people and said, no, 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 no. We need to make a change. Everybody's now rushing to get their PVC because they don't want to go through what they've gone through for these past 8 years. So that's what I think, triggered a lot of people. But before then, I already made up my mind that, okay, see, I'm going to get my PVC. I tried in May, it didn't work. They were still postponing and shifting it. And, I really want to make a change. I want to be impactful so that if I'm saying something and talking with people, I have a right because I actually voted. Not when I'm talking, they ask me, do you have a PVC? Did you vote? Did you make an impact? I'll say no. Then I have nothing to say. It's better I just shut up my mouth and not even say anything because I'm adding to the problem. That is what I realized about it. So that's why I really want to get the PVC and be
All
a
right.
part of it.
All right. Well done. Actually, you know the word idiot.
Yeah.
It is actually a Greek word from is an etymology is from the Greek word idios. Do you know what it
Yeah.
means? Do you know what it means?
I have no idea, but I know it's a form
It,
of
it,
an
it,
insult.
no, in terms of the etymology, it's not actually an idiot. It's a non-participant. You know, in the
Okay.
etymology, in the because in you know that democracy actually came out of Greece. It was an
Yeah.
Aristotelian sort of concept. So
Yes.
when they considered it a civic duty for people to participate in politics. So anybody that is not participating in politics as a civic duty, they see that as somebody outside of society. So a non-conformist sort of a person. So that person was called
Okay.
an idiot, which is then what morphed into an idiot. So it's not a stupid person, but somebody that is
Okay.
actually not participating. So you are certainly not an idiot. Is the point
Well,
about
you indirectly just called me an idiot
no, you
in
are
the
not an
past.
idiot. No, because you are participating now. So you see,
Yeah. So in the past, maybe I
yeah,
was an idiot.
yeah. Yeah, well, anybody that is not voting is an idiot now. And then you say, oh, this Buario, what did you do to stop him? And now I was in bed now. And now, so you were say stay in bed when they were trying to vote him in or out. Where were you? But well done for
Yeah.
that. So you add then to the 10.4 million people that they are telling us are new entrants into the political space. If I
Yeah. Yes. I guess so. I'm now part of that number. Maybe I've added a number to that.
yes.
So
So
and
go on.
okay, really, it's really true that a lot of people who are really registering are youth because even in Maraba, when I went there in Nasarawa State, I kind of saw that majority of the people there, are mainly women, young women, and youth, young men that are actually registering. There are few old people there, so that's what I noticed. Yeah, so that's an increased amount. But I just hope that they will do the right thing with this PVC they are getting because the youth are not united, like Ovie said, man. If we are united, then we can have an impact and say, okay, we have one candidate that all of us, the youth, want to go for. But I don't think we are united. I think they'll use money to divide us at the end of the day. Like what I saw from the way me, I'm just saying my own perception of what I saw at the old parade ground on Saturday. I just think that a lot of people would sell their votes. It's just my opinion. I might be wrong, but there's hunger on the land, and a lot of people, youth, will be divided. Because even on that same day, the people that came to do PVC, mainly the show started. Two Face came on stage, Brother Shaggy, Omami, and all these people, artists came on stage. They left the lines that they are supposed to stand on and get their PVC and went and started jubilating, collecting T-shirt and enjoying themselves. When they are there to collect PVC, their aim is to collect PVC. Half of the crowd left there. So
But
it's just
can I
crazy.
interject? In fine, one man
Yeah.
this afternoon you asked what is cruise, eh? This
Mm.
thing that Ifeanyi is saying, that is cruise that happened. That's incident that is talking about that right now, where they left what they were supposed to be doing. They left it all in the name of cruise. That is the
Yes.
problem. That is the youth problem.
Yeah. And a
Yeah,
lot of people are really on cruise.
but what about Ifeanyi now? Ifeanyi went to as far as Nasarawa State, risking life.
Yes,
Uh,
but woman, the problem is that there are only like 2% or 5% of Ifeanyi in that youth in Nigeria. That's the problem.
all right, I'm not sure I agree with that. I think
Man,
Ifeanyi,
I interact more with them than you do. I'm telling you, it's very frustrating.
Maybe you have a point where there is a few percent of them, but I might not say 2%. Maybe there might be more than 2%. But a lot of people were on cruise. Like half of that crowd, I have to be sincere, half of that crowd actually left what they were supposed to do and went to instead saying, jumping with what S dot was saying, cheering the crowd, get your PVC, you may not get your PVC. I hope you people have your PVC. But half of those people there were on the line standing to wait for their turn to go and do their capture and everything and register. So they were just replying them back. So that was a major cruise actually too, to be sincere.
All right. So Buhari was right then. You are a lazy youth. Lazy youth. So out of that 10.4 million new entrants, they are attributing well in excess of 6 million to the youth space. So what do you think this is? What do you think the new enthusiasm of the youth for election is about? And how do you think they are going to point that enthusiasm? Or are they just going to commercialize it in the way that you concluded when in Abuja?
Okay, and then if I'm looking at it nationwide, yeah, a lot of people obviously would, I think, would sell their vote nationwide. That's what I think. That's my own opinion. But I also think that a lot of people are frustrated who want to make a change, who want to vote rightly, who want to vote for a change to make to see if they can make an impact. But I feel that that percentage are quite small. Then the other percentage, I just think they just want to get the PVC, see what they can use their PVC to do,
In
which
fact,
is
let me ask you a question. Sorry.
yeah,
Is it
yeah.
selling these votes, does it mean that if you give me money and if I'm going to ballot paper, I need to show you what I'm voting?
Can I answer that
Okay,
question?
yes. Now it
No,
works.
hold on.
So
That's
there's
to
a polling.
Ifeanyi. Yeah.
Wait, wait, wait. So there's a poll. What the way the election works is there's a where the ballot box is. Then where you vote is just like a small cubicle kind of. So what you do is they have their agents and they have observers around there. So those party agents will be close to you when you're voting. So once you do your thumb printing and everything, you will show those agents for that particular party your this thing who you
I
voted
think
for. Once the person
somebody was
once
arrested last election when he was trying to show a vote to someone. So they arrested him immediately. You are
yeah,
another
so
person don't need to see what you are thumb printing.
yeah, so what they do is they will show as they are going, because once you're done, you're leaving to go and put it in the ballot box. As you're going, you will show it to that person. Once the person sees it, he will signal someone at the place where you go and collect the money. He will signal the person. So once he shows the person, you will carry it, put the ballot box. They will now
Okay,
signal you
Okay.
to go and
So
collect
you
the
get
money.
paid.
okay.
You get paid
If I you're saying
after you
that
cast your
Yes,
vote.
the
yes, you
money
get paid
come after the
after.
capturing.
Hmm.
The money comes after you voted. It's not
So
before you vote.
that is where they will get it wrong. If they actually want to, because in Ekiti, it wasn't like that.
No, it happened
Ekiti,
like
they,
that in Ekiti too. But some
Ekiti,
people
they
they
give you
gave
the
them
money first.
before
No,
you
in
vote.
Ekiti, they gave them the money first before they casted their votes.
No, don't worry, Emmanuel. The people that are giving you 10,000 naira to go and vote in a direction, they are not going to give you on trust now that I will trust you to do as I said. So they'll make
Yes,
sure that they'll have some sort of way to guarantee that you do. They are not just going to give you on good faith that you do what
if
they tell you now.
they are
So
giving
so
you
so,
ten
so
thousand,
the 10,000
wait,
is just like a preamble of what you're going to receive after voting.
yeah. So if it's like if the people they do that one that they'll just give you before you go, maybe it must be very small money, maybe 1,000 or 2,000 or all those things. And it's even those ones they are just doing it to make you go that okay, just go and vote for this person. When you come out, when you finish voting,
Saying, do you know
yeah,
another style they use again? When
yeah,
you go into the dark cubicle,
mm,
after completing, you
mm,
snap what you vote with your
yes, vote.
phone.
And I know
Then
about
you
that
go and
one.
show them as an
Yeah,
evidence. Then you
yeah,
get paid.
yeah,
That's
that's
another
also one.
style they are using now.
Yeah, that's another one. So you will be with your phone. I know I heard about that one. That also happened in Ekiti too. So these were the like 3 or 4 methods in which they using um doing the vote buying. So you have to show them an evidence before they give you the money. But what I know for a fact is they will give you the money after you show them an evidence that you voted for their candidate. That is how it works now. They don't want to just put on hope that you will do the right thing and just give you. That's what happened in to some. That's what some parties complained about.
We've lost you, Ifeanyi. All right. All right. Thank you, Ifeanyi. Are you still there?
Yeah,
Abuja,
process.
By the way,
Abuja one is gone.
yeah. Am I pronouncing your name right? I think Alexander Gomez is telling me that I'm not. If is it Ifeanyi or Ifeanyi?
Is it fine?
If I. Oh, so why
Yeah.
did you correct me
Yeah,
then? Why?
yeah. Oh, is it fine? Is it fine?
Yeah. So carry on now. If I, we lost you for a moment.
That's what I was saying. I said that's just the way it works because last election people are complaining that they gave people money and they didn't vote for their candidate, and that's why their candidate lost. So that's why they are going at this route now.
All right. But certainly, the APC, they have a strong enough war chest. So forget that they are denying it. Or 6.5 trillion naira is going to, because I think it was the Financial Times or was it Wall Street Journal that told us a few months ago that the price of the Nigerian presidency is $2 billion. So there it is. It's going to be as usual, money politics. So money will play out almost certainly. But what are people making of Tinubu's trip to France? Is it being reported, and what are people making of it? If I.
For now, nobody's really saying anything. You understand? It's not going around right now. It's not like in the social media space or around the country. It's just, I think, it's just more on a low key. It's just the same way that Atiku left and went to Dubai. You understand? After the primaries. You understand? So they're not making anything out of it. They just feel that maybe it's one of his strategy to go and find money or whatever. So that's just basically people are still putting their ears out there to know what is really going on, the information that they'll get from that trip that he has gone on to France. So that's just the basic thing.
And all the brouhaha about the school start, as that died off, the school start or no school start drama, people have
It's
moved
just,
on.
yeah, people have moved on. It's more like a laughing matter and all that. So they even brought up Showere on card. I even saved it on my laptop today because even they were saying Showere had F9 and all that and stuff like that. They were trying to make him explain why he failed. He had a very poor degree and all that stuff like that.
Yes.
So
Are you
yeah,
surprised that Chowore had F9? It's a dunce, isn't he?
no, he had four F9, one credit and then two
Look,
pass.
here you go.
I
All
already
right.
know. I already crammed it.
Is that for
No, just can't pass by school.
He have two results.
He had
It's
to,
the
the
first
first
one,
result was
the
wrong.
the
The
first
second one, he
attempt
came
where
back.
he had the first
That is
attempt
his
that
first result.
he performed poorly is the one that he published, just to mock
Yeah.
the politician that
Wait,
look, you don't need to hide your result. Look, I have failed before too. Look at this, it doesn't matter. Nigerian constitution doesn't even Nigeria constitution does not require you to pass WAEC. It just want to see that okay, you attended school. Period.
yeah, even the second result too, he had some bad. Well, I don't want to go into it. I know it's your candidate, so let's leave it at that.
The guy is
Is it not? He attended
He attended an
University
Ivy
of
League
Lagos.
school. He
What are
attended
you
an Ivy
talking
League
about?
school in the US. What are you talking about? He attended an Ivy
Do
League
you
school.
think it's a joke to gain admission into University of Lagos? Look at you.
It's not
And as
easy.
a SUG union president as
How
well.
many of the youths do we have now? If they do not do backdoor arrangement for them, we gain an admission into into Unilag by their own effort, and then
Thank
could
you.
come to the US and school in an Ivy League school. Do you know what it means to school in an Ivy League school?
I know what it means to spin an Ivy
but
League.
the same Lagos,
I
people are
also did
graduating in
that.
first class.
I'm not saying that you are saying people. You are changing the narrative. I'm just talking about what one man said. That sure, they don't, man.
No, but the person with actually the most impressive credentials is Atiku, who recently.
Peter Obi came out with third class. If you are talking about that,
No, Peter Obi, nobody brings Peter. Atiku has the best
And
credentials.
that one even study. His first degree
is
is
it
not
psychology
philosophy.
or some
Psychology
kind
or
of nonsense courses?
psychology or what kind of
some useless courses out there? But some people
yeah.
some people will die because of
If you
it.
go and check,
Yeah.
if you go and check bit to bit record on when it comes to education, all of you will not talk anything. Go and check it
I'm
online.
telling you what. Not all of we are taught. All of us are saying what we know. He came out third class with his first degree. Whatever he has after that is an afterthought. His first degree he came out with his third class.
So the first one is outside. What of the rest of them?
Suarez's first result was woeful. So he came back strong, and then he came back. We went to Unilag, graduated. Then he schooled in an Ivy League school. That's what we are talking about. He made a progress. He made a personal
But you don't
progress in his life.
accept Tinubu's progress, but you are accepting Shore's progress.
No, I'm not. If you want me to talk about Tinubu's progress, I will tell you about that. What about that? Will you give me the floor to talk about that?
If you really want to test these people,
we battled it yesterday.
Yeah, if you want me to dissect all the aspirants, all the candidates, give me 3 minutes. I will do that.
Let's leave this talk. If people want to test their intelligence, let them debate. Let them come on a table and debate.
We've heard Peter Obi's debate. It's all about China, Vietnam.
Let them come and debate.
China, Vietnam.
Hold on, Emmanuel. We saw Peter Obi debate Yemi Osinbajo in 2019. How did you think he performed?
Excellently.
You think
what are you saying? Yes, let them come. Yes, let them come this time around and debate with Atiku and Tinubu. Let's see how they'll slug it out.
Peter Obi will be a vice president to somebody. It's not coming out as a presidential candidate. Go and write it down.
You go and sleep and wake up back.
Okay, my brother. Okay.
I don't agree with that. The movement is too big for him to be.
Yeah, he can't leave it. People
try it. The follower will arrest him.
Yeah, that's what they keep saying, that they will arrest him.
You guys will be shocked.
But do you think Tinubu will beat Peter Obi?
Why would they see this? You think this one they talk with the top person, the top Peter Obi and Tinubu?
No,
why
hold on.
You
think Tinubu can beat Peter Obi? Okay, I want to tell something.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on, Obodo.
Tinubu is a Muslim. He's a Muslim.
I the joke. I don't take him serious. I just the cruise.
I want to tell you something. Sorry, my brother.
Can you
I want
hold
to tell you
on?
something.
When I say hold on, please hold on. Obodo, I'm coming to you. You asked the question, but I want you to answer it and then talk us through it. Do you think Tinubu can beat Peter Obi on one-on-one election? Obodo?
Without vote buying.
Obodo asked.
Obodo talk now.
I asked you, do you think?
Oh, you asked me, okay.
I'm asking you.
You want me to answer one man?
All right. Okay, answer.
One man, sorry.
Okay, Obodo, my answer. Let me give you a very short answer.
All
right? It is, first of all, it is an inconceivable idea for you to compare Tinubu's political weight with Peter Obi. Compare Peter Obi with then Sowore and Moghalu when it comes to presidential,
They ask you a question. Would he win on a level ground?
But you are not letting me. You are not letting me land.
Rowdy. Go on, enigmatic.
Okay, so the question will be. I don't even know what to say. Peter Obi go cry like baby. As in, that's best I can say it. He go beat Peter Obi. Peter Obi go. You will be disappointed and embarrassed that you ever knew.
Okay, my brother.
You go beat him, man. My brother, you go beat him and steal it like baby.
Yeah, I've heard what he said. But remember, we're talking about coming up in 2023. It's not only Tinubu, Obi. Remember,
I just basically provided answer to your.
Let me just tell you now. We have another Muslim.
The big guy, my guy.
We have another Muslims who have them in the north. Atiku is there. The other man he called Kwankwasi is there. Are you getting the move? Then he come to the south. Our brother Tinubu is there. Peter Obi, let me just tell you. You are talking. You can
all the Christians will vote for him is what you are saying.
Peter Obi, let me tell you, Tinubu, if normal election, democratically, Tinubu can never beat Peter Obi, because let me just tell you, in that west you are saying, in that west, even Ibadan, even Lagos, the Igbos or Southerners, all the south from the other side, Southern, they have almost 50% in Lagos State.
Yeah, sure. That's it. Come on, man. What are you saying? I beg, one man, please give me floor. Please give me floor, one man, please.
No, hold on, but
let me come now. Let me come.
To get rowdy, though.
Let me come now. Let me come.
Let him
come. If you talk of, let me tell you, if you talk of Kaduna, if you talk of Kaduna, I don't know whether you know Nigeria very well. Maybe you have not been anywhere.
No, I've not. I was born in Burundi.
You have someone have millions of partners from the south and southeast living there.
Let me just
tell you now.
I beg, make I talk now. One man, I beg.
Don't let me.
This time around, northern Christians will vote to be.
Oh yeah, go carry on. Yeah,
northern Christians they will vote to be this time. They will not vote. You will see. You will see it. Let me tell you. I live in Europe. Whenever I see a man along the street, they're talking about him everywhere. That man is gaining wealth. Wealth is everywhere in democracy. Whenever you hear such a man, so Obi is gaining even along the street in Lagos. Go to Lagos. I don't know whether you're not hearing it. In Abuja, let me tell Abuja alone. The last election that I had in Abuja, it was the Igbos that made whoever win on PDP there. If you don't want to know, most of the places they're trying to stop the Igbos from having the vote. They have the population. If census are decidedly conducted well in Nigeria, you see Igbos, they have the numbers. They have the if you go to Lagos, you're talking, go to and see the whole streets of children of Igbos everywhere. What are you talking? Go to Jos. Okay. Go to Jos and see. Yeah, talking of Tinubu. Go to Jos, Machuku. Everywhere you go in Nigeria, they have the population. Only that they don't vote. If they come out to vote, Obi will win.
Yes, sir.
You don't know anything. Okay, you are talking. Can Tinubu beat Obi in Akwa Ibom? Can he beat Obi in Cross River? Can he beat Obi in Delta State? He cannot. Obi has the populations everywhere there to beat. Even in Benin, you are talking there. Obi everywhere. What are you talking?
Hold on, Obodo, hold on.
My brother.
Let me reply you now.
Hold on, can you please, enigmatic. Obodo, let's take it to neutral grounds.
Okay.
Will Obi beat Tinubu in Sokoto?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In Borno?
Yes, because there's Atiku there and there's Congress.
We're talking about Obi and
Obi
Tinubu.
will beat him in yes.
Obi will
beat him in Sokoto. You will see it.
In Kebbi.
Will Obi win in Ekiti State?
Obi will beat him in Sokoto. You know how many of Igbos population in Sokoto?
From they are more than the Hausas, Abi. They are more than the Hausas in Sokoto.
The Hausas, the vote will be divided. They will vote that.
Can I ask a question? One man.
Christians in Sokoto will vote Obi.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on now. What about in Katsina?
Can I ask a question? One man.
Hold on.
In Katsina, it will not be easy. You're looking at Katsina a bit. Conquest is there. Atiku is there. They will share the votes. And most of the people will win because we will get the vote of the Christians.
In Katsina. What about in Kebbi?
Can I ask a question? One man.
One man, you're a good man. I love you so much the way you.
But no. Let's talk it through now. What about in Kebbi, Kebbi State?
One man, you don't even understand. When I started talking, I said this election is not only between Tinubu and Obi. Right. You know what I told you. Now all these places they are talking, I think have all these people from southeast and south more. Now, if you talk of, let me tell you, the Muslim vote are already divided, which you know very well. Most of the movement now moving about, they're the Christians. The youths, many of them everywhere in the north, every corner, even the south, are Christians. And if this vote, if election tomorrow...
Okay, let's stay with Obi and in the north. How much vote do you think Obi will get in Sokoto, Kebbi, and Borno?
All I know, sorry, my brother. All I know, he will beat as far as they have Conquest. They have Atiku, Tinubu. Obi will beat Tinubu. That's what I'm saying. Anyway,
in Sokoto.
Yes, sir. He will beat him because. But okay, I want to ask you one thing. Will Tinubu beat Atiku in Sokoto, or will
we're not talking about Atiku now. We're talking about Obi.
So, Obi will beat him there.
Okay, let's for the purposes of what you are saying, say Atiku comes first or Kwakwanso comes first in Sokoto, Atiku comes second. Who comes third?
Obi come. Well,
in Sokoto?
Yes, the Christians are the, yes, he will get it. Because the Christian will vote him, yes.
All right. You see, do you see why people laugh? Do you see why people laugh when they hear all these things?
My brother, they will not laugh. You will see it. I'm sorry to say this, you're my guy. You will see it.
You are my guy. We are friends, you know.
The Christians will go to.
It's almost like on another planet.
Can I give him a quick response, please?
Okay, a quick response.
What do you think is the voting? Okay, the voting.
Okay, brother.
The voting rate of people in
our Obodo brother. Make I respond. Make I reply. I will speak pidgin. I beg. Let me reply you. Let me reply you. You know, I said this maybe 2 weeks ago, right? That
my brother does not have to find Marcus in the face. What I'm telling you.
Hold on, Obodo. Let's go on.
I said it 2 weeks ago that realistically, Peter Obi's vote, the major of Peter Obi's vote, more than 90%, will come from Nigeria of Igbo extraction, wherever they are.
You are wrong. Christians.
No, listen now. Nigerians of Igbo extraction, wherever they are. Do you know what that means? Nigeria of Igbo extraction means every Igbo living in Nigeria, wherever they are. If Peter Obi makes it to the presidential election, their vote will probably go for him. So when you are bringing this idea of Christian or no Christian, I don't want to go into the details of how Peter Tinubu will wipe Peter Obi, because listen now, oh my God, let me talk now. Because eventually, listen, because eventually the election wouldn't be between Peter Obi and Tinubu. Peter Obi is too small for that game. It's going to be between Peter Obi and it's going to be between. It's going to be. Let me talk now. It's going to be between Tinubu, APC, and PDP. We know that. Except something happened. Even Kwakwanso, as strong as he is in some certain quarters of the north, he knows his capacity. He knows his threshold. Okay. So when you are talking about Lagos, I'm still talking. I said it. Lagos, when you have Igbos in Lagos, quite all right. Their vote will go for Peter Obi, and I made it in the statement. Nigeria of Igbo extraction. It covers everything you are saying about Igbos in the north, in the east, or wherever they are in Akwa Ibom. It means Nigeria of Igbo extraction. Let's assume they have all their 100% votes for Peter Obi. It won't take them more than area market there. Forget it. It's not even near Asoro.
Can I ask a question, enigmatic?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Is Lagos vote assured? Like, is Tinubu assured of Lagos vote? Is Tinubu confident that whatever happens, he's going to win Lagos? That's my question.
For the presidential election, yes. For me to answer that question, I will answer.
No, I know what I'm coming somewhere.
I know. I will answer it in 3 parts. One, and I want everybody to bear me witness. Number one, you know everything, all this frenzy, all this momentum, all this registration that is basically becoming like a paradigm shift within the southern part, within the southeast now. Do you know it's because of the apathy, the voter apathy of the southeast?
Forget southeast.
I'm laying a foundation. Can you please let me? You asked me a question. Yeah. Okay. Everything that you are seeing that is happening now, it has been done in the north so many years ago. They all have their PVC is kept somewhere. So everything that you guys are just doing now that looks like a momentum to you, right? They are laughing because they've done it more than 2-3 years ago. Most of these guys you are seeing that are just registering now. So it's not a momentum if you actually look at it realistically. Number two.
So in a nutshell, you're saying that.
Wait, I want him to answer.
Number two, you're asking me.
All right, it always gets rowdy anytime we try to talk up because people don't allow.
Yeah, they don't want to.
But you have to land it quickly as well.
Okay, about Tinubu's sustaining Lagos or not. If you are very ready, the election, by the grace of God, we will be alive. I can place a bet on it. If Tinubu loses Lagos, I give $1,000 down.
Now, my question is. I'm coming somewhere.
Who is that?
No, I'm coming somewhere. I know why I'm coming somewhere. Wait.
Okay. Tinubu will not lose a state in the southwest. Forget it. That's my answer.
Wait. I am coming somewhere now. Look at where I'm coming at. If Tinubu is very sure that Lagos is his base and he's secured in Lagos, why is it that every election
Yes.
They want to use like voter suppression. Like all these Aburos in Lagos will come out to suppress people to make sure that people run away.
Is Tinubu the governor of Lagos State? Why is everything pointed at him? Is it the president?
What are
Is
you
it the
telling?
CNC?
What are you telling? What are you
That's
telling
where you
me?
guys make
Tinubu
it
has,
wrong. Because
What are you telling me?
when you attack
What?
somebody, you have to attack on the basis of substance. This guy left office in 2007. He has not had
Yeah.
any office since then. Shimaroke Unamani, Ojus Okalu, they were all colleagues, right? So
Yes.
if anything
Yeah.
happens and you keep pointing to the same man, the whole paper is pointing to the same man. It means, are you guys scared that he's going to be the next president, or is because everything is tilting towards him? Okay.
Pass.
Okay, if you want to talk about political agreement, that is a phenomenon in Nigerian politics. Okay, that is the normal thing in Nigerian
It doesn't happen
politics.
in Anambra State.
In
Don't
tell me that. No,
It doesn't happen in Anambra.
All right.
It doesn't.
All right.
It doesn't happen in Enugu self.
It does.
doesn't
I
happen
schooled in
in
the
Enugu.
East, and I can tell you every state, every
Which part of
politician,
it?
they have
Which part
their
of this
thing.
did you? Which part
They will
of
never
this?
In
suppress
Anambra
you.
State. In
They will
Anambra
never
State.
suppress you
It doesn't happen in
if you
Anambra
want to
State.
vote.
Okay, so it
Please
is only
stop
the
lying.
Southwest that has Agbero in politics.
No, I
It's
said
only
Lagos. I said
now it's
Lagos.
So it's Lagos because of
It's
Tinubu.
Lagos.
Because I know
I'm
that's where you
centering
guys are
Lagos.
going because of Tinubu. Look,
No, why I'm
this
saying
election is not
saying Lagos,
this election is not between Tinubu and Peter Obi. You guys need to get it straight. It's not Peter Obi is not close to the equation. You guys should stop this hallucination. It's not close to that equation. Peter Obi is scared now because you guys are pushing him to where he doesn't even expect. It's not close to that equation at all. Article we should be discussing APC and PDP. What is the budget? What is the budget of Labour Party?
Let me ask you. Let's talk about South now. Do you want to tell me that Atiku will win in South and Southeast? Any vote, any place there?
I've said it before. Atiku's vote is periled in South because of Peter Obi, and South, which normally the whole of South, especially those states, all those people, normally they go for PDP. But now PDP will divide their vote with Peter Obi because the whole of all those, especially those ones in those states, they are going for Peter Obi, and for a certain reason. Okay, so if you are expecting to have 100% vote for PDP in South, forget it.
All right. I want to move away from Peter Obi because it's a never-ending story. But,
yeah, Peter Obi is not even in the equation at all.
All right. Thank you, Enigmatic. So thank you. Let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in, and then I want to go back to Ifeanyi, who had the floor, and then just bring the calm down a little bit. But we're trying to escape Peter Obi, but Alexander would not let us. He says, Peter Obi does not come across intellectually brilliant. Yemi Oshibajo, first-class primary through tertiary, legendary scholar in Lagos. So I don't. So thank you for the super chat, but I don't think even the most fervent of Peter Obi supporters will equate him rather in intellectual sagacity to Yemi Oshibajo. It's just a different planet, of course.
Oshibajo is number one. But it's not there. It's not contesting now.
Yeah, but no, I think it was to that space when we were talking about our credentials. So Peter Obi does not come across intellectually brilliant. Yemi Oshibajo, first class primary through tertiary, legendary Lagos, legendary scholar in Lagos. So that is Alexander Superchat, and he backs it up with this. Make blow. That's because Alexander inserts his Superchats into the conversation as they're going on. So he inserts this. Make a bold statement now. If Igbos are allowed to vote en masse in Lagos, Tinubu will lose in Lagos. The Igbo population is huge in Lagos. So that is what Alexander feels.
Thank you. God bless you.
If we want to put it in percentage terms, what percentage of the Lagos population is actually Igbo? I'll be surprised if it's up to 20%. You know, but
one man. It's more than.
What's
more than 45%.
It's more than 50%.
50%.
The Igbos are
and you are even more than Yoruba, Papa.
I don't even get the whole of Southwest.
And then what is all this open?
I don't get American, I don't get South Korean, I don't get everywhere.
All right.
I don't get Kano.
They are the second largest in Kano. Let me tell you, if you are the second largest in this country, 40 million plus.
Oh, second
My
largest in
God.
Nigeria.
Now,
Are
now,
you
now,
saying
get
Yes.
Nigeria. No worry.
Yours. Everywhere. What are you talking
no,
about?
you are the first, you are the largest in Nigeria.
In Nigeria, no worry.
After Fulani,
After
which is 50
Nigeria, now,
million
now,
So
now.
why
population,
are you
then
conceding? Why
Igbo
are you
come
conceding to
50
Hausa
million.
Fulani? Why are you conceding to Hausa Fulani?
Conducted
You are the
genuinely.
largest.
No, I
Conducted
said the
All right,
genuinely.
second
hold on.
You
largest.
are
I
the
said,
Hold on.
largest in
No, you
Nigeria.
are the largest. The
no,
largest.
the
You are
second
the
largest
largest.
after
No,
Fulani,
now.
God, oh
Hausa.
God.
No,
Can
you
can
are the
everybody
largest.
please now, please, guys, goodness me, it's too much now. Please, guys, nobody can hear it now. But let's go to Ifeanyi. Sorry, guys, but that was too much. Ifeanyi, back to you.
Yeah.
Ifeanyi, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, so you were speaking about the voter registration, 10.4 million, and you were saying how this will impact on the elections.
Yeah. So I think that for me personally, I think from the youth perspective, a lot of youth, like I've always said, would have they want to make a statement, no doubt. But what will be the dynamics of the days where money comes in and what the influence that they'll use in uniting the youth vote, how they will try to convince them to vote for a particular candidate from what me I'm seeing, because I know currently right now the youth are not united. They don't have one particular candidate. One fraction of them is for P2B, another fraction is for the Tinubu side, and you also have another fraction for Atiku. So right now we can't really determine what this new set of voters, what impact they will make exactly, what direction they will go towards, until we see from the campaigns and the influencers on the social media that they use to convince people, and what they and the little small vote buying practice they might use, maybe do a ball hole here, do one or two things, put up concerts, and all those indirect vote buying mechanisms they are going to use. So those things that they will use is what will play out to make people make their decisions. Like I said, when I was in that parade ground, a lady, someone asked a lady, who is she for? She said she's obedient. Another guy that was on the same line with her looked back at her and said, me, I don't have any candidate. Let me get my PVC first. So that would tell you that for this person, he just wants to get his PVC. He's unsure.
That other person, what sort of age bracket would you guess that person is?
They are, from what I'm saying, these people are between, from let me say, from 20, let me say 20, from 20 to 30. Let me put it
Under
like
35. Are they under 35?
yes, they're under 35. Yeah, let me put it like that. They're under 35. From what I'm seeing, from the age gap, they are under 35. I even suspect that they are under this particular people. They're under 30. From what me I'm seeing, the way they look, so I think they're under 30. So that's just it. So a lot of people are not. They've not decided yet. They are looking at it as the campaign begins. They'll see how they'll start making their decisions and make their choices on who they will vote. You understand? So that's just how I think. Yes, but these votes will actually, I think this new set of voters will actually change the dynamics. It will kind of decide whether we would have an outright winner or we might eventually go for a rerun. That is how may I see it.
What are you anticipating? Because you're not the first person to talk about the possibility of a rerun. So talk us through then what might well lead to a rerun.
So from what me I'm seeing, what I think might lead to a rerun is this. For me, Kwankwaso will definitely, with his impact, if he still stays on the ballot box, you understand, ballot paper, on that day, come February, he would definitely split the vote. He would definitely take a good portion from the northwest. Atiku, yes, will have his influence and get from the southwest and from the northwest and northeast rather. Then from the southeast, particularly, I'm suspecting from my own analogy, I think Obi will definitely get majority of the vote there. Obviously, Tinubu would clean out the southwest too. So they might definitely split South-South. South-South might be split, but PDP has an influence. That's why I think when it comes to the South-South, Atiku might have a hand in there, even though the vote might split between Atiku and Peter Obi. So along the line, someone will definitely fall out of this race. Then the vote will be kind of close, that or maybe on a tie level that they might actually have to go for a rerun. That is how me I see it. It will not be an outright. You will clear out one zone, then you now be looking for 25% from each of these states, from different states. For me, North Central, North Central will be divided. That is how me I see it. North Central, I cannot particularly tell you that this candidate will win, Tinubu will win here, or this person will win here. I know Atiku will definitely win some good number from the north, from North Central, maybe Nasarawa and some part of Kaduna. You understand, and that's how me I see it.
Are you entertaining the possibility of a coalition government? That is to say, two parties coming together to form the government, just because, like you're saying, nobody will outrightly win the election. Are you entertaining that possibility, a coalition government?
The possibility, if it will ever happen, should what me I see would have been Kwankwaso and Obi, that is Labour Party and NNPP. But from what I'm seeing on ground, that will never. I'm not saying never. That would likely not happen. You understand? But I think Kwankwaso will definitely tilt to Atiku. That is how I'm seeing it. He will
Now,
definitely tilt
for
to
reasons of tribe and religion.
Thank you. For reasons of tribe and religion, he will definitely tilt to Atiku. That is how may I see it. So if he makes that move, that will give Atiku a very huge edge, even over Tinubu. You understand? That is what me I'm saying. If that happens, that is a defining factor for Atiku, possibly edging everybody out and winning this election. But for Peter Obi, he has to do a very good job finding a nice and a good sellable person from the north that will enable him get a good number of votes in the north, because I really don't believe, yes, to be sincere, the amount of Christians you have in the north, forget about ethnicity right now. In the north, northeast are very few. Northwest, I don't think you have a lot of Christians there. Yeah, they'll be there, but maybe very little. You cannot compare the amount of Christians in the northwest to the amount of Christians in the northeast. And the northeast is where you have the Boko Haram attack and all that, because there are a lot of Christians there. Northerners who are Christians, they are majority from the northeast. So, and I think, yes, that percentage will vote. Well, they might try and vote for maybe Peter B based on religion, but I'm not sure. I cannot ascertain that that would happen, because tribe also play a part there, even though they have different religion. At the point in time, their tribal stuff will go on, and it might definitely just tilt towards Atiku. Yes, people say they don't really like Atiku in the north, but I'm telling you, man, when it comes down to the main election, these people will just go for their brother, and that would be if Kwankwaso moves to the line of Atiku. It's a done deal. That's how
We,
I
we,
see it.
we saw that example, Ifeanyi, at the PDP primaries when
Tambuan,
drinking bodies, Wike and Tambuwal, Wike backed him fully, but when it came to it, tribe and religion came first. So,
yeah.
so
Yeah, so I think that is exactly what's going to happen, because even in the APC, what may I know from the APC, a faction of the APC that turns towards Buhari, they really don't like the fact that Tinubu is the candidate for APC, but they don't have a choice. So, but I heard from a reliable source that if it's Tinubu and he doesn't choose the right candidate, they're even looking like they have no choice, but they will have to just side their brother Atiku. That is what is going on that
you
side
know
of the.
there are two big decisions coming that will give us a clearer picture as to what the future holds for the and those two big decisions are coming mainly from Peter Obi and Tinubu. So the likelihood of Peter Obi being Kwakwanso being Peter Obi's running mate, I think pretty much everybody knows that that's not likely to
No,
happen.
no, it's not going to happen. It's not going to
Yeah,
happen.
so now he has to go and look for another now, to because he can't be doing Okupe, of course. So he has to go
No,
and
no,
look for
no.
another now. But which level at the north will they be looking at? You know, because he has to look for a northerner that can take him to the north and introduce him. So somebody that has a name and influence. So that's what he has to look for. And if it's not Kwakwanso, it has to be to the level of somebody like Kwakwanso, somebody that really holds a lot of respect and name recognition in the north. So he has to look for that. But if he doesn't get Kwakwanso, which is not likely to, is not then likely to get that class of person. Because if they see that Kwakwanso has not gone for him, nobody then will want to go with him just for reasons of their own egos. So he has to go for a lower level than Kwakwanso. But
Yes.
will that person have the name recognition? If he wants to play that, oh, I've gone for a youth sort of thing because I want to change everything, I don't think that will sell, because the North, they go with name recognition mainly. You can't just go and bring some obscure person from the North, and because his name is Mukhtar and he's a Muslim, and then you say it's your running mate. So that decision, very crucial for Peter Obi's journey. Equally for Tinubu, a crucial decision on who his running mate will be. The Christians are agitating, but really, if he wants any serious tilt towards that presidency, he has to uh, go with a strong named, you know, northern Muslim. Even if he can get Kwakwanso himself, that would be brilliant. So he has to go with a strong named northern Muslim. What are you making of that, Ifeanyi?
Yeah, so for me, I think if he can't really get a strong name, because Zulu and maybe Chetima, all these people, they're on the Kwankwaso side. So, and they are the people telling Kwankwaso not to even be deputized for P2B. So that's not even going
Zulum
to
is on
happen.
Kwakwanso's side. Well, how did you get to that?
You know, like based on I think Shetima, or two of them, one of them is his boss. So kind of they are in the NMPP kind of in that party.
No,
So
no, no. Shetima is not. Shetima was one of the leading voices that was campaigning for Tinubu all over the media space. He was even the one that was saying that
I think I'm
that
because there are
Yeah,
two
the one of all
governors
those
that
banjo
left.
names.
Wait, there are two. No, wait, there are two governors that maybe I'm mixing them up. Two that left with Kwankwaso to NNPP. Those those two past governors or something like that.
Shakarao, you mean Ibrahim?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
Shakarao, Ibrahim Shakarao.
Shakarov. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. He can't really get those, because those people are the ones trying to make Kwankwaso not leave being go for president and all that and stuff. So that would be difficult for him. But P2B, I think he has to go for some. I think the only thing he can do is go for someone less, maybe like a Sanusi or something. But that
Sanusi,
won't
which
really.
Sanusi?
Sanusi, former CBN. So
So
it won't really work. So that's just by the way. But for Tinubu, if he makes the mistake of picking a northern Christian, it's over for him, because everybody will just tilt. Everybody will tilt to the Atiku. But if he does go with which is the best thing that he can do politically, go for a Muslim ticket, that will also reduce the amount of votes he's going to get. That might affect him a little bit in the southwest. Yes, but I know the southwest, they are kind of being tribal when it comes to their vote. But a fraction of the southwest that are
Can I
Christians
ask you a question?
might is not like an assurance that it's to happen, but they might change their vote and tilt a bit away from Tinubu. So, and if
Can I
that
ask you a
happens,
question?
yeah, yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, I'm happy to hear you talking about this thing. But I want to remind you, when you talk of this vice president, I want you to analyze very well, look into this, the system of electoral, that's our system, how we practice it in Nigeria. Do you think, because you are talking of who is going to be vice to this, who's going to be vice, maybe you get a vote, But if you look very well now, presidential election coming in 2023 is already divided. No one is going to win, actually. No one. Because if you look at Obi will get many states. Tinubu will get some states. Kwankwusi or whatever will get states. Atu will get states. Then how are you going? How do you see it? How are we going to determine who will win? Actually, are they going to be a run election?
I already said that, but that was my first point. I already said that there might be possibly a rerun. But what the point is, what I'm trying to make up is this. That is the reason why Atiku hasn't picked his vice and P2B has not picked his vice. They don't want to make a mistake. So they are still waiting on the threshold to pick the best candidate so that it doesn't
No,
affect
Atiku has
their
picked his vice.
numbers.
So
If I can I
No,
ask a
so no,
question?
sorry, I'm talking of
Tinubu.
Tinubu. Tinubu has not picked his vice, and then P2B has not picked his vice. So they are trying to be careful so they don't make a mistake. So it will not reduce the amount of numbers they would make. That's the point I'm trying to make
All
up.
right. Let me just tell you something quickly. If I Lamido Sanusi is the Darikatul Tijaniya Khalifa. So that's his title. Is the Darikatul
Yeah,
Tijaniya Khalifa. Do you know what that
yeah.
means? Do you know what that means?
He's more of a most like a traditional religious head or something, traditional head, but in
Yes,
the
you
northern
know that
states.
you know no, not just the northern state. Oh, you know that title is higher even than the emir of Kano that he was previously. You know
Yes, yes,
and that
yeah,
title it sweeps from Kano all the way through to the Sahel, and it takes in a sect of Islam. You know that
yeah,
further it has about a 40 to a 50 million following, which he heads.
yeah. Yeah, so
So
he
you're
can't
saying
leave that.
so somebody like that will come and be
No, no,
deputy
see,
to Peter
no,
Obi?
no, I don't think he's going to do that. But that is what he's just
Yeah.
playing in. See, that is what they are trying, is what's going on in the space right now in Nigeria. They are trying to see if that will happen, but I don't think Sanusi will live there. I'm just giving you information of what is going on right now in Nigeria, what people are trying to see, what is the possible chance of P2B getting a good northern person that can help him in when it comes to the election period. That is what I'm just saying. And
All right.
that's the point I'm creating out there. You understand? But I think Tinubu, for him to make this a good one, he has to pick a Muslim ticket. But that will affect the amount of votes you get in the south and some other places where they have large number of Christians.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ifeanyi. So thank you, Ifeanyi. And by the way, gentlemen, apologies if I was a bit abrupt earlier on, but there were about 5, 6 voices, and it was overwhelming. It was overwhelming. So if I was a bit abrupt, apologies for that. Let me acknowledge Andrew Super Chat, and then we go on to Solly. It says, are we supposed to talk about a man whose educational qualifications are shrouded in secrecy, be in the ballot? Let's honestly answer this. Let's not support wrong things, please. So, are we supposed to talk about a man whose educational qualifications is shrouded in secrecy, be in the ballot? Let's honestly answer this. Let's not support the wrong thing, please. So thank you for that, Ifeanyi. So no gainsaying who you are insisting at their education shrouded in a but the thing with Tinubu, I think that educational thing will peter out really pretty much even before the end of this week. He has met the minimum requirement, which is all that is required of him. So I'm not sure, and it's going to be on the ballot if or whoever Andrews. That's just it. It's going to be on the ballot. So that's it. So that's it. So let me come to you then, Solly, and we were discussing the new entrants into the political space in terms of the voters, 10.4 million the last count and growing, over 50% of that youth. So what do you think then this would do in terms of 2023 February? How do you think this will impact on the February space?
What's the population of the already registered voters, previously registered voters before the 10.2 million? Is it 10?
Yeah, I think I have that up somewhere. So total number
eight-
of
80
registered
million. 80 million.
total number of registered voters 84,004,084. So
Wow.
and so yeah.
And how many percent of that 84 million actually vote?
The last election, 28,614,190.
So roughly about 28, 29 million. That's let's just say 20% of registered voters, roughly 20%. So if we have about 10 million, we should expect 20% to vote. So that is about
No, I don't think you can have that expectation with the enthusiasm. Look at what Ifeanyi described, that he had to travel from state to register. He is not doing that only to put the voter's card under his pillow.
mhm. All right. So majority of them are actually getting that PVC because they want to sell their votes.
Well, why are
So
you saying that? What are you? Come on, Soliman.
Oga, what are you saying?
no. Don't please. Let's not say what am I saying. All I've been hearing from Nigeria, from people on ground, is people are getting this PVC because they are hungry and they want to use it to sell their votes. That's all I've been hearing. All this one saying I'm obedient, they will still sell their votes. They will still say when people are being honest and they are telling their friends
The
what they are
government is in Nigeria anyway.
I don't want to be kind of optimistic or
Are you
whatever.
saying Tinubu will buy them? That's who will pay the money for them now to vote for him. That's what I say.
Who is
Sorry.
that?
Don't
Shall
make it
I-
about Tinubu alone now.
No,
Atiku
who
is
is
here.
asking?
Obodo, your brother. How are you? How are you?
No be only Tinubu they vote now.
No,
Get it
Atiku is
off.
there.
exactly now, but I don't know why everything that is bad
It's Tinubu,
No,
Tinubu.
I'm sorry. Oh, you're my son. You're my son. I know where you're going.
no.
I know where you're going. You're my son.
It's not where I'm going now. It's not only Tinubu that will buy votes now. A lot of people
Èmi
will buy.
ọmọ Yorùbá náà, ọmọ Igbo Yorùbá o, ọmọ
Okay,
Okoro Yorùbá.
let's look at the Ekiti election. Everybody bought
Yes.
votes, different prices. Tinubu just sat down there, watched everybody put their own price, and he put double of the highest price that he saw. That's the same thing that is going to happen during an election. Everybody will drop their number. Is what Atiku did during
You're a
the.
small boy now. He's supposed to talk something good. They change their youths, age mates. Do you always support that buying vote? Is that a democracy? What you need?
I never said I supported it, but I'm just being
Yeah,
factual.
condemn it.
Why would I condemn something that somebody is still going to do? Whether I condemn it or I don't condemn it, people
You
are
vote him. You are voting him now. Are you not voting him? If you are there, you vote Tinubu now.
okay,
Yeah,
but
you are laughing. My boy.
but let's look
Brother,
at
there's
this.
no way there's no way I will go to a queue for 1 week to get my PVC, like as an experience, for 1 week or 2 weeks just to get a PVC to come and sell it for 10,000. Bullshit. Nobody's going to do that.
Can we please let Solly land?
Yes, so thank you.
Now for these
Thank
people
you.
says.
Thank you. So you say 5,000. You say 5,000. Do you know what people can do in Nigeria for 5,000 now? Do you know how hungry people are? Or maybe it's
For 4
because you
years,
are not. Wait, let me finish. Maybe it's because you are not in Nigeria. People are hungry. People are hungry. People are really hungry.
Yeah. In
One
Nigeria.
in
They
Nigeria.
are, they are very hungry.
Wait now.
Yes, I agree.
Do you know the price of bread? Do you know the price of bread? It's not even a healthy food. Do you know the price of bread? People are
Let me
hungry.
give you the price.
So wait. Okay, yeah.
Before it was 300. Now it is
Hey,
600. Going to
hey.
700.
And some people are paid like 20,000 for their salary a month.
Oh,
Some 15,000, some 20,000, some 15,000. And you see that person when they say, okay, one time, just go and vote, take 10,000 or 20. They say you will not get it. You go grab them now. You go thank Jesus Christ. You go do Thanksgiving for church.
Yes, and those are the good areas in Nigeria that they are collecting that 20,000. Those are the good areas. We had a story on this platform where somebody said they gave an aboki, is it not 10K? And he went.
That was a fair. It was a fair.
So you see, this guy was about to roll on the floor for 10,000 naira. What is he going to do for 5,000 naira that he just came just because he registered to vote? And there are millions of these people, and they have voters registration card. So when you want to compare it, even the educated youth, see what they did in Ekiti. Look at what they did in Ekiti. Not only did they do it, They recorded themselves self-snitching. They recorded themselves doing it, jubilating and dancing and jollying home. Those are the educated ones. So when you are hopeful that 10 million, this look at what Ifeanyi said. He went to do that's voters registration. Vote yet though. Ordinary voters registration, people are doing cruise. About 50% of them are doing cruise. We have not even started voting. And most people here talk. I can just tell that you've never been to an election process before where people are voting and they are buying votes and they are doing all this rather. When the money drops, look at that Ekiti video. There were just so many signs. In that Ekiti video, there were people in another area, people older than me, people double my age, gathering to collect. How much were they giving? How much were they giving? Was it not 10K? And some of them will not complete that 10K. They just want to collect anything. People are hungry. There's no job. There's no job. You try to start a business, government will frustrate you. Have you ever thought about living 1 month? You have
But
no
which government? Which government?
Nigerian government now. Government will frustrate you. They won't let your business.
We can send them back.
Even if government doesn't frustrate you, your own fellow people will frustrate you. People that have the authority to give you the things you need to do your business, they will frustrate you.
Thank you very much for speaking the truth.
People have had years where they feel like they're in a locked cage. They don't. It's not about. You don't even know where your next meal is. You can't even think of a way to get your next meal, and somebody is offering you money for. What are you saying? It's just like selling sperm.
That's the narrative we want to change. I think that is the narrative that I was
When
getting.
people were doing voters registration, there is cruise. There is a problem in that country called cruise. Cruise is the problem of the youth. That is why Buhari called us lazy. They cannot even focus for like goldfish. Goldfish cannot focus for more than 3 seconds or a few seconds and he forgets everything. Nigerian youth, they give them few minutes with small cruise, all those party. By the time they bring all these stars to those party, some of them don't even need to sell the vote. Just give them enough entertainment and they will give you your vote. Then and there. All this ideology that they are carrying in. By the time cruise enter their head, it will come out the other way. See, these people, it is their job. It is their job. Somebody is bringing 6.5 trillion. Is it not trillion or billion? Is it trillion or billion?
Trillion.
6.5 trillion.
And you think they don't know what they are doing.
Then after.
Have they ever come out to say that they are worried that people are registering in this amount? Have any of them come to even show a sign that they are worried? So you are the one just carrying yourself up and down, you are not ready, you are not factual. You see a small glimmer of hope. You've not crossed the finish line. Everybody is already shouting, this one, change is coming. Which change? If there's change in Nigeria, if there's change in any country, all of us will know. But we see one small street gathering in Nigeria, we say, there's change. It's too much cruise. It's too much cruise, and we don't want to stay based on facts. Any small thing, we act like we've crossed the finish line. Do you see all these politicians acting? They are still working. They are working harder than the youth.
So what is your way out? Because you sound surrendered. Every time I hear you, you sound surrendered somewhat. And Obodo is right. You are meant to be the youth that is the change.
Okay,
so if you are sounding like this, then how should the rest of us sound?
To me, I don't think I'm sounding like this. To me, I'm just saying what is exactly happening. It's the same way I talk about politics and I say what is exactly happening. And somebody will say I'm supporting a candidate. You can say a candidate's winning. And I'm telling you that the candidate is winning, but you are telling me I'm supporting the candidate. Our problem is psychological. Our problem is really psychological. We need
reorientation. Give us ideas how to come out of it.
You need reorientation. Unfortunately, Nigeria has reached that place. Mental reorientation. There's no coming out of it with gra. Thank God we've passed that phase. Thank God. Now people are focusing on voting, but it's too late. It's too late. All this time that you were trying to vote these people out is what you should have been planning from EdSARS, not now. You can't study for exam last minute and think that you will get A.
I think
It is,
start is just the
and
beginning now.
it is not A you need to end this problem. Oh. It is A++. So you are doing last minute, late night, evening studying and expecting to beat these people out that have been preparing since before they brought Buhari in.
Solely. Let me just add to what you're
If there
saying.
wants to be change, we will see all the roads in Nigeria, they will be blocked. They will be blocked. See what Ifeanyi did. How many of them are doing it? How many? How many? It is supposed, the whole nation is supposed to be in standstill, like what happened in Southeast.
You see, what
But
this
where
guy,
is it?
what
Where is
this
it?
Sol is saying, there's sense inside.
Look
Because
at our population. We are
there's sense, there's sense.
200. I will even say we're
I
getting to
remember
200. We're over
Solid.
200 million
Solid.
people.
Sorry, let Obodo interject a little bit. I think he wants to insult. Yeah.
Solid, what you are saying, I see a big sense inside it. Solid, you remember what happened after they end something? You remember there was an election they had in Lagos. I don't know if it is something by election or something about. Is it Senate? I don't know. Our
Yeah, the Senate election. Yeah, you are right. Senate election.
They had in Lagos. You know, we expected the youths to vote against APC, but they voted the.
It was a blowout.
Yes, they voted the Tinubu candidate.
Yes,
I was really disappointed. I was disappointed. All those mouths. I was mad.
No, okay, but
this is what I say. This is, you are saying it's a fact. There's a fact in it.
Okay, but this is
you have to
another
say how we
issue.
can
This is
change this
another issue. We don't even know how to pinpoint our problem. When they say somebody stole money, we focus on one person. That's our problem. What about the other 40, 50? I will keep on saying this thing till this day. Should I even mention the name of the bank? But when I went to this bank, who laundered this money for these politicians? It was all the bankers that were working there. Now, if they say, oh, this one looted money, is that person's name they will call? What about all the other bankers? This man did not do any process. All he did was he sat down there and said, transfer this money from this account to this account. That was the end. That was the end.
So, nobody
flagged. Nobody flagged anything. Nobody did anything. We don't know how to pinpoint that problem. Is APC the problem or is Buhari the problem? Can somebody answer the question?
See, Solly, I agree with what you're saying, but the problem is this. Yes, we have to hold accountable for the people. I also said it in this platform. We have to hold accountable for those people who are also aiding them to steal the money. The civil servants, the head of all those government parastatals. I will not lie to you. I've seen where they sacked people who come out openly try to blow whistles of corruption, people laundering money for politicians. They will ridicule you and they will make sure they spread your name that you've been sacked and no other government office will actually employ you. It is a crazy thing. See, no, the point I'm saying is it's messed up. I agree with you. We should be holding other people accountable. But the truth is this, even me, I was disappointed when I went to the old parade ground because I thought this obedience, we are going to make change. I was heartbroken and I couldn't believe it. And when I told my colleague, he didn't want to believe that people would actually sell this vote. And I was saying that, look, see, me, I believe these people will sell their vote. But I want to clear my conscience. That is just me.
So this is our problem. We are not facing the reality. You want to believe people will not sell their votes. When they sell it, you get disappointed. We have to be realistic with ourselves. We really do. We have to be very realistic with ourselves. We have to stop saying, oh, this is the problem. And our problem is that we keep on trying to do the same thing to solve this problem. We know our issues. We know our issues. If somebody is going to sell the vote, we should not be thinking and hoping that they will not sell the vote. We should be trying to stop them from selling their vote and avoid that from happening.
How do you do that? These are just you talk a bit like two Niger big on theory, but are often impracticable.
See, the best way to solve the problem is to enlighten them. And
exactly.
I agree. I've said it too.
The problem.
is to enlighten them, enlighten the youth.
Ifeanyi, you are in Nigeria, and Emmanuel, I suspect you're in Nigeria too. How often are you hearing all these jingles about not selling your vote, Mr. Macaroni, all of this, everybody, the concerts, don't your vote count, you make a change, vote your conscience. It's not that you don't hear it often enough. And at the first opportunity of elections, we saw what happened, vote for sale. So,
No, see, sir, one man, let me be sincere with you. Even in that concert, they were not telling them no vote by these celebrities are even complacent in this thing. They are not actually educating these people. The only person that I know that is trying is maybe William Ochemba. But the truth about the fact is they are not telling these people
No,
don't
it's
sell your
fine.
vote. They are
That
telling them,
concert, they said it outrightly there. That
no, see,
concert,
listen, I was there now. I was there for a bit before I left. What they are
they said
saying
that
is this,
you should
check
not
your
sell your vote.
PVC.
They tell you the reason. If you sell your vote, this is what will happen to you. They said it now. Several speakers said
Wait. Let me tell you, the only person that really said it and touched that point was the host S dot that OAP. He said it, but when all this, I listened to them. All these other artists came on board, came on.
Hello.
I think we've lost him. So Solly, it's a lot more complex than.
There is
They were more like
there
get
is
your
a
PVC.
song that
Your
these
PVC
guys
is
released. Two-Face, I think Facts, about 7 of them released a song about vote buying. Like you should not sell your vote, and that video it was released last month. It's still circulating. So not that they are speaking about it. I don't know what Ifeanyi is saying. They're speaking against it.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
now
Now,
let me tell you something. See, let me tell you. No, I'm not speaking. What I'm saying is publicizing it. They are not publicized. It is not everywhere. It is not on the social media. It's not on any ads. It is they just did it for doing sake. But what I'm saying is the intensity at which they publicize this thing. That is my point. It is not cutting across a lot of people. People are not aware. That's what I'm saying. You can do it, yes. There's evidence, but is it making an impact? That is what I'm saying. Thank you.
If I want to reply one story, you said somebody went to go and report a case and they sacked him. If it were me, knowing that I'm living in Nigeria and not Europe, I would not do that. Even if I wanted to do it, I would do it anonymously. It would be ignorant for me to just go and do that, knowing the Nigerian space. So the Nigerian space is, we know the problem, but we still act ignorant about it. Also, all in the name of hope that things will change.
And do you know the fact is even see, let me not lie, this person is from the southwest. I applaud this person because this guy is an upright person. I believe in what he's doing. I will not fault that because there are some people that are upright. They cannot stay there and see corruption and see people steal money and say it's something else. There are people like that. You can't blame them. That's their nature. That is how they are. And there are Nigerians like that. So you can't fault them. There are
Yes.
people that will just turn the other way and allow it and go because they need food, they need money to take care of their family, and that's what
You need
majority
to
people are
educate
doing.
our girls more. I think our girls are the one that's going to mess things up.
Well, then you need to guide them. You know, you can't. You need to. Females need leaders. You know, either a female leader or a male leader, but they need a positive leader. You know, so you need to guide them on that one. But you can't blame the females. It's the males that are selling the votes. That are
What do you
running
mean?
after those people.
What do you mean is the males that are selling the
Because they
vote?
should know the right thing to do. You
No.
know, females
In
can
that
easily
it was female that is selling
follow
them.
the
That is not
Sorry,
female.
how many males do you see here? I
Okay.
don't know your people from your own home state. From your home state. Look at this guy coming here to blow grammar. Are those not your own people from
But
your home state?
one man, those are girls now. They are just having fun. You
That's what I'm
know.
saying now. It's girls that are going to sell their votes. It's girls.
Yes, but
Because of all those
very easy.
makeup, all those small, when they see small money, like they'll be jumping up and down. It's
Okay.
hardly for a guy
But
that to sell his vote.
Emmanuel, these girls now, if they had a female leader, Okay, who told them the right thing to do and always kept them in orientation and always followed up with them? Do you think they will sell their votes?
Exactly. And this is the solution I
Now,
asked you.
now,
What do we do? Not to say that we are
now,
going to share our vote.
now, let's
You just
turn it
because
the
of
other way around.
orientation, tell us how we're going to do it. So that even we in Nigeria, we can pick it up and enlighten these ones. 8 months is not beans. We can start from somewhere.
8 months is not business, but for you to do it in 8 months, you need a lot of funds. You know, when you want to do it fast, you need a lot of funds. If you want to cover everywhere, you need a lot of funds.
I think Solly is right. This electoral cycle is out of the question. The change is not going to come in this electoral cycle. I can't see where it's coming from. We're now 7 months away, not 8 months anymore, 7 months. So I'm not sure where that change is coming from.
Then aside even the timing, I think the minds of Nigerians are just corrupt. Even this so-called artist, everybody's shouting, all these called aunties and uncles. In next minute, you see them switching when they get millions in their account. There is hunger in the land. A lot of people will say, "Oh, we don't want this. We are supporting obedience." Give people 3 months time. You will see a lot of people switching, changing their
Who is
words.
that? Who is that talking?
It's DOG.
No, DOG, I disagree with you when you say Nigerians have corrupt mindset. Nigerians have opportunistic mindset. We are just in a very corrupt system. If you say Nigerians have a corrupt mindset, I see a lot of Europeans that have Nigerian minds. In fact, a lot of them that have Nigerian mindsets, but just because they are living in this society, they behave themselves. If they were in Nigeria, most of them will even behave.
That's why I'm telling you, Nigeria have corrupt mindset. Even if you go to
No,
all
you're
Western world,
not a
every
corrupt.
country you
It's
know,
not. Do you know
wait,
what
every
mindset
country you
is?
know in diaspora,
Do
if
you
you
know
go
what?
to their prison, it is fraud or whatever gets Nigeria into prison. It's not
Yes.
everybody is looking for
Okay, but
shortcuts. Hold on, listen, you've been making sense solely.
Those Nigerians are
hold on,
coming from
Solly.
Nigeria.
Hold on, Solly. What DOG said is right. We did a session on it once here, and they said for a good 60 to 80% of the Nigerians in prison in America, they are there for fraud, mainly fraud.
Okay.
Yes.
What other
Even
crime?
in the UK,
No,
even
wait,
in the
wait.
UK, they know Nigerians to be, and that is the thing.
Okay.
If you go to Nigeria today, we are talking about sensitization. Nobody really wants to follow the due process on anything in Nigeria. Everybody looks for shortcuts. If they say pay tax, some people don't pay tax, but they know the office they will go to where they do tax to give them bribe to print out tax clearance and everything for them. And there is always means. And it is just in every institution. So I think generally, even normal Nigerians, even the youth that is shouting obedient, if you give one of them chance, they will embezzle more than these guys we are saying. So I think it's a thing. So I think hunger is in the land. Okay, all these people shouting NSAS was the start. How many guys, all these celeb in NSAS, are now even doing seminars for likes of them Tinubu's now, doing stuff, and all of them were carrying play card during NSAS. So there is hunger. Even the people that we think they are okay as artists in Nigeria, they still want more money. Nobody is satisfied with what they want.
DOG.
Yeah.
Have you lived with white people?
Have I lived with white people?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean? I live with white
It's just a
people.
question, yes or no?
I live abroad. I live with white people, of course.
No, I'm talking about like in the same household.
Of course. I've never lived where I live with Nigerians alone. I've always lived where other people live. I've not even lived with any Nigerian. I've always lived with white people.
And they don't have this kind of behavior.
They don't. They are more. Igbos do things to book. They follow due process. We don't in Nigeria, and that attitude followed most Nigerians.
I think that's more peculiar to the British, maybe. I think
and
the British they are fastidiously.
And if you notice, even Nigerians abroad.
Sorry. The British, they are fastidiously rule abiders too. They like to abide by the rules in the UK, but I'm not quite sure if that is an Oyibo trait. But I know that that's a British trait. Yeah.
It is not, because I've seen
depending on what country,
like Nigerians, some even worse. So you can't say
no, if you want to go by percentage, majority of Oyibo we want to follow the rules. We
Thank
want to
you,
go by the
Ajani
rules.
Koko.
Majority of Oyinbo, let's say 80% of them,
Because they are used to
they
it. They
go
they
or
grew up in
90
that
or even
environment.
90% of them want to go by the rules. They don't want to violate. They want to,
So Ajani
yeah.
Koko, you are saying if they grew up in Nigeria, they will still be like that?
I'm a Yamotani. That's a man.
But Solis,
One man.
Nigeria has
Baba
a
nìyẹn.
corrupt mentality.
Mr. One man.
So you see,
Soli, we have a corrupt mentality. I have to be
Oh,
sincere. That's true.
it is an
Nigeria.
Mr. One man.
opportunistic. It is called an
No, I
opportunistic
know.
mentality.
See, I get what you're saying, but truly speaking, here in Nigeria, I'm here. There's
One
a
man, I want
corrupt
to ask you one thing.
mentality.
no,
It's a
sorry.
fact.
Let the speaker land. Yeah, carry on.
So it's a corrupt. We have a corrupt mentality, and that is a fact. That opportunistic one is there, no doubt. But we have a corrupt mentality. Try to do things instead of you doing things the right way. You want to bypass, and do it through a bad way or whatever way that you want. You don't care if you hurt somebody or whatever goes on. As far as you get your aim, is the way people are right now in Nigeria. It's there. That corrupt
Bless
mentality
you.
is there. And that is why we don't want to even just sit down and have one voice and stick to what we want. It is there. It's just a fact. I get what you're saying, no doubt, but
See,
there's that corrupt mentality.
what I
Nigerians are instinctually criminal. That's just it. But your question, Obodo.
want to ask you is this. These guys are talking something good. I'm enjoying it. They're talking about the youths. They don't respect the rules. They don't follow what they're supposed to follow in terms of modern way of living. But I want to ask you, if you remember, in many years ago, we had what we call Western region something water board. Am I wrong? Something
Carry
water
on.
board
Carry on.
that used to, give water to houses. We had what we call pipe that go to houses in Ibadan or in the west, and families pay these water services. Is it not true?
Yes. They are still paying water rate, by the way. They've instituted a new law where you have to pay water rates, even for your conga, for your borehole.
No, because when you're talking of all these things, in those days we had in the east, other places, and they have these boards where the people work, youths work there and collect their salaries and live. You see, most of those areas where they have all those things that operate in those days, that we're supposed to have, it's supposed to be on up to now. Just like as we are living here, we have the water. If you build a house, water is already in your house. Everything is okay, and you pay for it. In Nigeria, that is why most of these states, they don't have money. They only depend on our oil, the oil from the south, because they cannot. No, nothing. Everywhere is borehole. In Lagos, that is borehole. They don't even, the water does not run. They don't pay all these things. All those industries in those days, which is Texas industries, lithium techs, all those Texas industries, even the Canon, in Liver Brothers, in Abba, all gone. So that is why today there's no work again for the youths. And whatever I want, the next thing I want to tell you that, again, coming to our politicians, for example, Tinubu, you see what happened? They buy delegates. They pay 1 million, 40 million. Now, tell me, all these youths are talking, maybe, how can they, when seeing all these things, how can they change? Everybody want to get money. Everyone want to live like them, because they have to show the example. They have to show, if they want Nigeria to, move well, they have to show the example. If Tinubu can spend such money to buy delegates everywhere, spend much money to buy the youths are looking, those youths are voting, they are being corrupt by him, by those our politicians. So these are the things
You
we have
think
to
it's
always
the
say.
Tinubu that is corrupting the Nigerian youth?
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I wanted to ask Solly that do you think that the problem we're having in Nigeria is leadership problem or just generally citizens issues? Because
Go on.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, no, I want to say that Solly answered that question, and I want to move the conversation on to enigmatic.
Enigmatic.
Yeah.
Well, it's not. Well, the leaders have their own hand in it because they use aggression. They use very bad methods to control the people. But the people too, they are very
Thank you. So you have already answered my question, because what this man said now answered the question you have been trying to the point I've been trying to make. Because when you have a leader that does not show example how things
But
should be done.
I haven't finished yet. I haven't finished yet. You know, but the people still have
No,
power.
you're talking about vote buying.
Oh,
So
vote
now
buying.
he pointed this thing out now, and he's playing out on us, and
Okay.
I am seeing it.
Okay.
And if something happened tomorrow and I start doing it, that means that my leader taught me that.
No,
This is a leadership issue.
No, let me finish. Let me
So
finish.
the solution could be
You didn't let me
from
finish. It, the people have power too. They have the power to say no. If they say no, will they die? Look at the situation of Romania. They were going through the same situation. What did the leader say he wants to do? He said, "Oh, you give them more money." These people said no. They were
so
tired.
if your leader said today is public holiday, you will say
Wait
no.
now. You didn't let me finish. And within, was it 3 to 5 days, they took control back of their country very fast because everybody got tired. What is wrong with Nigerians with saying no? What is wrong with Nigerians with trying
Remember
to
what
achieve?
Tinubu said
Excuse
in
me,
it.
can I
Wait,
interject,
stop
please?
now.
Can
You
I
don't let
interject?
me
Sorry.
finish. What is wrong with Nigerians, going after their own leaders with the same intelligence, with the same aggression, with the same, how do I put it? The same, when these leaders are going for presidency,
I
see
understand
how
your
much
point.
effort, see how much
But
effort.
if there is no teaching,
Wait
if there is
now.
no teaching from these leaders, these children are bound to make mistakes. If there's no teaching coming from their angle, this young one about, because that's what they are. It's just like you giving a birth to a children, and you constantly beat your wife, or you constantly do all sort of stuff in that home. Those children, when they grow up, there is no way they are not going to reciprocate. They are going to
No,
behave like you.
no,
That is how it is.
you can't say that. You can't say that. The
That's
children
how
have
it's playing out.
wait now. The children have individualistic mindset. They can look at it and say this is wrong. I don't want anybody to do this to my
What
own.
what example do they know that to know that it is wrong?
Exactly. They need exposure. That's what Nigerians don't have. Nigerians don't have an example because we can't even leave the
Exactly.
country.
Exactly. Now you're
So,
going to understand what we are saying. So it's a leadership issue.
so they don't, so what you're saying basically is they don't have even one leader as an example. It's true. That's
There is
very
no
true.
one.
Not even one. Hey, good.
All right.
Wow.
All right. Thank you. But it sounds even gloomier every
Wow.
time you listen.
One man, not even one good leader.
Well, there are good examples of leader. If we
Like
go,
who?
we go back in history.
No,
Ajale Koko,
but now.
hold on. Well, no, and Ajale Koko will cite you the antecedents of people like Awolowo, Ajakonde, and he will cite you the example of how good leadership transformed Yoruba land. And that is you know that you're on the screen there. You know you're a product of Awolowo. Do you know that?
But I don't even know much about Awolowo.
Yeah,
Most of these people
but
don't
you
even know
are a
him.
product of Awolowo because it is the system that Awolowo created that facilitated you being able to express in the manner that you are.
Exactly. And then when you finish school, you have opportunity everywhere for you to work because things were working fine.
Yes, but
So
right
this set
now,
of people just came to on board and shattered the whole thing, shattered the whole system, put us on this boat that is already sinking.
well,
All right. Thank you, Solly. I think we've labored that as much as we can. So thank you, Solly, for all that. Solly always having a different perspective from everyone on everything. He's a contrarian. So Solly is a contrarian. If you say left, he will say right, just because he wants to show us how clever he is. And he is clever. Solly, the super brain. So from a brain equally as superb, let's go to enigmatic. So enigmatic, the controversy around the conversation is all around the emerging and new entrants into the political space. And there is no gainsaying that this new entrants, I think they are going to roughly about 16 million now. By the time the dust settles, they may well be close to 20 million new entrants into the political space. So they've recorded about 10.4 million today, over half of that youths. So this is going to change the elections in 2023. There is absolutely no question about that. But what is propelling these new entrants? What is their politics? Are they agents of change or just voter cards for hire? Is there an ethnic demography to it, or is this just a constituency of your young people wanting a paradigm shift? So all of that enigmatic.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to emphasize that my opinion here is basically looking at the facts and then being able to juxtapose, between the facts and the fiction on ground, and then being able to be realistic with, the current situation in Nigeria now. Good. It is very refreshing. It is very interesting that at least, I mean, for the first time since at least 99 now, we are able to see the the two political dominating teams now, parties now, being given a run for their money. We had it in the last 4 years with Showore's party, with Fela Drotoye, with Mogalu, and all of them. But they were really not coordinated enough. But this time around, we are seeing a semblance of coordination than what we had then. But when you look at some people are making the mistake of trying to compare what is happening in the Western world, especially where we live, trying to make a comparison with Nigeria to Nigeria's situation. Nigeria's situation is unique. At the risk of absolutely sounding immodest and not being too cynical about the future of Nigeria, I will just narrow it down between now to the next 4 years. And I will stand by what I've always been saying. By the grace of God, we shall live beyond this year. We shall live to see 2023, the election, and who becomes the president. If you are very clear, if you are very regular on this platform, you will know what I've been saying, and I will re-emphasize it, I will reiterate it. For now, this political cycle, everything is over. Like I said, I don't want to be cynical, but I have to be realistic. There's no way out for all this thought force. It's not going to work out. I saw an interview today by one of the representatives of Kwakwanso. The guy basically wrote off Peter Obi in his statement, and supposedly Peter Obi has been having meeting with these folks. So with what he said, there's no road for Peter Obi having the conviction that Kwakwanso will be a vice president, because that will not happen. First of all, Peter Obi is a Fulani man. Their ego is a Muslim man. You cannot go to the north.
Peter Obi is a Fulani man. When did that happen?
No, I say Kwakwanso is a Fulani man, right, and their ego. So how would he preach to a team?
You're even digressing a little bit of what they asked.
No, sorry. Let's give him the moment too, because let him flesh out his position. Sorry, carry on, enigmatic. Yeah.
What I'm saying is the third force. I do not want to talk about APC or PDP, Tinubu or Atiku now, because we already know their standard and we know where they belong. Those are the two juggernauts. So we are looking at the alternative chances now. So the alternative chances we are supposed to have a unification of Kwakwanso, Peter Obi, Showore, and all those guys. But at the end of the day, this will not work out because they won't come to the table to address the issue of who becomes the vice president, who becomes the presidential flag bearer. On the part of Peter Obi, I can say within the heart of his heart, he wouldn't mind being the running mate to Kwakwanso. But with the way his region, as they are pushing him and they are goading him on, it will be very suicidal for him to do that. So that is already a disadvantage for him on the part of the Kwakwanso team. So That may be almost 60% down the road, not happening now. So who does Peter Obi look up to in the north to be his vice presidential candidate? Who does Kwakwanso look out for in the southeast or in the south? There are so many people you can pick, but on the part of Peter Obi now, who does he look out for? So when we are talking about this third force, and I say it again, if he's able to leverage the momentum and then consolidate on that going forward beyond 2023, maybe in the next election cycle, he could come out. Maybe something can happen, but now nothing's gonna happen, bro. It's still APC and PDP that will slug it out to the final line. I'm not seeing anything changing. So, and then
But you can't discount the new entrants into the political space because they are coming with an intention. But what is that intention?
I understand they are coming with an intention. I was having a very hopeful mindset about those folks until recently, this weekend, specifically yesterday, when I spoke with a couple of have a couple of folks from Nigeria. A lot of us have some political background. If not for one thing or the other, maybe some of us will be running for offices now. But the reality on ground is that this new entrance, this new PVC, whatever now, they've been divided into three categories between the APC and PDP. Those who are on the field, giving them what is happening. The first one are the ones who are really ready, regardless of the temptation, regardless of what you do, who are ready to go out there and vote. The second group are those who are getting the PVC for two things. In case there are some laws that say, okay, before you do this, you have to have your PVC, or before you do that, you have to have your PVC, and then they will just have it. The third folks are the one who are ready to, bargain with their PVC. So when you divide that into three already, and you have 20 million new voters, but like I said earlier, these new voters that you are talking about, these new registrants you are talking about, it just happened maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. But when you go
they are propelled by the Obi narrative. So a good number of them, at least 80% of them, will vote Peter Obi.
Then, with 80% of them vote Peter Obi, and don't forget, like I said earlier, right, in the deep of the north, this thing they are just doing now that you are just seeing like a momentum. They don't see it as a momentum because it was like a normal thing for them. The whole of a family, the whole of a generation, they all register. You don't have to entice them. You don't have to talk to them before they know what to do. It's like they read their Quran every day. So what is happening now that looks like a frenzy? That's why it doesn't even fit with them over. That's why they are not even perturbed. When you talk to real politicians, they will tell you we still have 8 months. The way these folks think they are permutating their own, parallel lines, APC and PDP, they have people who are hired to do the same job. And 8 months, it could be a long time in politics, but 8 months, these people are working on the ground too, because they did not see this narrative coming, but they see it now. But I can tell you, they are working ahead of these folks. We are talking of the youth. The country is, we want the country to be better than what it is, but we have to be realistic when things happen like this. There's no another election. I think maybe I should say let's suspend this discussion until Osun election and see what will happen. I think let's say Ekiti election was an afterthought or overthought. Let's see what will happen again in Osun State. That will be the last election for the calendar year. Let's wait again and see what will happen in Osun State. So when we are talking about Nigerian youths, right, they are in a precarious situation now that their decisions are divided. Somebody is talking about corruption. Somebody is talking about some certain decisions. There are some certain decisions that you take now when you live in the Western world that when you were in Nigeria, you probably take a different route. It's because of the institution. Nigeria has an institutional problem. Look at what is happening in the judiciary. I made a mention of that last week. I don't know if you still recorded that you see what is happening in the judiciary. What do you think is happening to that? Within the next 1 week, the guy will be out of power. That's Tanko Mohammed. It happens. So there are some people who are here. We may not say much, but very, very privy to some classified thing. When you see Atiku who is not in Nigeria, do you think he just went for medical report or medical whatever? They are doing some things over there. Peter Obi has traveled more than 7 times out of the country. He has gone to meet high level northern politicians abroad that they wouldn't want them to. There are some meetings that you cannot even do in Abuja. There are some clandestine stuff you cannot do in some certain quarters. And Obi, I said it last time, Obi is fast learning the rope, but it's too early for him now. And any serious politicians will tell you, Obi in the heart of his heart knows that this is not a circle. If he will ever become president in Nigeria, this is not a circle.
Brother, can I ask you a question?
I don't think Obi is thinking he's going to be president.
He's not thinking that. He's a politician.
He's a realistic man. He knows he's not going to.
He knows he's not going anywhere. And his last meeting with Kwakwanso, right? For his last meeting with Kwakwanso was a clear testament to let him know, in the eyes of the Igbos, he wouldn't want to disappoint them, but it would be too early for them for him to come out and state the position when the ships are down.
So can I ask you a question? Sorry. Can I ask you a question?
Give me a second, please. Give me a second, please. Give me a second.
Let him land and then take Obodo's question and then after Emmanuel's question. But land
I will take your questions. But what I'm saying now, we want a change. Like I always say, my candidate is Omoyele Sowore because he resonates with what I think Nigeria should be having. But unfortunately, the system is so wired that, except maybe Almighty Allah or Jesus Christ himself come down to change some certain things. If you see the rot that is happening, even at the level of the Supreme Court, do you know what Supreme Court is? Then you will be weeping for the country. In the judiciary, there's absolute deep corruption. In the executive, there's absolute deep corruption. In the legislative arm of government, look, everything is bad. So we are talking about changing the electoral cycle within 8 months in Nigeria. Man, come on, man. Let's think as Nigerians. Obi has a chance to be president, but this cycle, bro, it's not happening. It's still going to be the 2 parties. It's still going to be the 2 elephants. And at a point...
Are you just being polite to say that Obi has a chance to be president? I don't see how Obi...
I said not now. Obi has a chance. Not now, not this cycle. Right, but let me say, I have this affinity for him because maybe I saw him in his politics when he was governor. I prefer him to most of the guys I saw in the south, in the southeast. But I told you where he made his mistake. Where he made his mistake was when he jettisoned and abandoned Abga. He shouldn't have done that. Abga would have been his ticket of bargaining to the national level. He messed up big time on that. Why Tinubu is having that cruise now is because he was able to use AD to launch APC to the end of the day and then being able to work with CPC, with ABGA, eventually when Okorocha was the leader then, with APP, with all of them. You have to have something, working for you. Why Kwakwanso is like the bride now to everybody now is because NNPP. NNPP is not just a party that came yesterday. It's been in existence for a long time. And he was just able to maintain that structure, to maintain that family, right? And even when the ships are down, he wouldn't win more than 2 states, and he knows. And as a good politician that he is, at a point in the race, in the game, he will choose a path, and they will pitch his tent eventually. And he has been meeting with top echelons of APC up to Buhari himself. This is the classified info I'm telling you now. He has met and he's meeting and he's still meeting with a lot of people. So when we are talking Nigerian politics, we want changes. We want Sowore to be president, to change things, to lock everybody up, to make things happen immediately. We want Peter Obi to be whatever he wants to be, right? We want all these Morgan, all these brains. They are brilliant, but they cannot get there. We have to be realistic. So what can they do to get there? They are not doing it. It's not about these Sowore boys, Mogalu boys, obedient and everything.
Sorry, enigmatic. Do you think somebody that is actually well-intentioned and clean-cut can actually get the Nigerian presidency? Because some of the things you would have to do, by the time you get there, you already be one of them.
Bro. as Dele Momodu said something on Arise and the challenge, I explained to them, you know, in Nigeria, either you like it or not, it's just like the military hierarchy. Even in the US over here, if you've been a part of the US military, you will know some certain things, right? There are people that will become president, and there are people who select the president. There are movers and shakers in every society, right? There are leaders in every society. They will know who is going to be the next president. The next Nigeria president is already in the election is just a mere formality, take it or not. They already know who is going to be the next president among themselves. They know. So when we are talking about Nigeria politics, apart from the institutional decay, apart from that leads to corruption, you know, that institutional decay is an all-encompassing, you know, scenario that is embedded in so many, it's shrouded in a lot of things, corruption and all these things that we're talking about. So Nigeria is complicated. We have people who are controlling the country, and Chiwore, all of them, they are not just there. Peter Obi is just learning too late. If he knew he wanted to be president, he was supposed, first of all, right, to have used ABGA to make ABGA a flagship party for the whole of Southeast. Then by now, he will probably be then negotiating at the higher level, at the highest level that he could be negotiating. He knows himself that he cannot be anything, but he cannot tell that to his obedience, because that would be catastrophic for him. I'm
Yes,
being realistic.
it is not naive. I think you are right. Enigmatic, because
That is your own opinion. Enigmatic.
because Obi is not naive, so he knows he's not going to be president. But he has to ride this movement till its natural destination.
Yes.
So he has to,
Yes.
and he's right to do that as well, because we are in uncharted territory with what is going on here. So he has to take it to its natural conclusion, which is the thing that he's doing. But take Obodo's question, then Emmanuel, and then we move on. So Obodo, you wanted to put a position to
enigmatic.
Mr. Obodo.
Yeah, you say you analyzed greatly. I so much appreciate it. But there are areas you fail to understand. You don't understand Nigeria.
Okay.
You know, to elect a president in Nigeria, if I were to say there's nobody like Obi or like Kwampusa, I know it could be easier for any of them, Atiku or Tinubu. Is it not true?
Repeat that last line, please. Sorry.
I said you analyzed greatly. I appreciate the analysis. But there are certain things you fail to understand. You don't understand where Nigerian system in terms of the electoral way.
Okay.
Let me just come to tell you what I mean. And then this time around, it's not like as before.
Okay.
This time around, it's not like before. The problem now, you said Atiku will win or Tinubu will win. If you look into the system here, you know that to elect a Nigerian president, you have to have a certain number of votes and a certain percentage in different, about 24 states. I think I'm sure. I'm correct.
You must have 25% in each state. Go ahead. Just go. Just ask your question. I'm just listening.
You know that. So this time around, don't you see it very difficult for these two men you are talking, Tinubu and Atiku, to get such a to get up to that sort level. So don't you see that they're going to be a rerun election?
Is that your question?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I know some people have been, muting the idea of a rerun. Okay. Today is June 27th, 2022, 6:16 p.m. CST time. There is not going to be a rerun election in 2023. There will be a flat out victory, okay, between APC and PDP, and the incumbent party will win the election. So let me now go forward with that. So that's my position on that, right?
Wow.
So
yes, the states.
If I'll be telling you this, but there is no route, okay? There is no physical, supernatural, spiritual, or any way.
Asking
There's
you,
no
I
route.
wanted
There's
for
no
you to
route for,
mention
if you are talking
it.
about Obi, hold on. There's no route for Obi to Aso Rock. Period. No route.
No, I'm not talking about Obio. I asked you a
Talking
question
about
which you
Obi,
analyze
I
very
wanted
well.
to ask you to
Yes.
divide the votes by the candidate. Where do you think that the person will make more more impact when it comes to state and region? Because
Okay.
you're already saying that it's Tinubu. So tell me how Tinubu is going to make that waves in across the region.
Okay.
Or
Well,
ask you to.
one thing that is very clear, and I will say it again. Tinubu will hold the whole of Southwest. That's a taking. That is no brainer about that. Okay. So Southeast and South, especially Southeast, APC, they are not even thinking of Southeast at all. It is only a naive politician from those two big parties that will be thinking of Southeast now. They are focusing their energy, okay, on those areas they consider their catchment areas. Southeast is out of the equation for them. They are not even worried about that. South, because by natural conjunction, right? Southeast has always voted for PDP. South, they've always voted for PDP. So now that Obi is the thing for the Southeast people now,
And
in
also
South, is Atiku's vote will be encroached, by Labour Party in the South by
I think
almost
you should
30,
put me in university.
by almost 30%, not even 50%. Or Peter Obi may have between 25 and 30% in South.
For example, like those states.
Like I know those states naturally they are PDP states, right? And when they want to switch an alternative, they always want something that is against. They don't like APC, they know that, and any all of them they were the juggernauts of PDP before Oshomole came. Oshomole was lucky; it was just a paradigm that fizzled out real quick. So that is stated already. Obi will have almost 100%. It's a clean sweep for him, Southeast. And Southside probably have 25 and 20, and 30%.
But
North Central.
Hold on now. You told him to chart a part, so let him chart that part. Carry on, Enigmatic.
Sorry.
North Central. North Central is between PDP and APC, and APC will come out victorious in North Central. Why? Because don't forget, part of the structure that we've been talking about, how many governors represent APC in the North Central? Go and look at what Yaya Bello said today. Go and look at what the governor of Nasarawa State said yesterday, Sule. These guys are moving like a hurricane already. They are not even they leave Tinubu and the National Party now to do all the permutation, to do all but they're already working on the ground. So the North Central, forget about Muslim or Christian. This will not play anything in this election. I'm telling you what is going to happen. So North Central is going for APC. I think you are writing it down. Okay, so when we go to the real north now, the Northwest is APC.
So the last
Northwest,
election, APC won in North Central.
Let me finish now. I said North Central is going for APC. It's going to be between PDP.
On the last election.
But you guys are not letting me. North Central is going to be between PDP and APC. Okay? PDP and APC. Benue State is going for PDP. It will be a big battle between Plateau State. Definitely nobody will take that from Lalong, who is even considering for running mate. Nasarawa State, nobody is going to do that with the incumbent governor and the ex-previous governor, APC governors. So when you are looking at the North Central, it's going to be APC, but it's going to be a fight between APC and PDP. APC will come tops. So Southwest and North Central in the bags for APC already. So when we go to the North now, Northwest is an enclave of APC. Forget that. They have like almost 13 governors there, or 12 governors, or thereabout. Okay? In the last election, they had mammoth numbers there. So Southeast, where Atiku should have his way on a very good day, that Northeast will be a battle between Kwakwanso if eventually he doesn't merge with any of those two parties. So let's leave it as it is now. South Northeast will be between APC, PDP, and NNPP. So in Kano State, for instance, it will be a big battle between Kwakwanso and Ganduje. The margin may not be really large, but Ganduje will win the APC will win the battle over there. The last election, it was very tough. They won with just 9,000 votes. 9,000 votes because of Kwakwanso's Kwakwasiya movement. In the first term, when Kwakwasiya was in the race, was in the fold, they had over 1.5 million for Ganduje. In the second term, he had 9,000 even after the rerun. So that will play in. So where Atiku is having problem eventually now is Atiku's problem will be an advantage for APC because Atiku's enclave should have been PDP by natural projection, but Peter Obi is taking his votes, eating deep in his votes in the south, in the southeast and south. Now in the northeast, where he should be having a cushion for that, Kwakwanso is disturbing him over there. So in the northeast, it's going to be APC and PDP. So
That
when you
means
look at this
no clear
projection,
winner.
eventually, you say what?
No clear winner. Just the
Where?
analysis.
Where?
What you just analyzed that now.
No, I say in the there are no two there are not Kano State is not just the only state. I'm just telling you about the most popular state in that area now in Northeast. Okay, so if Kwakwanso, let's assume without considering the fact that Kwakwanso is going to be winning states in the Northeast, I can guarantee you he wouldn't win more than two, Kano State and then Taraba State. That will be it, and that will be final. So Kwakwanso will probably have two states, and every other state goes the way I've just explained it. So, and I give Peter Obi his flower in the southeast. So now, how do you want to see Peter Obi in Aso Rock?
Peter Obi doesn't see himself in Aso Rock. I don't know how we got into. Hold on, I don't know how we got into this level of ridiculousness when we are discussing serious politics and we are actually having conversations of Peter Obi being president. How did we get here? What's going on? This is the Ipobian push. But enigmatic. Before you carry on, let me acknowledge. It's not the youth. Anyway, we may well be. I may well be the fool in all of this.
We have to respect the youth.
No, we have to respect the youth, and a lot of them come here to tell us it's all nonsense. But let's acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat, which is to that space that you were just detailing, enigmatic. So a lot of people felt a sense of deja vu as you were speaking, enigmatic, because Solomon, who you are seeing on your screen, he broke it down for us just exactly as you did it. And he also charted the same pathway that you charted to an APC victory. And this is what Alexander is reminding us of. It says, enigmatic is echoing Solomon's analysis word for word, one man. Solomon I repeat, Solomon is, I repeat, absolutely amazing in his analysis. So it's almost verbatim what you're saying and what the part. Okay, let's even forget up.
I don't even know Solomon has made a similar.
Yes, that's.
But that's the fact, bro.
You
that's
don't
the
watch
fact.
us regularly. Does that mean you miss our sessions? What are you admitting to?
No,
but
yes,
no.
I don't even know. But I've always echoed this right from time, right? I've always said it. Peter Obi, man,
the impact that the Peter Obi will have on this election, it would essentially be on Atiku Abubakar, nothing else. Yeah, and there was a time I was saying Peter Obi is even essentially a Tinubu agent, unwittingly. But there it is right there. But I may be talking nonsense. Thank you for that. I think Emmanuel wanted to put you a question, but I had to step him down a little bit because the voices were cascading over each other. But Emmanuel, you wanted to put a position to enigmatic.
Okay. What I wanted to ask him, I think he was able to answer. I wanted him to digest, as in to digest the how the election will be like by state, which he tried to explain, which I totally disagree with him by that analysis. So let's just leave it that way.
All right, brilliant. So thank you for that. So let's go on from you, Enigmatic. That was quite a detailed analysis by Enigmatic. But let's go on from you, Enigmatic, and go to Solomon, who is smiling just wittingly, because he will feel that, yes, I told you guys already what this guy is telling you now. But Solomon, we were talking about the spike in new entrants into the electoral space in terms of people registering to vote, and we're trying to permutate how this will impact on the 2023 elections. So you can approach it however you like, but it'd be a bit lazy to say it's Obi, 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 because we know it's not Obi, Obi, Obi. But what underpins it, and how will it play out by your reckoning, Solomon?
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, this PVC stuff, now that the number has increased, Obi still has share, he has votes inside this PVC, inside this increment in number of people getting that PVC. Most people are doing it. I would say most people are doing it because of Obi too. I won't lie to you. Most people, especially the youths, they are really getting their PVC because of Obi. To be honest with you, with what I've seen, like the people I've seen, like there are people I know too. I know that they are getting it because of Obi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah.
But you know, if we break it down in terms of demography, you know, there are, okay, we have to go by the example. We saw what happened in Ekiti. So that Ekiti might well be an isolated incident, by the way. But Ekiti happened after this wave of new enthusiasm. So that was the first opportunity to test what the young people are doing. So that might be peculiar to Ekiti. So we cannot really keep going to Ekiti. But if you look at... Go on.
Why I say Obi, as in, and why I'm just saying Obi, because people are just saying Obi, Obi,
Can
Obi,
I ask
Obi.
Solomon a question?
Yes.
Those youths that you mentioned, that you know, that you are seeing rushing to get, which side of the country are they from? Those ones that
I
are
won't lie
opting
to
for
you. I
Obi,
won't lie
those
to
ones,
you. They are
no, hold
from.
on, those ones that are opting for Obi, which side of the country are they from?
I won't lie to you. They are from. Majority of them are from the southeast. I won't lie, to be honest. But there's something I want to say. There's some are not from, some are from the south side. But I want to say something. Yeah, most of them are saying Obi, Obi, but I know that deep down, because you know, in election in Nigeria, they do word by word, and these politicians will always give money to the word, to each words. So that's where I now start thinking like, yeah, I don't want to just talk too much. Let it not be like I'm going against the movement for my people. Let's just let's continue.
Are you afraid of the beating from the comment section? He's afraid of the comment section. He's afraid of the comment section. They will come after him again.
Let's just continue, please.
No, but the breakdown, because the breakdown of this new entrant is quite it's very important, because there's almost half of the people that voted in the last election are now new entrants into the electoral space, and because of the mood of the nation, you cannot say that these new entrants will be passive people. So these are active voters. You see what people are going through to get their PVCs. So that is to tell you that they intend to use it. So we can just by the mood and the effort, we can project that a good 85, if not 90% of these new entrants are intent on voting on that day. So even the logistics of that will probably overwhelm the system. But you know, we have to then break them down into who intends what. So the Southeasterners, we can just block them over to Peter Obi. But then when you start to go outside of the Southeast, and you look at the northern youths that are picking up their cards for the first time, what is their intention? If you look at the southwestern youths that are picking up their cards for the first time, what is their intention? And right across the board. So, what are the intentions if you sectionalize them of these young people as they come into the political space? Or are they just one mass of one intention that come under the umbrella of youth with one intention to effect change? So, what is the breakdown of the minutiae of this new entrance into the space?
For people in the southeast, we've already said it. They are getting their PVC for P2B. People in the north, they are getting it for cash out, because this period, or that election period, they will be cashing out properly, as in very well, when they want to vote, because they must share money in the polling unit. So and if you don't have your PVC, you can't partake in the money they will share. Then people in the west, some of them, not all of them, are going to vote for change. They will still want to vote to cash out too.
All right. So it'd be interesting anyway, because if we look at if we project to 2023, and we say all of the numbers that voted, because in the report that I read, Inec was telling us that only a third of the registered voters actually voted in the last cycle of elections. And just from the data that I've read now, that coheres. But so those dormant voters, the 65%, so they have to come back into the electoral space. So that's one. And then, this new entrance, they'll come in again. So even in terms of the logistics of it, people will be collapsing on election day. They are waiting so long. Imagine the queue. Solomon.
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, I was just saying, yeah, I can hear you. I was just saying, in terms of the numbers, I think the system might well be overwhelmed by the voter turnout.
Yes, now can't you even see what is happening in this PVC collection? How people are even how people, the queue is much, and they are not attending to them because of this. INEC never expected the turnout of the youth. How people are now eager to get their voters card, coming every day to just wait. They don't even mind waiting for, but it still shows this. Some people are already getting discouraged about the election that is coming out to vote because of this delay they are having, and this kind of inconveniences that they are experiencing in collecting their PC. So it's going to really cause. So might just succeed in taking it, but I don't think they will vote. Especially when you get to the polling and you see the crowd there, you will just feel discouraged and just go home.
Are you anticipating a lot of violence on that day, the 25th of February? I cannot see how it won't be a violent election.
I'm not supposed to on this camera, but where I'm sure of that there will be violence is in the southeast. Yeah, I know of that place that anybody voting there, they should, as in people that have it in mind, they should be careful, because there are going to be lots of violence there.
Just make sure you stay in Abuja. Do your voting in Abuja.
Sure, of course, yeah.
We have plans for you. We want to keep you safe. Yeah, Babati is already plotting NGO for you. So, but is it making the news? Tinubu's trip to France. Is anybody making anything of it? Yeah, because of course Tinubu, half body, half brain, half everything, just falling apart. Is this a harbinger of things to come? Another sick note president? Is this what we're looking at? Tinubu off to France for meeting, so that is to say to get his injections. Is this making the news?
This news of Tinubu going to France is not really like the way it was when P2B. went to Egypt. It's just like somebody, an insider, was as in just leaked the information. The way I saw the headline on Instagram. Like somebody leaked the information, and some youths are now using it, like some bloggers who are in support of P2B are like, look at we need a president that is accountable, not the ones that will not tell you where they went to and where they are going to, those kind of thing. So P2B, this Tinubu's news of going to France is not something they made public.
And Tinubu's health, we can see the guy falling apart physically and mentally just before our very eyes. But are people still making anything of that? Or are they just settled into the fact that this is what we are getting? Are people still aghast and alarmed that somebody that is falling apart publicly, physically, and mentally is actually also presenting himself to be president? Are people still talking about his physical and mental well-being?
The people who are criticizing his health are people like, let me just, because me, when some bloggers they post something and I go to comment there, maybe because of my own candidate, that is article, or no, when they posted something about Tinubu and all that, like the way people are doing Nigeria, you know how Nigeria is, that this man is going to steal me. Some people were just blasting, were just coming to my under my comment. I was just saying trash about this guy, like, and I checked, it was, well, if after saying what they have in mind, they will now put vote for Obi. So it's just, I just see them like people who are supporting Obi. They are the people. They are the ones castigating or just talking about Tinubu's health.
Do you just from what you said, do you see elements somewhat of the Nnamdi Kanu type followership in the followership of Obi? Intolerant, very aggressive. Do you see that in the follower? Because we saw a lot of, there's echoes of what we saw under Nnamdi Kanu repeating with the obedience. Do you see that? Yeah.
I support Nnamdi Kanu to an extent, but not in the aggressive manner, or in the aggressive way. Yeah, what you just said about, those people who are supporting this P2B, who have channeled their energy from IPOB to from this Biafra agitation to this P2B support. They are very, very aggressive, and they, like, then when you say something about let's Nigeria not divide, they will just, the way the energy they are using to go against you now, you're not supporting P2B. That is what they use then to curse you. They may even call you a fool, call you a Fulani breed.
But Solomon, do you not see some sort of inherent let's say contradiction, because we don't want to say hypocrisy, but do you not see some inherent hypocrisy in it? Somebody that was telling you 6 months ago that Biafra or nothing, and now they are telling you Obi or nothing. Do you know, is that not a 360 turnaround?
I don't want to believe that. I don't want to say that my people don't have direction. We have direction. It's just that we need to see. Let me tell you, the main people that are heading this agitation, they are not in support of this election. That is why I'm saying that there will not be election. There will not be election in Biafra land in the east. Yeah, I'm saying it. There will not be election. This was just saying it. Are people, like, I don't want to say they are using their emotions to do things, but they don't have the say. Once the people who are in charge of our region gets, as they've already said that there will not be election, there will not be election. So all these ones they are doing, because the people already know how the Nigerian system, if they want election to be, they would have engaged the way, as if they believed in this election, they would have engaged themselves or the region the way the normal politics in Nigeria would be, because deep down, forget the way people, some other people from other, like for instance, the Edo people are supporting this. There will be it will be a movement. They are trying to be national. They want to show that they are nationalists. But deep down in Nigeria here, it is regional politics that we play. It is regional. Like for us to stop that regional politics, there need to be development in this country. Like there need to be development in this country. There need to be like we need to know, like leave this level that we are now in this country to another level. Then we will not start.
Solomon, if
Yeah.
Malam Buhari decides to release Nnamdi Kanu into the middle of the Peter Obi train, that is to say, release him from prison, but restrict him to Umuahia, so he cannot leave the country, but is still allowed to speak to his audience. So, how do you think that will play out in terms of the Peter Obi narrative? If Malam Buhari decides to release Nnamdi Kanu into the middle of the Peter Obi storyline, how would that play out?
Buhari will not be a fool to do such, because Nnamdi Kanu, let me tell you, these people have made up their life, like made up their mind that this is what they want. They want to leave Nigeria. We really need to leave Nigeria. That is what they've already made up their mind for. So him saying that, if Buhari is somebody, like, I don't see him like a father, even if he's old in age. I don't see him like a father because of the way he talks and the way he, as a father of the nation, is supposed to carry everybody along. Even if one person is being stubborn, if you're a father of, if you have kids, even if one person is being extremely stubborn, you will still carry him along and show him love. Even if you put up some disciplinary measures that you use in correcting him, but the love you still have love for him and carry him along. But Buhari is not that kind of person. So if he should do that, yeah, I know he don't love we Igbo people, but if he should do that now, he knows that will show even to the world that this man don't want the good of these people at all, because he knows that once Nnamdi Kanu is out and he says there will not be election, he's going to interrupt the election in more than the way I even feel is going to be now that he's even in the prison, because there will not be any election. As in fact, it's total shutdown during that period. From like normally now they have Monday sit at homes, but from that one, I think once we even get into the month of February, there will not be election at all. So
Can I ask Solomon a
Can I
question?
interject? I wanted to interject first, please.
Yeah. Okay. You've
I have a question for Solomon.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Carry on. Yeah, carry on.
My question is, Solomon, when you come to governors, why do they normally allow the election to happen?
Is it even in the government? Yeah, even in the elections for governors, it's not going to. There won't be election.
No, I said when it comes to governors election in Southeast, why did they allow it to happen?
That's why you're saying this thing is because of the Anambra State election, right?
It's not just Anambra. Even before that Anambra election that have been happening in Southeast, no. So why are they?
No. It is the Anambra election that was the first election they said will not hold.
Okay, so why did they allow that to happen? Yeah, what did they allow the Anambra election to take place?
Because that Anambra election, I don't really know why. Even now, I questioned the reason why they allowed because all my during that period, I felt like there will not be any election. But I think
Anambra election was not the first now. Solomon.
No, as in from 2019.
Since the IPOB started to say no elections will take place.
2019. Yeah. That is after the 2019, because the people who are even broadcasting for this IPOB thing now, they were in support of 2019 election.
Well, I think even
prior to before
can I say something, please?
Hold on. Sorry.
Let me say something. There would have not been any election, but you know that period, it was when they they held before then they arrested Nnamdi Kanu and brought him back to Nigeria. So I think the movement was not really, because they were not properly informed then for this, as in before the Anambra state election.
Their attention was diverted.
Yes, exactly. So assuming that they did not arrest him, they would have still stick to that movement of no election.
Actually, in addition to that,
hold on, Rational Mind. Yeah.
Let me say something real quick.
Yeah, go on.
Now, in 2019, when you said if they release Nnamdi Kanu, it's going to disrupt the election. But in 2019, when he said he has gotten some documents, and he was saying that people should vote for, people should was, it was swinging towards the side of Obi, and it was like Obi is dead. It's not a person that could fit to become a president, thereby saying that you people should vote Atiku. That was why Atiku had a lot of votes from the southeast. So something similar to that, don't you see that could happen, considering what has happened so far? Hold on.
No, these people they've understood the Nigerian politics properly. Like they know what's up with the Nigerian politics. Like
who have understood?
I'm talking about this the people, this our IPOB like the people that are in the front of this movement. They understand that P2B cannot win this election.
Why do people keep saying P2B cannot win this election?
I disagree with you about that. The election will not hold in the southeast.
Like I just want to understand that fact. I want to understand that fact.
I think it's going to hold.
Election will not happen in the southeast.
Let me say something.
It's going to hold. Go on. Let me just allow you guys to continue.
If you pay attention, I can hear you. If you pay attention to Buhari in Rwanda for the Commonwealth of Government meeting, I think it was asking the international community to be into as a prescribed IPOB as terrorists. That is a sign. You understand, and it's a caution too. If any move like that happens, how do you think they are going to react in Nigerian state? And the international community will say, yes, he is right. So the election will hold. A move, that's a signal ahead. It's telling the international community that this is how dangerous these people is. So if I go after them at the right time, I'm not talking about genocide or anything. So
and don't forget this agitation is not really popular in the southeast, so to say. It's not too popular in Enugu State. It's not popular in Ebonyi State. It's not popular in Abia. It's mainly Imo and Anambra states.
And there is lockdown. There is total lockdown for when they say
all the 5 eastern states.
What are you talking about?
If you take out Imo and Anambra State, what else do you have in the east? Take out those two economies. Yeah, take out those two economies. What else do you have?
I'm telling you that you see that they're saying that there's not going to be election. That is not going to be that it will not happen. There will be election because they have been saying this even before 2019 election. And election happened. Several elections have happened before. So let's leave that one aside.
Let's watch and see in this coming election. Then
the election will be very peaceful, sir. In that
region. It is very peaceful because their son is coming out. Their son is coming out, so nothing is going to happen. They have one of their sons coming out, so they only watch and see what plays out after their son tried before they will start another agitation again. But this one,
let's watch and see.
The reason for the attack in Southeast is because they said Kanu is locked up. Now, if they release him, why should they continue their mayhem? So
most of the attacks there are not by this.
I know that there's something behind it. Then, if they continue doing that,
exactly because they sit at home because of Nnamdi Kanu in the prison. Because when he released him, everything will be fine.
Guess what?
And now their son is coming out for
release. It's not going to be released, and nothing will happen.
No, they could release him to disrupt the Peter Obi narrative because
Nah,
if they
Peter
release,
Obi go be heavyweight. Peter Obi you know go with
yeah,
his
but if he starts to constitute himself into a nuisance, they can release
that is why
they can release
that is why the government we are practicing is we now take it or he has the monopoly of violence. We not see for answers. They go spray you, everybody will go back.
No, they will not going to spray. What are you talking? Why are you talking like that? They're not going to spray anybody.
If be violent, they will turn to violence. That's what you are saying.
Man.
If they turn into violence, they will meet them with violence now.
No, it'll be a lot more subtle and a lot more elegant if they just released Nnamdi Kanu into the middle of the Peter Obi narrative, and then he pushes his agenda for Biafra, and then the Southeast then divides along this.
I'll be surprised if
One man, I disagree. If they release that Nnamdi Kanu, that would just be like, and don't come for me in the comment section and say, "Oh, I'm going against that. They should not release him." I'm just stating facts.
Don't worry, don't leave the comment section. Why you people, you and Solomon, you are scared of the? Is it in the name?
It's always fun.
People call Solomon.
That's why they always laugh.
They're always afraid of the comment section. Go on,
It's
carry on.
wisdom now, King Solomon. But anyway, one man, if they release Nnamdi Kanu, it's going to be like releasing nuclear bomb, because the election is not going to hold in the southeast. It's going to influence people in the north, and it's going to influence people in the southwest. It's charisma, and I studied Hitler when I was in university. They have the same level of charismatic.
No, that's a bit excessive now. Comparing Nnamdi Kanu to Hitler.
Yes, one man. He sat down. No. He sat down on a YouTube channel.
Have you been passing something between you and Obi again? It's always the ego smokers that always.
One man, let's look at the facts. Let's look at the facts. This man sat down on YouTube and turned Nigeria upside down, just with his words. So you can't say you can't compare. He is going to be like releasing a nuclear bomb. There will be almost no election in that country, and
no. Nnamdi Kanu's influence does not sweep the whole country. It's restricted.
That's why I said almost. That is why I said almost. Almost. It is definitely going to influence the southwest and some of the north.
Southwest. Why would Nnamdi Kanu influence the southwest? Why would what will?
Look at what happened in EndSARS.
Right.
Was that not part of his influence?
No, that's not his influence.
Okay. He had already started gaining control of the southeast, and he was moving to the southwest, talking about Yorubas. That was where he stopped. And before
he was advising them, he was advising Yorubas. He was not trying to influence. He was just advising them.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, he's just in support of Sonny Boho. This Oduduwa, he's not in support, encouraging them.
I would like
sorry. What is this Messiah complex this Messiah complex that we are getting from the southeast? The need to save other people. Nnamdi Kanu came to save the Yorubas. Now Peter Obi has come to save the Yorubas. I mean, what is this? What's going on? What's going on now? What's going on?
Make a response to the
all right, so sorry. Let Solomon round off. You have just a very short intercession, and then we go on to Ajanle Koko because you started with us. You went and did something, and you came back, and still we've not heard from Ajanle Koko, who came in same time as you. But let Solomon round off his thoughts, and then so Solomon, round off your thoughts.
Yeah. So. And I saw on your headline where you said APC raised 6.5 trillion naira to bribe voters. Yeah, the people are going to. I heard when Soli was saying something that Nigerians, they are supposed to say no. If you come here where you are now, you have, if somebody, at least if you don't have job, you have job of, as if nobody, if like a common person don't have job, he will have job like he can use and feed. In Nigeria here, people don't have job to even feed first, talk more of even doing other things. And you say that
trade place for him now. Trade place with him. Trade place with Solly. Solly should come back to Nigeria. You should take his place in the Netherlands.
No. He should stay where he is. By the grace of God, everywhere will still be good.
That way you will learn now. They will learn that.
So no, they talk say these people like the way he's saying it, like they are selling their
My Solly just
they are
No,
doing it
see,
on purpose, like selling
I'm
their
not
votes.
just
No more. Let
No,
me tell you,
Solly will tell you according to our reading book. It's not our reading
but
book now.
it is not like that.
According to
It is
our
not
reading
like
book.
that.
Okay?
These people, most people are doing even the crimes that boys are committing in Nigeria. It is not they are making. It's not even with their eyes that are doing it, but because of how the system has made them, what the system has turned them to. This one is not something
Do you think
about.
somebody like me can survive in Nigeria? Do you think I can survive?
That is if you don't have anything and you come back to Nigeria, you.
Or even if I come fully loaded, how long will it take for them to empty my wallet?
See, if you stay here, no matter how big, except you're a thief and you come back here. But if you also does your money like legit in that way, and you even as in illegitimately, like illegally, and you come back here to stay, you feel when you start spending, when you start doing, and certain things, something you bought like 1,000, and later you go and buy it 2,000. Something you bought like last week, you bought it 1,000, and next week you go and buy it like 2,000. You, as in, from there you start understanding that this place safe, they don't even care about you.
yes,
You need to,
but Solomon, that's
yeah.
called inflation. It happens everywhere.
No. See, let me tell you. Wait. I'm just hitting round. I know this thing you just say now, but I'm just hitting round. I'm trying to make him understand something. And maybe see in Nigeria, ESF, I beg to be talking about this place is to make somebody just don't just think of coming back here to Steve now.
It's funny, Solomon. A lot of us in the abroad, we only dream of ever coming back to Nigeria, and a lot of the people in Nigeria, they only dream of just escaping that place. This is the thing.
See, you coming to Nigeria, people coming to Nigeria is to come as you just plan yourself, like you give yourself time frame.
Yeah,
Or
flex for
interval,
2
like
weeks and get out.
yeah, and just go back. Don't come and say you want to come and stay. If you are coming here to stay or more, you fuck yourself up. Even with your money, you'll be depressed in Nigeria. Yeah. Let me tell you the truth. Forget what they are saying. With your money, you'll be depressed.
I
For
think
real.
the best way to live in Nigeria
okay, Joe.
is to have an international passport. That's the best way to live in Nigeria.
All right, brilliant.
What planet is this guy from?
No, Solly is a special breed. It's a special breed.
I
Don't
wouldn't
worry.
mind living in Nigeria if I have an international passport. By the time they just do too much, man, I can't japa.
But it's because your family, or maybe you've already. They don't have the opportunity to even raise the money self or talk more of who will even accept them when they travel, or maybe who they can go and meet when they travel. They're just saying this one because the opportunity to have people around you that maybe your parents. Please don't be judging Nigerians by that way. If you come here and maybe your parents they are wicked and they want to hello, I can hear you.
No, let Solomon finish now. Let him finish. He was saying something.
Yeah. I'm just saying that you should not judge Nigerians the way you are judging them. It's not. People are really suffering here because, especially this P2B. Assuming say job day this country, so like they have jobs that people be doing, even if they are doing, and when this time for election reach, they will not. If anybody that is going to sell his or her vote is just being greedy and don't know himself or herself. But where there is no job and you see somebody come and toast you with 10K, with 5K self, 20K, people will sell their votes. What is that? They want to survive. I even saw in the comment section where somebody said that people are looking for 20,000 to start business. It's not a lie.
20,000 for Nigeria. What can be?
I didn't tell you. People all these girls where they see so. Like those kind of girls where you see now,
20,000 can start a
even
business.
to go and for apprenticeship, to go and learn work safe. People are looking for that money.
No. If for somebody that hawks on the street, 20,000 starts a business for them.
Even to go and learn work safe, people need that money to go and learn work.
pure water, sachet
Inside that
something.
hot sun of Lagos.
Well, is that not how some people
It's
survive?
beyond Lagos.
But thank you, Solomon.
Yeah. Now for Lagos, now no be anything. So that's why once you are putting all this accommodation together, think beyond the cities. Because I tell the voters, they come. I asked before. Tell me one street for Nigeria where 1 billion no go cause riot among the youth.
See, sorry, this thing New Nigeria said now, is what I even reasoned. I said people in the cities are just there making noise, saying P2B movement. Wait, go to the village. It's villages that I used to vote to, not even really the cities. Villages where we say, would they get ward chairman, they get ward this, they get ward secretary, where they go come like this, kind of like 3 Ghana must go give them, say this is for your ward. And these are the structures. It's not even about it's not even about the
It's not about Twitter. It's not about
it's
Twitter.
not about Twitter. It's about the word.
Solomon, structure now is money. It's not more human being.
No.
Sorry, what did you say?
Now,
what did you say?
Structure now is money. It's not more human being. Like before, they will tell us how many do we have to.
No, what I'm saying, the structure that I mean is, like the structure I mean is like, for instance, word is a structure when it comes to this politics. When you talk about word is part of the structure. And in all these local places like this, they have word 1, word 2, they have word this, word that. And those places are where you will use and connect to the people. In a community like this, where
very simple. You use money to service structure. You have to keep the structure alive.
Exactly. It's not, see, I'm not happy. I'm not saying these things because I'm being biased or no. I'm just telling you fact what I have seen in this Nigerian politics. To be honest,
So Solomon, one question again.
No.
Yeah,
Sorry,
let me
Emmanuel.
attempt the question.
Attempt one last question and then I move on.
Okay, Solomon, you mean like some of us that spend 2 weeks on a queue to get PVC will come and dash it out for 10,000?
See, let me tell you, there are people that will do it. You talk about yourself. Don't talk for other people. Talk for yourself.
Do you know how many people like me that are on the street?
Bro, see, people will do it. Just even see boys take drugs. Do you know people will take that money even to cure to just to get high? Do you know people who need bro? See, talk about yourself. Just if just this kind of movement is something like I said before. If we want to, if we really wanted to change, we want to change this country. We need to elevate these people first from the way elevate everybody from the current financial status that they find themselves in now, because people are broke, people are hungry. You can't expect somebody. Yeah,
somebody like me. I have not voted before. I'm like 31 years. I've not voted before, but I spent 2 weeks to be able to get my PVC, and somebody will come and tell me to drop it for 10,000 naira. What the hell?
All right, Emmanuel. Let this guy have the final word, and then we'll move on. So listen to this. So after this guy, then I'll take obvious commentary on enigmatic, but condense it over here. Then I want, because we are in deep hours now. But this is the final word. Now, this was sent in by Solomon. I do encourage people to send stuff in via Instagram. So this is what, not Solomon, but Solly. This is what Solly sent in, and this is the answer to all the
Solly
questions.
Solomon too.
That is money. Ego beke. I get our people ego beke, and they will go and vote for us. And let me tell you, we believe in finishing the job. Yes. We'll go into the grassroots, give them what the language they understand. What they understand is money. Ego beke. We'll give them ego beke.
So that is it right there. So you
let me say one thing here. Yeah. You see this kind of thing. Yeah, we know that people are saying that if we really care about changing Nigeria, like if this P2B talk now is really, as in people really want to use through him to change Nigeria, this is the kind of thing. Sorry to say, it's not good, but engage them the way they've already brought the system. Like there's something one guy Kaluta said that there's how I've forgotten the way he made that phrase, like let the most corrupt people, at least the person who can do something, just get into power. That is just the truth. Because Peter be doing this one now, he will not. I don't worry, Sha. Just go to the next person.
All right. Solomon, a lot of what you did not say, we all understand it, but it's so difficult to say it. Because when you say these things, people think that you are anti-progress, you are anti-people.
No. Me, I will not sell my vote. See, you know? I can't sell my vote for 10,000. I can't sell my vote for any money. I'll vote for who I have in mind. To be honest with you, but I'm telling you what is happening in the streets. To be honest, for real.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So Vie, have that say, and then I want to move on to Ajanle Boko.
First, primary delegates collect $15,000 to $20,000. What 30 to 40 million? You can't tell the guy with the village they say make it go according to the conscience. Which kind of conscience is that? So the reality is very obvious. The shade on our face. Now, enigmatic to know that your permutation is way out of you. It's like you are still using 4 years ago data, then they put your things together. Once should they say, oh, this person will win this decision, this person will win this decision. Don't just end that there. Tell why. What are the factors that actually make you this person to win this region? And again, you said
antecedents now. Antecedents.
Again, you said Konkoso can only win 2 states in the northeast. Kano is not in the northeast. Kano is in the northwest. So that throw all your permutation away from that region. Say, what inform you that APC will win all the whole northeast, north central, the way they put it?
Because they have always done.
You are still analyzing based on the fact that you are assuming that only 2 parties will end up go all the way. No, that's where
the data. That's the data we have now. Everything else is speculation.
The only thing that I agree with you is that Tinubu will sweep the southwest. Yes, for obvious reasons. He don't rule that region for as long as we can remember. For any other place, no way ain't go fit beat him mind say he won't go win. Why it is ain't go France? The numbers are not adding up for any of them. I want to win the north. If to say it easy like that, people don't name me running mates now. But because it go affect as in this, the numbers are everywhere now because of the advent of Obi and Kokoso from the north. So nobody go fit us in Namigo
win. We can only go by what we know, but not what we speculate. What we know is the data from all the previous elections from 1999 till date. Okay. So when Abdul Mumin Jibrin, when he was saying that Kwakwanso can never subordinate to Peter Obi, he said that Kwakwanso has more exposure and more experience. So what does that mean? He has functioned at that national level more. But that is not to say that Obi does not command more followership than Peter Obi, but that has not been tested in an election. So we cannot say that. But if Kwakwanso has been tested in an election, so it is antecedents that we have to predicate upon.
Who are the followers of Obi? Who are the followers of Obi?
I don't know. They call themselves obedient. They call themselves.
As it is, nobody can claim that this thing will get all the youth votes. No, that's where the money comes in. They go split
but do you get the point I'm making though, which is to say what Enigmatic was saying. Enigmatic was talking on the basis of what is known. But you are speaking on the basis of what is not known as not and has not been tested.
You just agree that there are 6 million voters. That's
new. No, there are always new entrants into the electoral space.
No, but this one is different. We never see.
It's always different, isn't it? Yes. Look at this guy.
We never see 4 parties way go head to head like this. Now, even this youth that you are talking about, imagine they are not even say. They are ready to even give their vote to anybody, but they will not vote for APC and PDP. Who listen to?
You don't know that. You don't know that.
I don't know that.
You don't know that.
That's what the youth are saying.
No, I don't know that they are saying that. Or I don't know that they are saying that.
Agree. No, if you agree that this youth phenomenon that we are seeing matters, or let's say they rule them out. If you think, but if you are going to factor into the equation, it's not adding up for anybody. The East way with the talk, even though they cannot claim that he's going to take East. Person wey no fit control the structure of PDP while he was there, wetin come believe say he go fit control anything for there as it is now because people dey make noise for internet. He no sure for am for the south, he say he go win now. Don't forget the other Igbo candidate.
My guy, he don't lock that place, so leave that boy they talk. He don't lock that place.
No,
He
you don't know because
Why
it's
is
not
they
being
lock
tested
am,
in
man?
an election.
Why is
It's
they
not
lock
being
that.
tested.
The youth that are making noise, they are everywhere within the south. Oh. Not be only that is southeast then they. A lot of them are in Lagos. Oh. Even as they give Lagos to Tinubu. We are just talking about structure now. How many people will sit down for every nooks and crown of village for the southeast maintain their vote for them? How many? If to say now so easy for him, if you not leave PDP, he could not control the structure. That's why he left. So you are now coming to a party that yes, because of what is happening, you are taking advantage of. But where are the votes going to come from? All those people where they make not so, can you group them? You cannot group in Nigeria. You agree with me, one man. They are not together.
No, you can group Peter Obi's followership because
on
they
the
are
internet, not on ground.
No, on ground as well. On the internet is we are not avatars now. We are human beings.
For one member may ask, better youth, who they go vote for?
Well, I don't know. They might well go in whichever direction, but
we are among the youth Niger Delta. What it?
The Niger Delta, that's subject to debate. But we know that the southeast, the youth there will go with Peter Obi, and we know that the new generation funky thinkers, all these hip hop sort of elements, they will go with Peter Obi as well.
What did the new generation want? All these people where they shout, what do they want?
Yeah, they say they want change. They've already said they want.
That is a bogus statement. That's a political statement.
No, they want away from what obtains.
Exactly. What obtained is PDP and APC. That's all they
want.
No.
Kwakwanso is not the old order. Kwakwanso new to politics.
One man, just listen to the surrogate of these two parties when they criticize the space. They never said Konkoso is corrupt or is bad. They go say no get experience. They never say Obi is corrupt or bad. They go say no get experience. That's what they've been saying. That's what they've been saying. Why
they don't say a lot about Peter Obi anyway. They just dismiss him out of hand. And I've not really heard anybody talk about Kwakwanso.
That's all they can do, but it's not sticking. The youth are not buying it. The youth are not buying it. We don't care if they are not experienced, but we
Obaseki said every home now is obedient. Say you heard that one.
Yeah, in Edo State, yes.
And also count them out because they get money, and money will go a long way to play out. All these youth where they work now, so by the time money begin enter world youth shaman, what do you this, they go begin divide. Celebrity will go with some of them, they will go this way, some will go this way. You will see. That's why it go take happen. That's why I say Obi cannot even lay 100% claim to all this competition because now verse everybody they verse. So we want change. What is change? You are not able to define your change. So guess what? They will define it for you and they will put it before you. You don't get chance and to follow suit. I mean, this thing not be.
You know that Kwakwanso was the Minister of Defense under Obasanjo.
And you think why did they give him Minister of Defense? Because trust. Because nobody's even.
But you know that's a political position.
Yes. No be politics with they play.
So how come somebody that has been in governance since Obasanjo, how come it's now the new how is it the face of change?
Because he is a grassroots politician. He understands this region that he came from, how important that region is to the politics.
You know, he was the governor of Kano State in 2007. How is it the face of change?
You said what?
He was the governor of Kano State in 2007.
Yes, and which he has done, he has performed excellently well, unless you don't know his track record. One man, this big man can only say this men are not experienced. That is the only thing. And the Nigerian people are saying, we don't care. We have space.
New Nigeria, let me tell you one thing. Do you know that is when Obi tried to liaise with this man that this name go viral?
No, you don't understand politics be that. When this man joined NNPP, guess what happened? Kanu collapsed. The biggest.
No, I'm telling you the momentum. The momentum that is set.
Let me read a paragraph to you, Ovie. In 2015, the concerned Kano State Workers and Pensioners Group filed a petition to the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission claiming that Kwakwanso had broken the Kano State Pension and Gratuity Law of 2007 right before leaving office early in 2015. According to the group, Kwakwanso had directed that pension remittances be used for housing development, but supposedly intervened in a housing project to allocate houses to his associates. Ultimately, the housing allocations and alleged misappropriation of funds reached around 10 billion naira, according to concerned Kano State Workers and Pension Group. So on and on it goes. This guy is steeped and deep in corruption. Kwakwanso. Steeped and deep.
One man, you are speaking for the big parties. That's all they can say.
No, but how is Kwakwanso a departure? How is he? Kwakwanso is Buhari. Kwakwanso is Abacha. Kwakwanso is Tinubu. Kwakwanso is Atiku. It's all of them now.
That is
but
why.
But one man. That is the person. That is the person that Obi the Savior is trying to ally with now.
No, it's corruption.
Why the Obi the Savior try to ally with that person the way you just describe him as a corrupt person? But still, our people still want to champion Obi as this the cleanest person.
This thing that you said about this man, so
thank you, Ajani Koko, for pointing that out.
We all want change. You will agree with me. There is no way we can just do one stroke and swap out all these old men out of this go. No, it's not going to happen at all. Now, step by step. So
yeah, but we want to change from Kwakwanso. We want to change from Kwakwanso, Tinubu, Atiku. That we want to change from them, not to them. Let me give you one more paragraph. Do you want another paragraph? On the 2nd of July 2015, Justice Mohammed Yahaya of the Kano High Court had restrained EFCC from arresting or restraining Kwakwanso in its investigation for alleged misappropriation of 10 billion naira pension funds. So, don't worry about Kwakwanso now. Kwakwanso is Atiku. Kwakwanso is Tinubu. Kwakwanso is what we want to escape from.
So, see, why so in other words, Kwakwanso is synonymous with everybody, both the wrong and
no, they are all looters now, and you are saying
you know why he's loved in the north? Now, because of his grassroots touch. This is a man who has sent 3,000 Nigerians out there all over the world getting good degrees, masters and PhDs. All over the world.
Nine money. You just stand on now. Be honest with yourself.
Exactly. Listen, not being money, now public money. So, we're using it for the public. Right? That's what public money is meant for. That's what Obi is trying to save. Obi just save. Obi could not use the money. He saved. But somebody come and wipe it out. So if you actually bring these two people together, one go they save, one go they utilize them. It's a win-win. So these two big parties know all they could say about this people, they are not experienced. They've been around. No, what Nigerians are saying today is that we have experienced PDP. We know what they can do and what they have done. We have experienced APC. We know what they've done and what they could do. We don't want them again. We want to try anyone among outside these two people, regardless of who that person be. That's what Nigerians are saying, and that is why
NFP is not going anywhere.
Ovie, Kwakwanso has been PDP from 1999 to 2022.
They are all the same class.
To 2022.
I am not telling you the mindset. They are all the same. They work around.
So they are all the same. So there it is. They are all the same.
That is what the youth want to remove them.
They will select them for us to elect. It's too late for us to say we want to promote them now. It's too late. President 3 is too late. It's a game of the elite. They select these people, whether we like it or not. One of these 4 people will become president. And guess what? It's a win-win for them. But at this point, now I'm matter for another day. This is not campaign season now war season with it. And again, one thing you should understand, these men will do anything within their power because of what? If you read Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of need, what is the top one? Self-actualization. That's why we see they are not doing this. They don't care about us. I'm not saying here is the best person among us, is the guy in our set. No, they're all the same. But guess what? We've never experienced this man before at the end of our fear. We never experienced Obi before at the end of our fear. But these people don't want them again. That's where the competition is now. That's why we are here to Nigeria. How do we make sure we reconcile these two men to be on one ticket? And the game is a wrap. We'll get a new Nigeria.
Let him be the vice. If you don't want to be vice, you should relax. You should go and let them tell themselves.
Okay, either way, then we go 4 ways. Me, I want me them not go grease. Make the 4 of them just go like that, so that we'll see what was going to happen. Nobody, as at this point, nobody could say, "Oh, I'm there on top." No, nobody has the number to declare himself president at this point. It's not hard enough.
Ovie, in September 2021, our correspondents found that the EFCC had invited Kwankwanso for questioning earlier that month on alleged funds misappropriation. Kwankwanso initially ignored the commission before turning himself in on October the 16th for questioning. So there it is, right there. That's change. That's the change right there.
This sounds like Atikuna. Everybody, all of them. This sounds like a narrative. EFCC, all of them. So this is not new. This is not. You don't go fly.
and that's the rescue, Abi. That's the person coming to rescue us.
Oh man, you guys need to do better. When I mean you guys are talking about PDP and APP, because I know saying they support the Atiku or your Kingsman, but you guys need to do better to convince Nigeria.
No, I'm supporting Nigeria, so that's my constituency.
At this point, you guys, just like if Bribe said, APC stab Nigerians for back, PDP stab them for front. But now they are coming.
Yes, but Kwankwanso was holding one of the knives, though.
Where your man, Kwankwanso, did before? Your Kwankwanso man, where he did before? Where he from? Where he come out?
As early as 2022. As early as 2022.
Omi eko ekoni, akamu water and akamu be the same.
Apart from Tinubu, these 3 people were once in PDP. At the same time, Kwankwanso, Atiku, and Obi, the same time they're in PDP. So what is Kwankwanso says see the road first, now first come out. They are seeing the road, say, guy, no, this one not be the way, now first come out.
All right,
too late. So as I said, it not go work. You guys need to do better.
All right. You see, the story doesn't sell, does it, Ovie? I know you know it doesn't sell.
Kwankwanso is not going anywhere now. Let's move on.
Kwankwanso is Buhari, Kwankwanso is Tinubu, Kwankwanso is Atiku. They are all
one man. Can I interject?
That is a two Nigerian.
All right, thank you. So thank
Can
you.
I interject?
Yeah, just briefly, because I want to go to Ajanle Koko, and we still have a few people to talk, but make it brief if you can.
I go to Ajale Koko, so then come back to me later, so that we can save time. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So Ajanle Koko, let me take you back to where we started from, the voting numbers, which seems to be the thing that is exciting the platform the most. We are excited, but we're not sure why, because we don't know where these new entrants are pointing. The lazy thought will be obedient, but of course, we don't do lazy around here. So how are you permutating these new entrants into the political space?
Thank you, woman. Let me first of all urge everybody listening to us around the world that please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you have not done that yet. Look, this registration, I believe, all political parties in contest are responsible for this. I said it the other day that at every election cycle, yes, this happens. Youths always trooping to Inec Center to register for PVC. So they are doing it again this time. The only difference, yes, we are having highest turnout. We are having higher turnout. And reason is that we are seeing more political consciousness on the side of our youth and on the side of our people in general. So it's all political parties that are in contest. I believe they are sending their people out. They are carrying out mobilization, and they are telling people to go and register so that they can make their own impact in an effort to change the Nigerian situation. So I'm not going to subscribe to some people saying that is because of Obi. No, Obi, yes, he has some people that are yearning for him, and they are there too that are, participating in the registration. Yeah, but I'm not giving it all to Obi that because of Obi, that's why we have highest turnout. No, all Nigerians, all parties, everybody, new play, new parties, NMPP. I mean, you see, what do you call this guy?
New Nigeria.
OVA party. They said they registered 2 million. I believe some of those new people, a lot of them have not registered before. Particularly some of the young ones that just turned 18. Yes, all of them will troop in there to register. So it's a normal process. It's not as a result of one candidate, but this is what I know. All parties they carry out mobilization, and during this period, and
is it not a lie? Is it not a lie that they registered 2 million? How can they single-handedly one party register 2 million? How much is that they
what do they represent before?
You know Kwakwanso now for with his
what do you think they represent before?
On the age kids.
What are you guys saying?
APC is lower on the register one.
APC get 40 million. You are worried about 2 million.
Those one, everybody they lie. Everybody be liar. Everybody be thief.
So why are you worried about 2 million? Why say they get 40 million?
APC said they have registered. They said APC in Lagos. APC, that is the political party. We are not talking about registered voters. So APC members on their own register. They said they have 10 million voters. On election day, they didn't get 1 million voters to come and vote.
Here's my question, Ajale go to you.
Yeah.
4 years ago, this momentum when Obi they take advantage of, so the same thing goes to show Obi. By the end of the day, they give them 35,000 votes. How many you think they will give Obi next year?
Maybe they can't give him less than 2 million. They can't give him less than 2 million.
Please, don't compare Showore with Obi now. You need to stop that. Stop that. Don't compare Obi with Showore. Showore have not done anything.
Oh, come on now. Showore has done a lot.
Showore was enjoying the head wave too 4 years ago. Everybody was shouting Showore. At the end of the day, they give him 35,000 votes. How much do you think they are going to give?
They'll give him about 2 million just because he controls a whole region. Showore had no constituency.
Good.
No, but by that I mean Peter Obi, he has the southeast. We know that. Tinubu has like the southwest. Kwakwanso, he has Kano State. But Showore, he was just trying to straddle anything, and he didn't have like a real base. He was hoping his base would be the young people, but they did not. You know, young people now. Like
so he's a homeless guy. Homeless guy on the streets.
Well, not homeless, but the youth did not turn up for him as he and
president.
Mama, they say they bankrupt me. No worry, I never collect check. When I collect check, I'll bring her. I'll go show you. Say I don't collect. I'm
look at that. I'm not sure you are certainly working hard. You are working hard
American,
for it. No doubt.
American coordinator for NFPP.
You should actually go and register yourself at OVA, because I think that is what Joel of Nashville has done. He has gone to register himself. Go and register yourself. There's a chap that comes here under the Peter Obi banner, and he has put himself forward as an agent for the movement. So rather than just blow hard in, register yourself. All this 6.5 trillion, maybe you can get some of it.
Ovie, you're not even a member of NMPP yet, or what?
He's carrying. Look at the banner he has behind him. He's advertising Kwakwanso now. And the whole world is watching Kwakwanso behind him now.
And he's not a member.
You must not be doing this. You must not be doing this for free. Are you doing it for free?
when we get to Asu Rock, you know my position. You know where
Okay,
Minister Sunday that is
Which
Asu Rock?
Which
Asu Rock? Which Asu Rock? NNPP dreaming for Asu Rock.
Yes, when we get to Asu Rock, you will see. We'll see where I'm going to collect. But yes, I'm working at. If I know anybody will want pay, I'm available to collect.
Even Kano self. Even Kano, he can't sweep the whole Kano self. Talk more of.
All right. Back to your Janle Coco. You were permutating these 10 point something billion. And if you can sweep up also this 6.5 trillion naira that people are speculating is going to be the war chest of the APC for the presidential campaign. So no matter how you square it, it will still, everything changes but remains the same. Money will still decide who becomes the Nigerian president 2023. Ajanle Koko.
Yes, money will play a very big role. Right now, poverty is weaponized in Nigeria. And anything that comes your way, people, particularly to people that are hungry, they don't think of any, they're just thinking on how to survive. How can I, they only think about their daily bread. A lot of Nigeria they live on daily income. So somebody that live on daily income, I'm talking about people in the bracket of maybe poverty line, people that are below poverty line, and these are the real voters. The people below poverty line or within that bracket of poverty, people can be described, within the circle of poverty riddled people. So they live on daily income. So such people, on election day, the road will be closed, everywhere will be closed. They're going to lose that money for that day. So if politicians call them, maybe on average, maybe make like 5,000 a day. Now politician calling him, Dibo Funwajo, Kogba 10,000. Vote for us and you get 10,000. Or vote for us or you get 20,000. That person will do it because already he have no hope in Nigeria.
Ajanle Koko, we were just doing the story of somebody that was willing to sell his kidney. So that's how desperate things are.
Yes, because that person have lost hope completely. He doesn't think that anything better can come from the politician. So taking that money, he sees it as a blessing that, oh, God has given me my own out of the national cake. This is my own national cake. If I don't take it, I am going to be the loser. That's the way we think, that I am losing if I don't take it. Even if I vote my conscience, does that guarantee me that when they get there, they will work for my interests? Because over the years, Nigerian leaders in various elective positions have not worked for the interests of Nigerian people. So this has destroyed the psyche of our people. Our people doesn't believe in anybody. Even the righteous, the person that really genuine in his heart to do the job, they don't believe in him. They believe that, oh, they say, no, don't mind him. He's just pretending now as if he doesn't. When he gets there, he will do the worst. That is the way average Nigerians think. They don't trust themselves. They don't trust anybody. And that is why they will take that money. It's unfortunate that we're in a situation like that. But then the group of people, the youth that are educated, are supposed to know better, that finish their maybe OND, HND, or first degree that, couldn't get job, that are suffering around, that are struggling around, rather, they too doesn't. They are just like Nigeria has turned them to what Fela described as a ball where they roll. I mean, where they roll for like 1 year ball, where they roll for 1 year corner. So they are just rolling around, turning. They don't even really know what they want. They don't know what they want. They don't know what is good for them. They don't know who can really represent them well. Who is that person that fight for them? Who is that person that look like them? Who is that person that speak in the same language? Who is that person that think like them? Who is that person that's been struggling and have been fighting for them? They don't know. Because that person will not give them money. Is not ready to bribe them to vote. And who is that person? They are not ready. They will rather take money from politicians, go and vote for politicians, destroying their life. So that is the problem that Nigeria has at the moment.
Ajale Koko, don't you think that it's because Shore doesn't have money? That is why he can't give the money. If Shore is enriched, is rich by himself, he will bribe people. Don't you think that?
That is not because he doesn't have money. If Shore by every standard, if you want to describe Shore in Nigerian style, Shore is a multimillionaire. But Shore is a principal person. If Shore wanted to be a billionaire in Nigeria, he would have been a billionaire during the time of Jonathan.
We've lost you somewhat, Ajale Koko.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can now.
Shore, during the time of Abiola, as a student union leader, went to Abiola house during the struggle for June 12. Abiola gave him 800,000 naira. He refused to take it from Abiola. And Abiola was shocked that who is this? That he never gave anybody money, that refused. Shore refused 800,000 as far back as 1993.
Why? Where are you getting this story from, Ajale Koko?
Okay.
I was even expecting one man to even counter in that.
800,000 naira.
Where are you getting this story from?
That is Shore. That is Shore. Yes, hold on. Yes, that is Shore. And John Momo. Hello, hold on. Hold on.
I know one man very well now for him to.
Yes. Shore said it. Because of that, Abiola from upstairs escorted him downstairs. He was shocked. Now, what kind of boy is this? When politicians were there taking money from Abiola to say they want to go and mobilize and continue the struggle for him. He didn't tell. He said we are students. We are just doing it for. We believe in justice. Look, you can. Showore is the guy, but Nigeria youth doesn't want to follow him because he's not ready to bribe, and he will not ever bribe because he believes it is illegal, and that is not the way that you're not supposed to fight for people when you want to. You're not supposed to bribe people when you want to go and serve them. So we are in a serious. Huh?
The Obi that they are playing now, they have bribed them. Obi have bribed them.
Nobody said.
Well,
I talk about Obi now. I didn't say anything about Obi.
If you want me to come into that, Obi, did Obi not bribe PDP with 40 million naira to buy form?
That is a form.
So how can you buy from a man that claimed to be a prudent manager of resources, a man that claimed that, he knows how to manage, and you are buying from for 40 million?
He has
What
no
does that tell
option
you?
to change the narrative.
He has no option, but he has option when 3 days to primary, when it's clear to him that he could not win the election, he has option to run out.
He ran out because
when he saw it clearly that
they
he would
were
fail
compelling
at the
him to
primary.
pay millions of dollars to delegate, which he stand against that. So that's what pushed him out of that place, not because of the form.
So when Atiku paid that so much money and picked him as vice president in 2019, did you want to tell me Obi did not know that Atiku paid that money? Why did he refuse? Why did he not refuse?
Obi wasn't the president; it was the vice president they picked.
So it is good to go and serve with a corrupt person.
Anything that happened at the issue is not.
I don't know why these people are taking you back to this matter. I mean, are we doing competition here?
I don't understand. I don't understand.
Why are you bringing Obi into this matter again?
So it is good for Obi to serve with a corrupt person, but at the same time, you want to champion him as the savior, as a saint.
What I'm trying to project that we should tell this man to go and do something. Let's believe him. That is sure. Right? Let him go and do some local.
What do you want him to do?
Know what he do. You don't just come to go and be a president from nowhere. We need to know what we have done.
When you are playing this narrative, it just shows that you don't really know who can really represent you well. You are just choosing and pick among one of your oppressors. You choose among them. If that your Obi is capable of winning election across Nigeria, why is he looking for Kwankwaso that is corrupt, as one man just read? Why is he looking for corrupt people around him?
You are trying. I don't want to be in your shoe.
Do you think if those people, if Kwankwaso agreed to work with him today, if Ali Baba Akim, what did they call him? The chairman of Northern Forum, agreed to work with, do you think they are going to work with him for free? Do you think they are not going to bargain something with him? He will sell you people off. He will sell you off to satisfy their interest. He will sell you people off and satisfy their interest. You people doesn't know your leader. That is the problem with you guys, with you youth. You don't know who can really represent you well, but you are just looking for one of them, and one of them on the basis of tribal line, because, this is one of our sons. Let us support him. And that is the problem. This is one of our sons. Because it's an Igbo man, you are an Igbo man, I'm supporting Obi. It is time for Igbo to be president. I have to support Obi.
I think I have told you the reason why.
That is
shaman election. You go and do all those local elections, then come to the presidency.
Even your Obi could not win his state. Your Obi could not win his state in the last governorship election. He could not win Anambra State. Your Obi cannot win that Anambra State.
Let me ask this guy.
For PDP, Ajalekoko.
Yes.
Yeah, my question is this: the guy that was talking,
Emmanuel. Sorry, Emmanuel is his name. Yeah.
Emmanuel, was Obi ever a councillor or a chairman of a local government before he became a governor? Was he?
He wasn't a councillor. And it wasn't a chairman. When he was a chairman of a bank, he was a chairman from a bank. That's from the bank. They recommend him. They recommend him to that. It was based on the recommendation.
But was he ever a councillor or even a chairman before he became a governor?
I said no, but from a bank. He was a chairman in the bank.
We're talking about politics here. We're not talking about financial.
Emmanuel, the point that Rational Mind is pointing to you is that the same template that Obi went from a novice to a state governor is what you are now telling Shure to go and start from councillor to chairman before he can even have an ambition. Is this not the same leap that Obi went from just a private citizen to a state house?
No, presidency is too high now. You should go and go.
Right. You should go and do council
or other stuff.
You understand? Look at this. It's unbelievable. You should go and do council. So there you have it. So Ajale Koko, if you have a email, tell him they say you should go and do council.
Yes. So Nigerian youth, if anywhere you are around the world, you listen to me. If you are following any one of these politicians, Obi, Kwankwaso, Atiku, all these people, they are all for themselves. They don't know you. They are never fought for you. They will never fight for you. All they will fight for is their own interest and satisfy their own political establishment. That is it.
Ajale Koko, but the Kopansia is for the Talakawas now. The Talakawas.
Which Talakawas? Which Talakawas is representing?
The Talakawas.
Which Talakawa? Who is representing Nigeria? Politician in Nigeria representing Talakawas. Which Talakawas is after his own interest. What can he get? How can he corner other PDP and APC, other parties? How can I corner them so that they can see me as a relevant politician and they can negotiate with me, and then we can share the cake together? That is all what they are after. We should sit down, Nigerians should sit down and think and know the right person that can fight for them. None of them ever fought for you.
Who is that right person?
The person that can fight for you with that antecedent of fighting and never give up, never jump from one party to the other. What Obi is saying today as, oh, this is a corrupt party, I'm jumping out from this. This is what I've seen before 2019. He has seen it before 2019. That's why he never joined all of this corrupt party. That's why he formed his own party, to give you, the youth, your own vehicle to leadership, to the position of leadership. You don't follow that vehicle, these politicians will use you and dump you. They have nothing for you. Only Shore have said it loud and clear that constitution that does not make Nigeria to work today, that if we jettison that constitution, we set up a constitutional assembly that will write new constitution. None of these politicians ever vote, including Obi, to say that they want to jettison Nigerian constitution. None of them. None of them.
That's my
only him said that he's going to carry out restructuring. None of your politicians have ever been bold to say they will do that. So we have to think, well, look, let us think out of the box.
Sorry, to be
and
fair,
not tribalistic, nothing.
Sorry, Ajale Koko. To be fair, none of the politicians, apart from Showore, who continues to maintain his standing points from 2019. So there's been no deviation in his narrative somewhat from 2019 to date. And Peter Obi, who's talking of consumption production, none of the other senior politicians have really come. I think after the primaries, they've both gone off to rest and recuperate. Atiku now in Dubai, Tinubu in France to get his injections. So I don't think anybody has spoken on any policy positions, really. So you can't say they've not said anything when they haven't actually said anything at all.
But
they may well be for restructuring. They almost certainly will speak to restructuring when they start to speak. Yeah.
Well, Atiku has said it. He said that in 2019, but none of them ever said that they're going to jettison that constitution because they're scared to death that, oh, I'm not going to get vote from one side of the country because one side of the country believe that constitution worked well for them. That constitution gave them more political edge over the other side of the country. They're scared
Yeah,
to death.
but somebody that is not viable can make all these psychedelic pronouncements. Somebody that is not viable can make
No,
psychedelic.
it is not whether you are viable. It is a matter of conviction. This is what it convinced. He has a strong conviction in this, that if we don't jettison this constitution, if we don't break down this constitution, if we don't throw away this constitution, we can't have a functioning country. How can we, for God's sake, continue with this constitution that we did not write? Some criminal wrote this constitution and put constitution for the people.
One man.
You know why other people cannot say anything about it, about that? Because the reality is that there is no way jettisoning this constitution is going to happen anytime soon. They will gradually.
How do you jettison a constitution?
Just like what is going on, what went around late last year when they are going around having a town meeting and all that to adjust part of the constitution. That is what will be taking place from time to time. To say that the thing is going to happen at a go.
Sorry. Ovie, Pansat wants to come in, but before you come in, Pansat, just when I say that somebody that is not viable, he can come up with these psychedelic ideas. Imagine for a moment, Ovie and others, jettisoning a constitution. To jettison something is just to drop it, isn't it? Yeah. So if you jettison the constitution, what do you then use to govern the country in the interim before you get a new one?
No, one man. No.
It's just, you know.
No. One man. Hold on right there. Let me explain it to you. No, maybe. Hold on. Let me explain it for you. You don't understand it. Okay, what I mean by jettison, I'm not saying that immediately. I'm not saying immediately as he assumes office, is going to throw away. No. But his mission is to set up a new constituent assembly that will write a new constitution. And once that constitution is written, this bad one that we are operating with will be thrown out of our life. That is what I mean. I'm not saying that it's going to.
What will he govern the country with? What will he govern the country with before that new constitution?
Just explain to you now, one man.
I just explained to you one man.
No. Okay, so when comes in today as president, and you're saying he's not going to jettison the constitution, he's going to constitute a panel to rewrite a constitution. So that's not a 2-week job. That's a 6 months, 8 months job. So or even 12 months. So in that interim period between him coming into office and that constitution passing through all of the things it has to go through to become the constitution of the country, what is it going to govern the country with in that interim period, that 12-month period?
That 12-month period, we're still going to operate with this constitution.
With the fraudulent constitution.
I mean, we are still going to operate. No, I mean, what are you talking? You can't have it both ways, man. One man, you can't have it both ways. But what you are saying is that we are going to, he's going to set up a constitution that will write a new constitution, thereby taking this bad one out. And then we will have a new constitution that will work for all Nigerians. If we don't have a new constitution in that country will not work. Go and bring Jesus Christ or Prophet Muhammad. That country will not work.
You sound defeated already,
No, not side defeated. I'm just telling you, the country will not work. That is why you see the country going down every day. You can't centralize the power that drive the country in one office. The office of the president alone is the office that drives everything in that country. Is the office that owns the military, is the office that owns the police, immigration, all the resources. All the natural resources in that country is owned by that office. A country cannot develop like that. Even the electricity is controlled by that office. Everything. The economy, everything is controlled. No. The Inec is controlled by that office. Supreme Court is on control. Come on, man.
I agree with you. With the Concourse, I agree with you. With the NPP, I agree with you.
So what I'm telling you for the youth, for Nigerian youth, and particularly and those of us that are educated and knows better, we ought to, by now, the politicians should have seen the handwritten on the wall that Nigerians are not following them this time around. Nigeria is taking a new direction, a new set of leadership. Not any one of these politicians, not any one of them that have been harassing themselves or have been in one office or the other since 1999. Let us pack all of them away. Let us look for new set of leadership. That is the way we can. That's the only way we can gain independence and freedom in that country.
All right,
And Showore is the way to it.
All right, Ajande Koko, take a question from Pansat, but please try and condense the answer as much as you can for reasons of time so that I can make sure that I sweep up everybody else so that they would have had the chance to have a say as well. But before Pansat puts his question, let me read out Joel of Nashville's super chart, which he inserts into the conversation. He says, Obi gets, if you say, Obi gets southeastern south-south and a substantial part of the middle belt. Atiku, Kwakwanso, Obi, and Tinubu will share core north. Tinubu gets the southwest. We are obediently winning. Ajanle Koko and the NNPP guy chill. So there it is, right there. So
I love it.
We've been looking for a pathway for Obi to get to Aso Rock, and that Son of Nashville provides it. Obi gets southeast and south-south, and a substantial part of the middle belt. Atiku, Kwakwanso, Obi, and Tinubu will share the core north. Tinubu gets the southwest. We are obediently winning. Ajanle Koko and the NMPP guy, otherwise known as Obi, chill. So there it is. Thank you for the super chat, Joe. But there it is right there. So
dreams do come true, but not with this kind of dream. And
Mr.
Nashville, we are opening our office in Murfreesboro, which is about 45 minutes drive from Nashville, very soon. So come and join us, so we'll take a new Nigeria.
No, Joel is a hardcore. He's more Peter Obi than Peter Obi, Joel of Nashville. But Pansat wanted to put a position to Ajanle Koko. Put it to him succinctly. Ajanle Koko condensed the response so that we can sweep up other people. So Pansat, to you.
Okay, yeah. Before I go to that question, I hope I get a chance when Ajanle Koko is done to tell what I think is going to happen as far as who's going to win the election. But
no, everybody gets a turn, so
okay,
that's why
good.
I'm trying to condense it so that we can capture everybody. So put your position and then let Ajanle Koko out.
Okay, thank you very much. Ajanle Koko, about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, I heard you here admonishing everybody who was criticizing Atiku for withdrawing a statement he had earlier made about a young lady that was killed. And you said succinctly that a politician, you said everybody on the panel has never been in politics, that a politician cannot say certain things because it's going to cost them somehow. So the question I gave for you be say, if somebody cannot even condemn killings because of political consideration, how you could come the expect them now to come say make a jettison or cancel our constitution? First of all, without that constitution, the person that's what brought them to power. There'll be anarchy, or that once that constitution is removed, they don't have any legitimacy. So I will expect the politicians to speak in the terms that one man had earlier mentioned, which would be restructuring, that kind of thing, and when the politics come. So my question to you, knowing that hypocrisy is the worst vice, if you come talk like that 2 weeks ago, and now you're saying a politician should talk like Showore, somebody as responsible as Obi and Tinubu and what's his other name, Atiku, there's a way they cannot talk, obviously. So, but I understand. So I'm asking you a question: is how do you avoid being labeled a hypocrite? You have to avoid that. So answer that. How do you differentiate it to somebody speaking anyhow about somebody getting killed because of religious consideration as a politician? You know, if you talk like that, you go withdraw the same way you make. But fathers of the land, politicians who came the conventional way, they can come and say, make them jettison the constitution what we get. Thank you.
Okay, it look like sound like you are asking two questions. You are asking about article question and you are asking about Showore question, if I get it right. Showore's on position on constitution, right?
Yes, yes. In essence, being able to speak politically like that without being a politician, you can't talk like this, but for consideration of your constituency, you remember we listened to you. I listened to this show a lot, and I heard you on 2 shows castigate people who are suggesting that somebody can be honest, at least condemn killings of our fellow citizens, but based on religion. So if that person did that and then he took it back, and you say, oh, Atiku cannot do that because he's a politician. If you've been a politician, you will understand that somebody cannot do that. So how could somebody then condemn our constitution willy-nilly without tact? Thank you.
Okay, on the issue, of course, Atiku Abubakar, I said it clearly here. I said Atiku Abubakar made that statement via his
Twitter.
Yeah. He condemned the what do you call it? Yeah, the killing of that young lady. But the backlash from the north, and I even know that will cause him. That is why he withdrew. The intent alone shows that, yes, that man has a good heart. But the backlash, which he knew could cost him a lot, number one, the North is his primary constituency. And what drives the politics in the North are 2 things. Religion, number 1, and the 2 is the tribe. So if religious backlash coming his way that can consume him, can destroy him politically, and he withdrew. That's on that side. It's on that basis I'm saying, okay, let us see why he did it. I'm just saying this is why I believe he did it. I'm not saying that he did the right thing. I'm not saying that I support what he did, but I'm just, highlighting the fact why I believe he did it. Being a politician that cannot have his base intact will lose everything. So that is on that. So I condemn him. I'm not saying that, but I'm just letting, because a lot of people, you cannot do it. I'm just saying, look, let us look at why he did it. And every politician doesn't want to lose their constituency. They don't want to lose their strong base, their base. No politician would like to do that. So that's on that. Then on the Tourette's side, I have said it, that jettisoning the constitution is not going to be immediate. We have to write a new constitution while he's in office, whether it's going to take him 1 year, 6 months, 1 year, 1.5 years, but his focus is to bring Nigerians together from all walks of life across the country to write a new constitution that will work for them. And once that constitution is written and approved by Nigerian people, this bad constitution that we are using now will be thrown into the garbage. His position is clear. This is what is not working for us. Why are other politicians not ready to speak about it? This is the problem. They want to go and solve the problem, but the primary root of the problem, you don't want to talk about it. So that means they are not ready to solve the problem. They are just deceiving you, the people. But if you, the people, cannot realize that, cannot see that these people are deceiving you, they are lying, they're not ready to solve the problem, the fundamental problem that is holding the country back, they are not talking about it. what are you talking about? You want us to continue to accept it the way they are running this country, or the way they want to continue to run it, when the fundamental problem is there to solve, that they are not talking about it. And one person is saying that this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to tackle the fundamental problem. And I haven't known and seen his antecedent as a courageous, as a sacrificial, as a visionary, as a person that, as a fearless leader. You don't want me to believe you? You want me to believe Obi that never fought for me before? That never fought for anybody. He never fought for any right of Nigerians, any right for Nigerians. He never done it before. Or any politicians.
Could I interject?
All these people are not courageous people.
All right, I don't want it to drag on for too long, but
that's why they never do big things. They never do big things for Nigeria. They are not courageous people, but I've seen somebody that is very courageous.
I know. I just let me, you know, what the reason why I always talk to you about this is that it's kind of shocking to me when you talk like that, because Obi, remember earlier when you were talking to somebody, they said he's been a governor. That's not all he's done. Obviously, he was in the banking, he was governor, but he was also a vice presidential nominee of his party, which was the PDP with Atiku Abubakar. And they got over 11 million votes compared to maybe Buhari's 15 million or something like that. I don't have the numbers. But you have to understand that Obi has never been president. On the federal government, he was a state governor. So he fought for Nigerians who were in the states. They attest to that. So I know one man wants to move on. I just want you to know something. The kind of categorical statements you make doesn't even fit you. Okay, you are a progressive. We both love Showore. I believe that Showore, Obi is not just looking for Kwakwanso now. They're working on a deal that's going to bring in Kwakwanso, Showore, and the others. There's going to be a lot of them that's going to be coming over.
Forget about Showore. Showore is not going to join hands with them. Showore is not going to be part of that. Showore is not going to be part of that team.
I know, but hold on, let me say, because Enigmatic was here and we let his imagination run to the zenith. Okay, he was able to say anything, basically. Each one of those is like, if somebody says, Obi is never going to be president of Nigeria, the response that counter that measure for measure saying, Obi is going to be the president of Nigeria. Well, okay, that's it. But what does he have to prove his, and what do I have to prove mine? Okay, so I know it's your turn, so hopefully it comes to me, but I want you as an obedient. You belong in this movement to restore and rescue Nigeria. I'm going to be working on you getting into this, because some of the silly reasons you're giving doesn't even make any sense, that he moved from PDP to Labour. That is silly to say that's why you're not going to support him. If he was there, he'll be done by now. Nigeria,
and why did he move? Why did he move away from APGA? You know that he started with, hold on. Do you know he started with PDP? He moved to APGA. Yes. From APGA, he went back to PDP. Yes. Now from PDP to Labour. Yes. And from Labour, he's going to go to somewhere again. I'm not going to follow such a leader. He doesn't know what he's doing.
That's not true. Each one of those moves were strategic moves that are successful.
It's not strategic move. It's a typical Nigerian politician way of pursuing their own selfish interests at the detriment of your own interests. If you don't know, that's it. I want a stable leader. I want a stable leader.
Nobody's going to buy that. They may not say
that jumping from one party to the other.
Nobody's going to buy that. Even if, no matter
Pansas, would you describe Peter Obi as a conviction politician? Is it a conviction? And what is his conviction?
Yeah, that's just what I'm going to tell you. For example, anybody who has a time after this show, just go online and Google Peter Obi, and then you're going to see his lectures, his speeches. If you don't look at the dates, even those that were in 2009, 2018 are going to be exactly what he's talking about now.
Did you not recognize what Ajan Lekoko was painting to you when he was saying how Peter Obi was moving from one party to another? Because what is essentially saying to you is a lack of conviction.
No,
because it's gone from PDP, which is a certain set of principles, to APGA, which is a totally set of principles, back to PDP, a totally different set of principles, and now to Labour Party, which is the antithesis of what he is in terms of experience and known pedigree. He's a capitalist to the core, and Labour Party is left of center. So that's why I asked you if you consider Peter Obi to be a conviction politician, because there's no hint of
politician in the Nigerian sense. Hold on,
right.
Because the way you and I, if you're defining parties in the United States operating Labour and all the conservative, yeah, but that's not the way it is in Nigeria. I heard Obi address that issue. The point is that there is really no difference between AFGA and PDP, for example. They could go from one to the other. It's not like communism and democracy or something like that, or capitalism. The point is that there's no difference. In Nigeria, we're in trouble, we're in crisis, we're at the edge of the cliff. This is no time for name calling. This is PDP, this is APC. It is a time for big, bold ideas, okay, and personality and ideas. For example, moving from consumption.
Do you find those two virtues manifest in Peter Obi, personality and big ideas?
Absolutely. As far as relatively speaking, obviously, for example, would I prefer Showore to have made it up there to compete? Yes, but we don't have that luxury. So we have to then take a look at how do we achieve. We can't afford to blow this. They all have to go. Obi cannot even do this by himself. He needs Showore.
What big ideas does Obi have? What's his big idea?
Okay, first of all, he went all over the world, going to different countries, Asian countries, especially the Asian tigers, how they came out of their situation. Those who have the same economics as we have in population and whatever. And he started all of them, including China and the United States.
Pansat, please, can I ask a question, please? Sure. What happened to Biafran agitation and Nnamdi Kanu in this case?
Which you used to come and champion here, by the way.
I have never done that, but I'm not against. I could address that. You never give me an opportunity to address that. I've never come here to
my brother Pansat. What happened to that?
No, I have never addressed, but I would love to. You want me to address that instead, or both? But
go
about
the
big idea on that. Obi is saying, look, I've been a governor. They're wasting money. They gave me XYZ. I didn't want it. In this state, here is what I did. I did XYZ to cut down. I did this for education. We need education first before we, he's laying the big idea down. But the major thing that he's brought federally now that is different from what he did at the state is that in each one of those countries that overcame the similar problems we have, he went and studied how they solved the problem. So he's saying we're consuming and sharing money. The cost of governance is too much. So those are simple, practical ideas that is achievable, that he has already demonstrated. He doesn't lie. He does not take money and public funds. If anybody has anything contrary to what he claims, it should be out there. The campaign hasn't started. This is the time for us to look at all that. But he's not the same thing. We have a problem. He's a man who has capacity to solve this problem. Where I come in, what I'm looking at in his case is this. If they rig the election and steal the mandate of the people, are you going to be like Atiku and all the rest of them that go ahead and let that be done? I don't think he's going to do that. He was impeached twice. So they're going to try to steal the election. Now,
steal it in what way?
In essence, by rigging it.
From whom?
From whoever the winner is.
I have a question for you,
Pastor,
right there.
Yeah,
How do you see Atiku?
How do I see Atiku?
Yes.
Yeah, the way I see Atiku is that Atiku has a lot of baggage that we're not even talking about, right? He was a customs officer, and suddenly he came upon a lot of money and power. But he has corruption cases that extend to the United States. There's even talk that he cannot come to America.
Stop right there. This is
Yeah.
a man that obey that you are singing praise about, who in high esteem. This
Exactly.
is a man that he pray and wishes for to be his vice president. You even use it as a point.
Exactly.
Where you day?
Right. So that's hold on.
At best,
Obi
Obi is just a politician like every one of them.
Well, he's a politician.
There's no way you can separate any of them.
No, you can't. You can't. Hold on. You are. I agree with your premises, but hold on. I agree with some of your premises, but I vehemently disagree with not only your conclusion, but what you're trying to infer. Obi is not the same thing as the other politicians. Let's get that clear. But is he subject to criticism, especially on the point you just made, where he came in?
What was your point? Not even my point. That's the point.
No.
When you are attacking,
I'm giving
Obi
is under the corruption investigations, just like every other Nigerian politician.
I gotta tell you something.
He said he was even a major party presidential, a vice presidential candidate.
Right. But I just gave you the point that he's subject to criticism on that point.
So why are you condemning one? Why are you condemning Atiku and say he is clean?
No, I didn't. I'm condemning Atiku for bribing William Jefferson in the United States, where that guy says congressman, he went to prison, right? Now there's something Sowore does. Hold on.
Let him land.
Yeah, let me tie in Ajan Lekoko's thing here. We all love Sowore, right? But he is the kind of guy that will go on front publishing something on, say, Ngozi Iweala, and he say, this woman committed fraud, or he called another guy, or Jonathan stole 600 billion. Never using the word alleged or who is alleging it. He talks like he didn't go to school. You don't accuse anybody who has not been convicted beyond a reasonable doubt up to a moral certainty. You don't say that person is.
Is that not what you did against Atiku just now?
No, but in that case, there's a conviction. Hold on.
There was a conviction.
Yeah, William Jefferson is still in prison.
Can you hold on, please, OVA, please? Yes, is that not what you did to Atiku just now?
No, I said there was a trial.
Where was he convicted?
It was. I can't. Let me just pull it up for you. Hold on.
That Atiku was convicted.
No. Atiku was involved in the case of William Jefferson.
You said you don't. You said you have to say alleged if somebody has not been convicted. So where was Atiku convicted?
I'm saying that he was involved in it. He was mentioned in the case.
No. My question is simple. Now you understand English. Where was Atiku convicted? Where was he?
I never said he was convicted. I'm saying that.
So why are you then labeling him in the manner that you're condemning Sowore for?
Let me answer it so you could hear me clearly. There is a case,
right,
that went to trial as a felony against William Jefferson, of which it is alleged. Hold on. It is alleged that Atiku bribed him.
What do you mean alleged? Can you answer my question? Where was Atiku convicted? If he wasn't convicted, say he has not been.
He has
and
not
if he
been
was, then
I say that he couldn't come. Yeah, he has not been convicted. But I'm saying that a case, at the minimum, there's a prima facie case. Now, there are standards, okay? In a criminal case, you could establish the one I said earlier, which is a higher standard, which is to convict somebody beyond a reasonable doubt. But in certain cases that is not civil, that's still criminal, if you meet a prima facie case, we can use that. Or in a civil case, then you have the standard. Hold on, you have the standard of preponderance of evidence. But in Atiku's case,
who are you trying to steamroll with?
I'm saying.
Who are you trying to steamroll with Gobodego?
Hold on.
The man you condemn,
these are facts.
People are holding with a high esteem. That is idol. The man you condemn, so I don't understand why you try to defend him.
No. I am not. I'm saying that Sowore publishes articles about almost everybody, and he doesn't use the words alleged. He condemns them. He wouldn't work with anybody, even those who have not been convicted.
It's unbelievable.
That's the character you should admire about it, but you can't say that about Obi. Obi jump from one.
No, and if Obi does that, I will not support him, because
Of course, you will support him. You support him for reasons of it's a son of the soil support now. We know it's a son of the soil support now. What are you doing now? It's a son of the soil
Obi
support.
is Hausa Fulani, I will support him. If Obi is Yoruba, I will support him.
No,
I've
you
come
would
on
not.
here before Obi declared that he's gonna run.
You know,
and I said that my candidate was Showore many times before Obi decided to run. Is Showore an Igbo guy? Now, have you ever seen me say, excuse me? I don't know where the hell he's from. I know he's a Nigerian. I don't do things like that. I've never done it. I've never come here to talk about IPOB, but I do have opinion on it. I just haven't been asked. You're assuming that I am. So Obi is not an Igbo guy. Obi is a Nigerian.
Here, you've championed the cause of the IPOB.
I have never. Never.
You have. Should I remember? You know, I remember things.
I don't know why you're just.
You know, I remember. You do know that in previous conversations, when I was pointing out to you that Nnamdi Kanu is uneducated, you were insisting that he went to this, that, and the other. When fully documented, there's a dropout.
Yeah,
which school did he go to? Which school?
That doesn't mean I'm an IPOB.
No, which school did he go to? So this is it. I remember things. Don't worry about that.
You don't think he went to school?
He did not.
Yeah, you want to bet?
He went to UNN and he dropped out and went to the United Kingdom and became an estate agent. Well, I know his history. If you don't, I know his history.
If I'm wrong, it will be because I'm wrong. It won't be because I am covering up.
I know the guy's history, though. I don't talk the way I don't know about him
more than I do. I don't see anybody coming from Nigeria or from actually our side of the country who didn't go to school. What would you be doing? They won't let you not go to school. We don't have that problem.
Pansat, when is Nnamdi Kanu getting out of the jail? Let's talk about it.
No.
That one.
What are you talking about?
First of all, let me ask if I understand he's being sarcastic on that. Now, Nnamdi Kanu, remember, if we Nigerians are ever gonna get our heads screwed up right, Nnamdi Kanu is not just an Igbo guy, all right? Nnamdi Kanu is like Showore, it's like Iboho, those who are fighting an oppressive government. Look at all of you. We're sitting there, they go there, they kill our people every day. Killings. Right now,
I'm sure you were here when we were talking about the Messiah complex that we are hearing from the Southeast, always coming to save everybody.
Unfortunately, we're all in this. We're trapped in the same bucket. So yeah, like crabs. If somebody's trying to climb out of the bucket, you try to pull him down. That's just doesn't make any sense. Why would anybody be trying to save you? It's because they want to save themselves. It's not just altruistic. It's doing it for his own self-interest. If the Yorubas are gonna do very well, that means we're gonna do very well. Yoruba got Amateku, the Igbo supported it. No matter what the Yorubas do, the Igbo supports you. All right?
And that's exactly what I want to ask them.
So a Yoruba man is going for the presidency now. How come you are not supporting him?
Because he's not a Yoruba man. How's that?
Well, Tinubu is not a Yoruba man.
Okay, I'm giving you back your medicine.
One man. All this while, the Southeast has been supporting other regions for presidency. Before now, they have been supporting other region. Now, Igbo is coming out. People are tagging it as tribal, ethnic stuff. That is not okay. That is not fair. So why are they tagging it like that? But Igbo has been supporting other regions when it comes to presidency.
Well, they haven't, but we can go into that. But
I can give you the numbers right now. I have it in front of me.
What are you saying?
2015 or 2019. I want to show you that
all we are saying is that let all of us see ourselves as one people, and let us do away with all these politicians.
No,
they are friends. Hold on.
Do away with all of them.
This is the problem.
Are you taking us to Showore again?
Let us do away with all these politicians.
Not all of them. You have to
including Peter Obi. Let us look for new set of leadership. Peter Obi doesn't have anybody anywhere he can relate with politically other than all these people in PDP and this thing.
So you show that I can have.
Please, let's not talk like that.
Let's look some of us. Let us look some of us. Look at some of you in the East that can be the new set of leadership in the East. Let me look. Let me look some people in the West that can lead us, and let us see some other people from the North. Let us change the direction of our political revolution.
I remember when
I agree with
I remember when Obi said about trying to avoid Obi was to say, "Oh, let him run in 2027, or he's not ready this year." That's just a childish way of trying to talk. All right, who's gonna do that? How are you gonna get rid of everybody? How are you gonna paint everybody with the same brush? Obi
okay,
is
don't
like
worry.
class. If you're going against Obi, okay, that's only one or two things wrong with you, right? If you go like, unless there's a reason, you can't go at look at the kind of problem.
Let me
please let him land. Otherwise, we will not hear.
We are adults.
Thank you, rational mind.
Yeah, we are adults. We're grown. We're educated.
Can you just allow Adeleke to continue because you've been lecturing us since?
No, it's not about lecturing. He's saying, listen to what he said, and you ought to be outraged about that. He's saying, let's get rid of everybody, right? It's childish. Then what are you gonna do? I'm gonna go run it. Who's gonna go run it? You can't get rid of everybody. You cannot say.
He said the old order. I'm sure you understood what he meant.
No, what he's saying is that, hold on, let's look at what he's saying. Can we be serious on this? Hold on. Yeah. If he says all politicians are bad, all of them are the same, why do you say that? This guy is not the same. I mean, why spend time on something ridiculous like that? From the mundane to the ridiculous. Who's gonna believe that?
This guy is a mini Tinubu. So what are you saying is not the same?
Okay, can you compare? Let's compare Tinubu with P2B. Who was that? The guy at the bottom. DOG.
No, it's Solly.
Oh, Solly. Okay, I wanted DOG to respond to this. If it's okay with you, one man. Let's compare what P2B has in common with Tinubu. And then let me then come in and tell you what they have in difference. Tell me, what do they have in common? DOG.
So why you leading us to? Take us to where we are going, because we are in the middle of the road now, not knowing where you are headed. So head there, please.
I was just tempted to do that. But anyway, Ajan Lekoko is the one that is breaking everybody's heart. You cannot condemn P2B because he maneuvered from a party where he was trapped and then use that against him. Yeah, that he's subject to criticism a little bit on that, but it's not an egregious act. It's preserving all of our dreams. He's equal to the task. Let's all support him and
but
save
people
our
don't
country.
Nobody has this confidence in him outside of his core base, which is the Southeast.
That's not true.
Let me tell you why I'm saying that, because I run this session every single day, and I can see the pattern. And it's not ethnicity; it's confidence. I see a lot of platforms that they dedicate themselves to cheerleading, but if you want an independent sort of a view, then you go to where they are not cheerleading, and pretty much right across the board. Some people, they have some sympathy for him. Everybody likes him as a person because he presents well. But outside of Emmanuel, he champions Peter Obi here. In CBD, he will come here and champion Peter Obi. You will come here to champion Peter Obi. Thomas doesn't think Peter Obi is anything. Solly thinks it's a joke. I'm not even sure what to talk.
One man, I like him, but I just don't, when you put the facts down, I know he's not going to win. So I don't pay him.
Okay, that's what he's saying now. But Theobala comes in here to talk about him. Theobala is not Igbo. Okay, but I don't know if you watched the Brekete family where P2B went to their radio station in Abuja. And so many other, don't play with Northerners. They're smart people. They're just like everybody else. They're Nigerians. They listen to what he's saying and the times we're in.
All right.
If P2B doesn't want to run, the whole country is going to weep.
No, they won't. They won't. Nobody will care. Nobody will care.
Let me just say that Northerners don't take him serious at all.
Nobody takes him seriously outside of the
Where did you do the research? What's the bias?
Don't worry about all that. Nobody cares about outside of the Southeast. Nobody cares.
But by the way, let me conclude with this. Let me just tell you something, all right? I know every time I say this, you try to interrupt me and say, hey, don't worry about us. We're going to be all right. Before anybody, if you go write a book, right, you're supposed to lay a foundation. Where did you study? Okay, what is your degree? In this comment you're making, in this statement you're making, you have to have a foundation. Either you got degrees on it, but that doesn't even stop there. Before you make such statement like you just made right now, you're supposed to do a research and have a peer reviewed in that
What is the
particular.
guy talking about?
No,
What
no,
are you talking about?
no, but that's if you're gonna be talking about stuff like that, show your face, show your degrees, show your research.
Show my
and
degree to
then,
say that nobody cares about Peter Obi.
right, you have to. Do you know what kind
Nobody
of research you have
cares
to do
about
for
Peter
that?
Obi.
Make that statement.
You never know what you're talking
No,
about.
no, but
Nobody
listen to me.
cares about
You
Peter
can't-
Obi.
Before you make a statement like that, you have to do a research of the entire place.
You audit it all the time. What do you think this is? This is an audit of political opinions.
No.
Nobody cares
First of
about Peter Obi.
all, the sampling is very low. Okay, you have 100 and some people.
Well, you are here.
So, but listen to me. Before you make statements like that, that's a lot. Academically speaking, you just don't.
Academically speaking,
you don't
look
show
at this
your
guy.
face. You don't show your face.
Can I
You
ask
don't show your degree. You don't show your research. You don't show the
I don't
bias.
show my face.
Can I ask you a question?
All right, let's move on. It's always ridiculous when you
go ahead.
No, don't Ovie, please. Let me move on. So let me come to you, Thomas. Thomas, your commentaries on the new entrance into politics.
Thank you, one man. It's very unfortunate that this Obi movement is getting somewhat.
It's just a joke, isn't it? This is the IPOB. It's just IPOB nonsense, isn't it?
But one man, what I'm really angry about is people now jump from the train of IPOB now to Obi train. They forget Nnamdi Kanu and the Biafran something. But as Ajale could rightly said, it doesn't resonate or it doesn't go on the way of Peter Obi. It's just every Nigerian that wants change that are going out there to cast their to register. And enigmatic, may God bless you for your analysis this morning. You nail everything in the book. Some people are registering for just having the PVC. Some are registering to vote against PDP and APC. And some are registering to sell their votes. And some are registering to vote their conscience. So these are the four categories of people that I think, in my opinion. But saying the register is going or everyone is going to Obi. No, nothing. I can say this for you for free. Nobody needs the Southeast to win an election in Nigeria. Tinubu will win this election without Southeast Sana. Buhari got 400.
Give us the reason why we don't want.
That is my opinion. Let me finish. Buhari got 400,000 votes in the 5 states of Southeast. Did this stop him not to be the president of Nigeria? No. So these people, this shout about everybody registering now is about Peter Obi. Peter Obi. They are going to vote for him. Emmas. Is Peter Obi getting votes in the north? In the southwesterner, are they going to jettison Tinubu for Peter Obi? No. As I'm here, if I'm in Nigeria, I will never vote Peter Obi against. I will never vote Peter Obi against Tinubu. Never. The Southeast will vote its people first. They don't care about religion. They don't care about Muslim tickets. If I'm in Nigeria, if Tinubu pick Muslim tickets, I'm a Christian, I will still vote for Tinubu. The Southwesterner, they will vote for Omowa. This is our son. That is their first priority before religion or any other thing. So this new people registering is for people that want change, people that want to sell their votes, people that want to vote their conscience, and people that want to vote out Tinubu, APC and PDP. So let's just wait how it's going to turn out. But people saying, everybody voting now, it's for Peter Obi. Peter Obi is gonna, please, let us face reality. Enigmatic has said it all. That is how it's going to play out. We don't know what is going, we are just permutating. We are just guessing. We don't know what is going to play out. But with the antecedent, And I will still owe that Ekiti ransom because that's the latest election that we have. If money can play out in Ekiti election, buying vote, the money can still play out come 2023. Did Peter Obi has the money to buy the vote? No. Dele Momodu asks one question. Can Peter Obi spend his hard-earned money on election? No. It's not even about bribing. Can Peter Obi spend his mobilizing people will cost money. It's not only buying votes that will cost money. To print banners, to go on TV, jingles, mobilizing word from word to word. We have almost close to 800 local government. Can Peter Obi spend his hard-earned money? Election involves money. It's not about even buying votes. So I wish him very good luck, but the reality on ground, PDP or APC will become your president come 2023, even if they don't campaign. PDP, APC, even they don't campaign. I know they will campaign, but people will still vote these two parties come 2023. One man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So thank you, Thomas. So Thomas, let me go on from you to Emmanuel for reasons of time. But before I come to Emmanuel, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. This first one on your screen from Kulata. So Kulata says, Obi the student studying Uganda. So I'm not quite sure where they were studying Uganda, but like I said, I'm just saying now that the split, that the essentially, I don't hear voices outside of the Southeast saying anything about Peter Obi. So Kulata, a voice from the South, from the Southwest. I've not really heard any Southwestern voices saying they really buy into the Peter Obi train. That goes across every age bracket, every age demography, because we get it from people in their 20s to all the way up on this platform, and I don't hear that Southwestern voice. The only voices I hear on the Peter Obi narrative are the Southeast mainly, and they insist that everybody is swept up in it, but I don't hear it.
One man, sorry, let me make this. Even Peter Obi coming out now to Labour Party is gonna affect Atiku's vote. It doesn't affect Tinubu in any way. Because the Southeasterner, they vote emas for PDP. So the vote of PDP is already divided to Peter Obi, and Peter Obi is not winning election. So what are we talking here?
No, we all know that. So thank you for the super chat, Kulata. So Obi the student studying Uganda. So I'm not quite sure what he means by studying Uganda, but that is what he said.
I think he meant up and down.
Oh, is that up and down? Is that how we read? We said Upanda. I don't know, man. He talks. He's the one that came up with the P2B thing, so he has his own peculiar language. So maybe explain that a bit further, Kulata. So that's that. And then let's go on and to the next one, which is also still from Kulata. It says, what happened to the 250,000 found on Peter Obi? 250 million, I should say. What happened to the 250 million found on Peter Obi? So that may well be a new story to the space because I'm not aware of that narrative. So you want to expand on that or withdraw it because that's somewhat defamatory if you can't back it up. What happened to the 250 million found on Peter Obi?
I think I know what he's talking about.
All right, so that's Kulata casting aspersions there. So Kulata still carries on. He says, Obi that was leaking articles. Sorry, mute yourself, please, Thomas. Obi that was leaking articles boot is now saying to Obi. So there it is. It's just the hypocrisy, isn't it? And this is why people find this just so ludicrous. And you are asking people to come along with something just as base level ludicrous as we are. It's just a farce all the way through, a total categorical farce. Obi that was leaking Atiku's boot is now saying to Obi, this is what we're talking about, and they are blowharding all over social media on this narrative. So thank you for that, Kulata.
By not responding to those things doesn't mean it's serious. Obviously, we don't want to respond.
Sorry, do you mind? You get. Let me just read out the super chats first. If you want to respond to it, let me read this out, and then, of course, because we allow people to speak here, so you get, but not a long-winded lecture though, just an insertion. So this is from RB. It says, "Hi, panelist. Showore uses his social media handles today to publish the illegal arrest of Mike Baba by DSS. Mike is an influencer who is supporting Obi. So the conspiracy theory goes deeper. It says, hi, panelist. Showore uses his social media handles today to publish the illegal arrest of Mike Baba by DSS. So I don't know who Mike Baba is, but then I'm completely...
That's true. He has been... yesterday, he came out with a publication asking for everybody that know the whereabouts of that guy to inform them. So they got information today that DSS arrested him and is in their custody. Showore has arranged for lawyer for him, fighting for this guy freedom. Where is your Peter Obi to fight for the freedom of somebody that have been campaigning for him, that been taken to DSS?
All right, thank you, Ajani Koko. So it says a high panelist Showore uses his social media handles today to publish the illegal arrest of Mike Baba by DSS. Mike Baba is an influencer who is supporting Peter Obi. Supporting Obi. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. I think RB was the last one. So thank you everybody for that, for the super chatters. That's just the thing, really. It's just so ludicrous. I cannot wait to escape the Peter Obi space, and I hope it comes to its natural conclusion fairly soon, because somewhat tedious that we cannot discuss serious politics or reasons of this element constituting a nuisance to space. But Emmanuel,
respond now?
Response to what?
You said you were going to read out the super chat, and then I should make it pithy. In essence, just put it in a condensed form, not a long lecture, right? So let me do that. I will make it a pithy as possible.
Yeah. You need to know that one man has gone beyond 5 hours.
I understand. He said I should make it pithy. I'm going to do that. First of all, on the super chat that talked about Obi, and also on Thomas that's talking about, those are small issues. Right. There is nobody who's going to come out here and say any politician from Nigeria is beyond criticism. Criticism is a healthy thing, especially constructive criticism, or bring out something we don't know about. But for what we know, and from the criticisms that we've seen on those things that we know, it's laughable for people whose house is burning down to be chasing rats. If Obi left a party and left PDP, for example, I know there are other times he was back to whatever the party is in Anambra State. But the one that we're talking about is that he left PDP and went to Labour because there is
no, Pansat, ultimately people are not buying the storyline. It's just a thing. I mean, it's a case of drop the dead donkey. People are not buying it. Drop the dead donkey.
I know, but that's some people now. That's some people. But there's no arguing that he's a political juggernaut at the moment.
Yes, in the southeast.
No. Are you a southeastern? You're talking about him every day.
No,
right?
because it don't. We used to talk about Nnamdi Kanu for the same reason. They just swarm the news space with just an avalanche of aggression. That's just
one negative and one positive. One negative when you talked about it, let's say Nnamdi Kanu, okay? So let's say I'm not an Igbo guy, I'm from Yoruba, for example. Yeah, maybe I would join in and talk about Nnamdi Kanu doing this, doing that. But I'm an Igbo guy, so I don't talk about him like that. That's understandable. That's a negative thing. But in Obi's case, it's a positive thing. We're supposed to talk about that.
But people don't vest the confidence that you're inviting them to vest, and they know Obi just as equally as you do.
Right.
So, but they are not vesting the confidence because they don't see it. You
Yeah,
know,
but
so
even
you
if you
cannot
do it,
force it. You can't force
I
feed people,
understand,
Peter.
but what
It
I'm
cannot be
saying is,
force fed, Peter B.
right, but even if you do it by magnitude and preponderance, there is no way you're gonna say there are a lot there are more people negative about OB than that are positive about OB from any tribe.
No, people are ambivalent to him,
Right.
but and it's
Some
hold
people.
on. Most people are, and
Most?
it's turning into somewhat like a nuisance value.
No.
That's what it is, like a nuisance value.
If when I first came on this platform, I would have been upset about that. But I've been watching
you can be upset, but you know that's
wait, let me just
you have
like
to take charge of your own emotions.
even when I'm making a statement in a light form, you are all over the place. Relax.
Why am
I'm
I all
saying
over the place?
before
I said I disagree with your
before I
standpoint. That's
understood
clear enough. Is that not clear enough? Let me clarify to you. I don't buy into the OB narrative. So that's not all over the place. That's frontal.
Okay, but the problem I have what you just said now is that if I just look back 24 hours ago, 48 hours ago, I heard you saying, hey, look, I like P2B. I actually want him to win. The problem is that I just don't see how he's going to win. So now let me address a more substantive issue, which is the geography of Nigeria and the politics of Nigeria, right? So in Nigeria, let's start from all the way in the south of Nigeria, Bayelsa, Rivers, Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Delta, Edo, Ebonyi, Enugu, Anambra, Imo State. All those people vote the same pretty much in every other regular run-of-the-mill election, okay? Whichever candidate wins any of those wins all of those. So this time that you have a juggernaut that is almost without...
What do you mean a juggernaut? It's not a juggernaut. It's a Southeastern champion.
Okay. I don't want to quarrel with
What do you use all these superlatives? It's not a juggernaut.
Okay,
what juggernaut him?
That's
a
subjective.
Champion.
That's a subjective term. So let me just.
Why is he
doing all these things now?
No,
you
hold
just
on.
want to label them.
Let me use the word that
this is why Peter B constitutes a nuisance to the space.
He's trending, right?
Hold on. What's that?
Would you say he's trending?
No, he's being foisted upon the media space. Yes, he's being foisted. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, hold on. I was moving from the south. Let me just get to the north and then we'll talk. So I mentioned Bayelsa, Rivers, Akwa Ibom, Cross River.
No, are you going to run us through the elections again? We've done that 3 cycles already. So
no, but from a negative perspective, which was what's this guy's name? I forgot his name now. But anyway, so Obi is gonna win all those hands down, because he's from the south.
Let's
right?
just wishful
So now we'll go to Ondo, Ekiti, Osun, Oyo, Ogun, Lagos, those kind of southwestern states. Obi is going to win some of those because the youth
Which one of those is he going to win?
He's going to win Ondo. He's going to win Ekiti. He's going to win Lagos. Hold on. Can I get to the north?
That's enough.
Can I get to the north? You let everybody else talk about this. What about me?
Do you mind, please?
You let everybody else run through the thing.
Can you settle down, please? Settle down.
He will win the whole of Southwest.
Sorry, Ajale Koko. Let me acknowledge this. Let me acknowledge Joel's super chat, and I want to hear from Emmanuel. So let's acknowledge
right,
Joel's
I'll
super.
mute myself.
If you don't mind, let me acknowledge Joel's super chat. It says, if you are not voting a candidate because you feel you have a better one, that is valid. If you are voting because of tribe, your education is wasted. So that is just that. That's that sharp-edged knife that is the Pobian element that underpins this thing that rankles people. So nobody is going to be bullied or stymied or steam-horned into a position that they don't adopt naturally. But there it is right there. The IPOP shows its fangs. If you are not voting a candidate because you feel you have a better one, that is valid. If you are voting because of tribe, your education is wasted. So there it is right there. And there it is right there.
Can I finish one man? I mentioned
I want to go on to Emmanuel. So if you don't mind,
I want to just finish the geography of Nigeria. Then I'll be done.
Sorry. Do you mind, Pansat? If you don't mind, sorry. So let me acknowledge Sonny Utas. You know, this is the freedom of speech that I allowed. You know, I don't know how many other platforms would tolerate to the level, but there it is. So this is Sonny Utas. He says, is speaking negative on Obi blasphemy, Pisat. So, well, you know, there it is right there. It's just, I cannot.
Can I answer him on that?
Do you mind?
He's asking me.
Oh, all right, thank you. What do you have to make me always go to the extremes? What is it with you, man? Can you not just be civil in a civil place? Please now. What is this now? You're a grown adult. So, Emmanuel, apologies everybody that I raised my voice. Emmanuel, let's hear from you. Emmanuel, are you there?
Okay, where do you want me to touch?
No, it's just the voting numbers, the new entrants into the thing. That seems to be the topic that is holding the space.
Oh, okay. Well, in fact, let me even say something before that voting numbers.
Go on.
Because the number of people that registered earlier, they have not been turning to the voting center. Seems like they will come out now and vote, right? And that is going to add to the number that have registered newly. So speaking frankly, it's true that every person that is coming out now to register is not because of OB, so to say. I'm too sure of that one. But also, I can rate it 60% of them are for OB, because most of them, I'm using myself as an example, and I'm using some people also within my range and within my vicinity as an example. Most of them are not from Southeast. Most of them are not even from South-South. Most of them are from Southwest and some regions. You know, we have friends across. So most of them will hear their language. They have not voted before, and they want to vote, and they want to make change. So money also will play. According to this, I don't know, that money they say that is, they say 6 point something trillion, right? Whether
Yes,
it's true,
6.5, yeah.
And it's not substantiated yet.
It's
So
not substantiated, but it just opens up that space. We all know that money is going to play, and it's going to be run about those type of
money is
figures.
going to play, because we don't know whether that money is actually for it, mapped out for it. So that's why I don't want to buy into that idea. But yeah, money will also play a very vital role for this election. But some of us that's why I was telling these people that I can't spend 1 week or 2 weeks to get my vote, and I'll end up selling it for 10,000. I have been eating before. I have been seeing money before, so I can't just suffer, because spending a day in a queue to get a PVC is a whole lot for me, who I would have used to get one or two things elsewhere. So I can't use that whole of a day, 1 week, and get my PVC. Somebody will come and pay me 20,000 naira and I'll drop it. It's not going to happen. But it will still play out for some of these remote areas that maybe they have not seen 10,000 or 20,000 maybe in a month or stuff like that. You understand? So it will still play out. But if proper engagement happen within those places I mentioned, I think they will still, know that they will still remember that this is their life. This is their future they are talking about here, because the 10,000 or whatever amount they will give you is just that day you will spend it, and that is it. So that was why I was trying to tell this guy that was Solly, that you don't just condemn it that way. Tell us what we're supposed to do or what we should do to enlighten these people, because vote buying, if you continue like that, even though a Messiah come today or tomorrow, it will still continue. But we need a solution, a way out of this mess that we are already. So
what happened to you? All right. I think did your system drop or something? Okay, I think we've lost Emmanuel. Shame, he's waited all day to have his say.
Can you hear me?
No, we can now. Yes, you dropped out a bit, but carry on. Yeah, carry on.
Okay, I said that. Yeah, I don't know where I stopped, but let me say, okay, when it comes to this demography they are talking about, I don't know how Elignati were able to come up with those analysis he did. Probably he's not in Nigeria, actually. Maybe that he's not in Nigeria. But if you want me to go into that, I will dissect to you how this thing will play out, but I don't want to go into that. So for this election that is coming like this, there's no clear cut for anyone. Let's get that. There's no clear cut for anyone. Because initially it was between APC and PDP, but now
it still is.
There's no clear cut for anyone.
Yeah, but it's still between APC and PDP, though. One of those two parties will produce the president.
There's no way it's going to produce, because Kwankwaso is going to spoil vote in the north.
Right.
Obi is going to spoil vote in the south. So tell me how it's going to play. It's not.
The president, come on, Emmanuel, you've been around long enough. Who do you think which party do you think will produce the president in 2023?
I can't predict. That's what I'm telling you. I can't, because the way the whole thing is going, I can't really predict who is going to win, because
okay. Which party do you think is not going to produce the president in 2023?
That is Kwankwaso party.
Right.
Yes.
Why would they not produce the president?
Because the movement or the followers does not cut across.
Oh, okay. And Labour Party, do they cut across?
Of course. They are now. Yes,
Emmanuel,
I'm telling you.
Emmanuel, you see,
yeah.
That is the problem you people are not getting. Now you mentioned Kwakwanso Party. You see, as time goes on, all these guys would lobby themselves in. And what one man is trying to tell you is, you see, the government of the day is hard to take power from them. Not even when you have likes of them, Tinubu and all that in that party. You see, people like all those. And the funny thing is, we still have 8 months to election. Let me see, all these small parties, all these Kwakwanso and co.
You don't know whether Kwankwaso is going to
there is a possibility most of these people, even from Labour Party, there's still possibility some of them will cross to party, because people would look for where the winning party is and want to be part of them. And that is where the politics start.
Let me tell you. You see, all these politicians, they are looking at the body language of this youth.
Oh, okay. Carry on.
They are looking at it. Yes. You can hear that from Obaseki. You can hear that from this guy from Ebonyi State. You can hear
Let me
this
bust your bubble. You see that 10 million registration new voters? 50% of them are part of the old voters, previous voters that used to vote. Majority of them are half of it. The other 50%, 10% of it, money will convince them. The other 20% out of the 40% left, I'm telling you how it will play out eventually.
Even you as a person, you can't went through such a hustle to get a vote, you sell it. Do you understand?
Forget.
But we saw that in now. So what are you talking about? We've already
you
seen
need
that.
to talk. You can speak for yourself. You can't speak for other people when it comes to things like this. So a lot of people can go there and swear because they know people will share money and they want part of that money. That's why most people say are even going to get the PVC. Some people, we want to vote for Obi. There are situations there are circumstances that can warrant some people changing their mind due to maybe the local government or the area they live in. Maybe they have somebody that can take them to a party meeting, which is where the grassroots is.
Nigeria. See, and there's a lot of suffering. There's a lot of suffering going on. Do you understand? There's a lot of suffering going on in Nigeria, and these young people all they want to hear is that they want something different from what they have been saying. They want something. They don't want APC. They don't want PDP. Ask any of them. And you people should stop saying that it's from south. It's not southeast. Somebody maybe I don't know. Is
that not what you are hearing on this platform?
Which platform?
This one you are on.
I think Celebi, is it from southeast?
No, Celebis is not from the southeast. It's from the south.
So
yeah.
we still have a lot of them here in this platform that are still canvassing for Obi because of the posterity this man possesses. So I don't know why you people are just tagging this thing to only Igbo stuff.
Emmanuel,
It's
what
not
is
Igbo
funny
stuff.
is, you see, this south area you are talking about, all these PDP, APC have strong party members there, and that have their own
I think
fraction
Labour Party
too.
will not.
So not
Labour Party
everybody
will
in
not.
South will vote for Peter Obi. Forget all these things.
Let's even go this way. Okay, let's assume that all the Igbos want to vote. Do you think that any tribe will beat Igbos? Let's go by that.
100%.
No, it's wrong.
100%.
Don't forget, Obi's running mate is Yoruba. That's another thing. You never talk about that. Things
You
like
understand? Okay, let's go by. Do you know have you calculated the total number of Igbos in this country?
What is their number? The
What
previous
is their number?
elections have told us what their number is.
Okay, what's their number?
Mr. Man, don't worry about it.
I can't
Don't go
put
that
a
route. They're
figure
gonna
to
be all
it,
over
but
you. Don't
we
talk
all
about
know
that.
the North carry much of
Carry
the
on. Don't
numbers.
talk about
that.
And when you take part of the North and the Southwest,
let me give
and
you
the
the
South you are talking about, will
Let me
still
give you the
vote for
statistics.
other party and not Labour Party. And these people
6
shouting
states in
Peter
this
Obi, Peter
country.
Obi up and down.
The 36 states of
Anyway,
sorry, let me finish, please. Let me finish.
carry on.
The
You're
36
asking me a
states of
question now. You asked me a question.
among the 36 states in this country, we are, apart from the indigenous people of that state, the second largest are Igbos. Check it anywhere.
All right.
Igbos
All this
cannot
while is because
Igbos cannot elect him president, so that doesn't mean anything.
Let me tell you why. Because Igbos have not.
The last census of Nigeria, the last census, did it show that Igbo are the second largest?
See, yes, the Igbos.
We've pulled up the census figures here before. We pulled up
the census.
I'll pull it out now for you. I'll pull it out here for you.
Don't worry, we've gone through the census figures here, but I will start to round off here though, because we're 5 hours and 40 minutes almost into it, and I think that is sufficient for anybody. But I'll acknowledge Albi's super chat before I start to take closing remarks. It says, Kulata, no talk about our Saint Obi like that. So don't mention Obi's name in vain. Otherwise, you get eye-popped. So there it is right there. So I will start to take closing remarks, and I want you gentlemen to wrap it through it, because we've been too deep and too long into this. So we'll wrap it through it, and we'll kick it off with Thomas. So Thomas, a very, very speedy closing remark.
One man, thank you so much. Thank you all, everyone in the room. May God bless everyone. PDP or APC will be your next president come 2023. Thank you, one man. May God bless.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. So from Thomas, let's go on to Emmanuel. Emmanuel, with equal speed, closing remarks.
Yeah. In fact, let's start speaking the truth, and let's encourage our young one to go and vote the right candidate, because I believe that Tinubu has nothing to offer us, and Atiku has nothing to offer us. So let's vote Peter Obi. Obi has something to offer us. We have seen it play out. So that's what I have to say.
All right, brilliant, well put. So brilliant, well put. So from Emmanuel, we go on to DOG. So DOG, I know you've not really had a moment, but we're taking closing remarks.
Yeah, as much as people think Peter Obi has something to offer us, I believe the other candidates too will say in their part that they have something to offer. As much as I think Tinubu too has a lot to offer, on par with even more, probably even would do better than Peter Obi. Fine, he might have his own past and whatever you want to put on his neck for what he has done, but I think he can do better, and it feels like the man that can stand the heat of the moment, because what Nigeria is going through now, I think is bigger than what Peter Obi can undo at the moment. But anyway, we continue tomorrow, one man. Thank you very much. And Ove, it's nice to see you again.
Brilliant. Thank you, DOG. So from DOG, let's go to Rational Mind. Rational Mind, like DOG, I know you haven't had a moment, but really we're in deep.
Let me just let you go and sleep. Let me just let you go. Hope to see you guys tomorrow.
All right, brilliant. So thank you. But you can have a say. You know, you've not really had a
It's okay.
say.
It's okay. I know
Yeah.
it's past. It's past. I mean, we're deep into the
No,
hours.
that's fine. I'm only going to go to bed anyway. It's not like as
Well,
though I have to
Nigerians
go
should
and
shine
leave.
their eyes. That's all I have
Yeah.
to say. Don't shine your eyes. I mean,
Yeah.
your best should be your best. And one thing I just want to quickly say to our Igbo brothers is that let's just stop over marketing our thieves or whatever we call them, our politicians. We can be balanced in our analysis of them and just speak about them, why we like them, but sometimes we go overboard sometimes. So that is that area. I mean, during that balance is where some of us we falter. So I just want us, our brothers who are obedient people, to be not too overselling Obi. You know, these are the same people where they come there and then like a worry that we oversold, and then look at what they did. So remember, these people are humans. If they get there and they don't really deliver, then you have yourself to blame. So let's just speak about them like the way we were speaking about a normal thing, but overselling them for me, it's going beyond the what is normal. Well, thank you, woman.
Well, thank you, Rational Mind. So thank you, Rational Mind. So from Rational Mind, we go to Pansat. Pansat, apologies that I raised my voice earlier. That was quite rude. But I was just inviting you to allow the space for the conversation to progress from where you were. But you will take your closing remarks now, a fairly swift one.
Thank you very much. You don't need to apologize because you didn't do anything. I'm okay. So we are often taken away from actually what we should be looking at. Okay, our country is imperiled over so many decades. It's abandoned, and most of us are in exile in other climes. So anyway, as you did tire, I just make them short. I want to say people who should be pulling together. I'm very disappointed at some people who have not joined this thing. Let's do it. Let's get Nigeria rocking. Let's get it back, take it back, end SARS, the whole thing, all the revolutions that haven't sparked. That's what other countries do it. It's never published on television that there's going to be a revolution, but we got a revolution on our hands. The youths are serious. They want this country back, and there's going to be a fight for it. It hasn't started yet. Some people like myself, I'm geared up for making sure the election is not rigged. It cannot be done without the United States being solicited to make sure that doesn't happen. Not Britain, not anybody else, not the EU. United States, they have to know there's a lot of us here and that we're in trouble, that the missions in Nigeria from Britain and the United States, it doesn't matter how many people get killed, they don't care. It doesn't matter when the election is rigged, they don't care. Now, when the administration changed from Trump to Biden, they don't change the ambassadors. Why? In Russia, there was a scandal, they removed it. Why not in Nigeria? Why don't they care? Okay, all our monies are being stolen. But I don't really mind about that. But the killing in our country from north to south, there's no other country in the world that will happen, and the United States won't say anything. So what kind of ambassador do we have in Nigeria from the United States? How is that possible? It's un-American. We have priests being killed. We have students being loaded in vans from Chibok and taken away from their secondary schools. People are not in schools. Our economy is collapsed. There's just nothing happening. People are starving. But these people who are okay, so but it's annoying. It's very annoying. So only thing we need is for United States to guarantee that the elections are transparent, fair, unrigged. If they don't do it this time, then they're gonna whatever they get, they're gonna deserve it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Pansat. So that was Pansat. From Pansat, we go on to Ovie. Ovie, to you.
Yeah, I think today we talked so much about the youth space and the surge that we are seeing. Is it real? How authentic is it? How long can it last? Which way is it going to go? Who is going to take advantage of it? Is it really for OB and all that? The truth is that these numbers is up for grab for any of these four political parties. It's up for grab. And as it is, it's going to be the highest bidder. Why am I saying that? Because nobody can say, okay, this is how many million we are going to give this party. 1 million, 2 million, they are not together. It's not a block vote. If it is a block vote, this is the time for you to be negotiating, just like every other politician. We could go say, if you don't give me this, I won't join your party. Obi go say, if they don't make me the president, I will, because they are banking on something. What is the Nigeria? How many number did the Nigerian youth have? So we are putting forward to any political party to say, oh, among your, if you want us to vote for you, if you want us to give you 1 million votes, if you want us to give you 2 million, 5 million votes, make sure you give us 6, 5 kitchen cabinet member of your party, but you eventually win. Make sure the 6 of your ministers are youths, 3 girls, 3 boys. But you don't, because we now not get that vote, that block vote, you can't make all this demand, because that is the only way to actually go and make impact. Nigeria is not just going to flip just because everybody get PVC. The PVC as it is now is going to work against you, because if you don't come together and have putting the numbers together and solidify it, so okay, as a APC they claim 40 million, NNPP say they already start 2 million. Waiting the youth go see they don't get, and it's solid, and somebody is in charge of that. They are actually in command of that number to be able to bargain with. But that's where it is, because by the time this money back begin coming, all the influencers, by the time they begin drop billions, because now billions now they will drop. And to those people that are saying that money is not going to play out, now all of us they way they are first class delegates. Collect money in the money in dollars, $15,000, $20,000. What do you think that world chairman would reason now? Because now in time to hammer this. It's not even going to be action of Naira. Now dollars and good they give. When they talk say 10,000 as more 10,000 money, these people are not ready to even give dollars when that time comes. They are not even to give Naira. They will be giving dollars, $100 per vote, that's 50K above. Everything, the grammar will change. By the time, if you pay attention to the APC side, they don't talk about, we are going to, that time we start catering to the youth. Let's go and meet them. Let's listen to them. Let's work with them. That's money. So but before you know now, they see group, 6 group of youth stand up for Lagos, Odua boys for another this thing, Obalande boys for another this thing. They don't set all these things together. So the vote are up for grab as it is. So until they come together to decide to say, okay, this is how we are going to do it forward. I agree with Ajale people that say, may all the other party come together and find somebody in the north and work with. That's what Concodos is offering. Come together and work together. That is the only way we can actually push these old men aside. But this is real. All this noise where they make here. So when the battleground comes, it is real. The grammar will change. So on that note, on our politics.
All right, brilliant. So there it is, Ovie with his signature tune, All Now Politics. So that's Ovie Omagbaje. So thank you, Ovie. So from Ovie, no other, King of Boys, the mighty one, Ajanle Koko, the final word.
Thank you, one man. Let me thank everybody that came on the platform today. You all did well. You are all passionate of your candidate. But one thing that we need to realize is that politician doesn't love their people. Politician in Nigeria, with no one exception, all of them, they love themselves more. They will take care of their self-interest first before they even think about yours. And that is why you see them looking for each other to align with each other so that they can win election. It is the winning of election and alignment with each other that matter to them most. And when they are aligning, they don't align for the interest of you. They align for their own interests. They align, they're trying to align to champion their own selfish political interests. And that is what Obi is really doing now. Is trying to align with Kankaso, is desperately looking for politicians like him in the north to align with, so that he can promote his political ambition. So, but my own suggestion to us, which I've said several times, my own position is that politician, they don't love you. Look for another way out. That is the only way you can take yourself out of their bondage. The more you vote for any one of them, the more you enslave yourself. So let's think about that. Let's go and sleep. Let's see if God will show us the way. So other than that, let me thank those of you behind the scene that have been chanting from the beginning to this time, from our big brother, Alessandra Gomez, Chairman Board of Trustee Woman Wentomo, to the Secretary of the Trustee, Alessandra Akashe. Thank you so much. Brother Kulata that have been chatting, super chat. Thank you. And others that have been super chatting. Thank you all. Ask Google, my sister Boxma, my sister Celebi, Flash Mankind, and all of you behind the scene there. You are smarter than us that are making noise, in the studio. So I thank you all. So, and the one man, the driver of the platform, I give you a great thanks for bringing us together again today. We have done it well again today. Tomorrow, bring it up again, and we shall join you, to trash it out and continue the struggle from there. Thank you, Wama, the Eagle. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ajan Lekoko. Thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So that was Ajan Lekoko. Of course, you know that was Ajan Lekoko. Ajan Lekoko needs no introduction. So that was the mighty Ajan Lekoko, rounding it off as only he can. So that's been Ajan Lekoko, and that has been the session. I always say it's going to be a wild one, and sometimes I say that just for just to utter words, but certainly it's been a very wild one today. Our tempers raised, even mine, at least on two instances. Something I'm trying to contain, because it's not really a good optics, is it, for me, when I should be the one trying to balance the space. But, there's just some sort of needling art and not taking directions, and you cannot have when directions are not being taken, then we'll have chaos, wouldn't we? So directions must be taken. So when they are being invited to allow other people to speak, then just do that. It's quite a straightforward thing. You're not being controlled or being ordered around. It's just that things are being sequenced so that it can cohere. So that's been it. I cannot wait until we move into the real politics proper, to see really what happens to Nigeria, because we're just wrapped up in this just noise at the moment, which is quite, it can be entertaining unless you're in the heart of it. Then it can be somewhat just, it's a chore, it's a task, it's just a burden, it's somewhat of an annoyance in some instances, when you are trying to permutate real politics and they're trying to insert or also, impugn some comical nonsensity, which is a nonsensity, and you are rested in your mind that it is a nonsensity, and you are of sufficient enough cranial functioning to know what is right and what is wrong, and somebody is trying to tell you what you know as a nonsense to be the pearl. This just imagine that. Imagine that I'm wearing a white shirt now. Imagine somebody comes to tell me that I'm wearing a black shirt. And I say, no, you must be, you are mistaken. I'm wearing a white shirt. And then that person tries to label me for a 2-hour conversation that I'm wearing a white shirt, a black shirt, when I'm wearing a white. So it's as nonsensical as that. So that's just the nonsense that it is. It is entertaining stuff, and it's good for, it's good for the, for the social media space and the talking points, but it's a nonsense. I think we all know it's a nonsense. Peter Obi himself knows it's not going to be anything political in 2023. He knows that, but unfortunately, you'd have thought that his supporters know that too, but they don't appear to. That this is the real thing that concerns, and they're not trolling, no, they actually do believe, and this is why I say it's an hypobian thing. This is Sally B is having a go at me again. This is Sally, which is here. Hey, Sally, you know I have your picture of you dancing around in that pub. You don't make me play it. So one more comment out of you, and I'll play your video of you dancing around in some pub, which we played yesterday. But no, as I was saying, it's just a nonsensity, and it's constituting somewhat of a nuisance to the space. You know, it's the same, that visceral, toxic, sort of very aggressive, very insidious sort of language and tonality that we had under the Nandekano narrative. And they were all, it's no different from the silicon mask narrative. So this bit of it, phenomenon that we're seeing, and the storyline that they are padding around it, is the same storyline that they padded around that silicon mask. So this is silicon mask Mark II. So this is it. Just a ludicrous, just brain numbing sort of thing. It's a silicon mask Mark II, telling us that some guy, that couldn't hack it in PDP, is gone to Labour Party that got 5,000 votes in the last election. A party that has no structure nationally, a guy that is just a regional player, and he's going to be the president. Those are the facts, by the way. Nothing that I'm saying is refutable. Peter Obi couldn't hack it in PDP, which he had been for, 10, 15, 20 years. So he knows how they run the politics there. So he did not suddenly develop some piety or discover that they were playing money politics. They've always played money politics. He didn't have the budget for this round. So he ran away. And where did he run to? He ran to Labour Party that got 5,000 votes in the last election. So these are facts, by the way. So this is not my embellishment. Oh, sorry, I'm reading Sally Base again. I don't know quite why. Maybe she's been at the wine again. So this is not my embellishment on anything. This guy couldn't hack it in the Labour Party. He did not leave Labour Party because they were playing dollar politics, because they've always played dollar politics in the PDP. He did not leave the PDP because they were playing dollar politics. They have always played dollar politics in the PDP, and he has always been a senior member of that party. So he had frontal view and almost certainly participation in that dollar politics that they've played in all of the years he's been there. But he couldn't hack it at the level he wanted to progress to. So he took his ambition to a party. That is just a no-hoper party that had 5,000 votes in the last election. Party has no presence nationally, and then they are telling us off the back of that, somebody that couldn't hack it in one party that had a prospect goes to a party that has zero prospect, he being a regional person that has no cachet strongly outside of his region. All of this is going to turn upside down to present this guy on their Sorok seat. And that is Dubril at Sudani. So there is a Dubril at Sudani narrative. It's a silicon mask nonsense. But I'm hoping that it will pass away fairly soon, because there are serious politics to discuss. Atiku has put out a policy position which is wrapped around divesting government from managing businesses and parastatals, and just putting government in policy positions. So that is something that works right there. But what is the counterweight of the APC? What are they proposing as a direction of travel? Or are they going to embark on this journey that we're still on? So this is where the conversation should be. And maybe elements of Kwakwanso as well. Where is he going to, because he's collating his base at the moment to use them as a negotiation. But where is he going to park that is influence? So these are all of the things that we should be discussing, and not some comic book fairy tale, yam yam. So yam yams from the southeast as always. So you bring the red palm oil, because it's always red palm oil with yam yam easily. So I'll leave it there. Carry conversation within the comment section, but here I say peace.